Chapter 1380. Someone who's coming along with us? Yen Zhaoga's gaze flickered. That's right. Gao Han explained. Traveling monk Huiyan is an expert equivalent to our Taoism's grand virtual immortal realm. Other Western Pure Lands and demon race experts are present in the battlefield nearby. If we're going to act, we'll have to make ample preparations. Yen Zhaoga nodded. You're right. Only which expert did the exalted solar luminary invite? Gao Han smiled as he answered. An old senior of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace and his disciple, as well as another senior who had already made a name for himself before the Great Calamity, having avoided the tribulation of the Great Calamity afterwards, and lived till now. I'd like to hear the details, said Yen Zhaoga. I'm sure you've heard of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palaces, Spirit Sky Palaces, 4 sacred marshals, right? Asked Gao Han. Yen Zhaoga and Feng Yinsheng looked at each other, and both of them nodded. The overseas loose immortal experts of the ancient investitures of the gods' era were collectively known as the 9 Dragons, Island's 4 sages. They came out of seclusion together to assist the Prime Clear severing sect. In the end, they suffered a tribulation together and entered the investiture of the gods. They entered the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace and were conferred the title of the Spirit Heaven Palace's 4 sage Grand Generals. If that's the case, it should be Li Xingba, said Yen Zhaoga after thinking for a while. Among the 9 Dragons, Island's 4 sages, Li Xingba suffered a calamity and entered the investiture of the gods because of Mu Jia, otherwise known as traveling monk Hui, and that's right. It's old Li Xingba. With a smile, Gao Han nodded and answered. The other 3 had perished during the Great Calamity. Only old Li survived until now. He has secluded himself within the void's outskirts, not bothering himself with worldly affairs. If traveling monk Huiyan hadn't come out from the Western Pure Lands, I wouldn't have been able to convince old Li to come out. There was also a disciple he had accepted after the Great Calamity, Gong Sun Hui. This time, he had come along with Li Xingba. Yen Zhaoga asked, The other one isn't from the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace? Yes, the other one is Taoist Crimson Mist. He was originally an overseas, scattered immortal before the Great Calamity. He survived during the Great Calamity and lived by the void's boundless outskirts. He's a good friend of old Li's, and he's here to assist you. As an overseas sea-wandering immortal, Li Xingba got along well with Taoist Crimson Mist, and they often visited each other. Yen Zhaoga stroked his lower chin. This person isn't of our 3 clear direct lineage, right? But it doesn't matter. Everyone here can be considered orthodox Taoism now. Before the appearance of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the immortal court heretics, the 3 clear lineages' orthodox lineage was a clear lineage of inheritance. Tracing back to their origins, they were all the legitimate disciples of the 3 clear lineages' founding masters. If they didn't have the explicit permission of the sect's masters, they could only be considered as a side branch of the Tao sect. Or perhaps he inherited the virtue of the Grand Pure, Heavenly Lord of Tao, and virtue to spread the Tao, and was considered to be part of the Grand Pure One sect. Even so, the difference between the 3 clear lineage and the 3 clear lineage of Taoism was still very clear. For example, in the world beyond worlds, the lineage of the southern blazing Heaven Territories Phoenix, Ritual Mountains, Wudong Slope, and the northern profound Heaven Territories, Cloud Pavilion Mountains, profound remnant locale were, strictly speaking, side branches of the 3 purities rather than direct lineage. The side branches were not necessarily weaker than the direct descendants. During the era before the Great Calamity, martial arts flourished, and 100 flowers blossomed. Many side branches of Taoism were passed down, and their development was extremely prosperous. Of course, they couldn't compare to existences like the Jade Illusory Palace, Tashita Palace, and Roving Jade Palace. What Yen Zhaoga was more concerned about was the fact that most of the martial arts circulating within the immortal court were passed down by the once powerful side branches of the 3 clear lineage. During the Great Calamity, the side branches of the three clear lineage might have been absorbed by the heretics and became the initial foundation of the Immortal Court. Some joined the Immortal Court, while some didn't. Some of the side branches of the three clear lineage were recruited by the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the others. They entered the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens. However, there were also some who lived in seclusion. This Taoist Crimson Mist was one of them. No matter if it was him or Li Xingba, they were both hiding within the boundless void's outskirts. They lived in seclusion and didn't care about the worldly affairs. Whether the Immortal Court heretics were powerful or not, or the orthodox Taoism situation, they didn't care about them. They only wished to remain independent. Under normal circumstances, the Immortal Court wouldn't spend too much effort on existences, like them, that didn't seem to be of any importance. After all, it was too difficult to find someone who rarely showed himself within the boundless void's outskirts. Actually, strictly speaking, Li Xingba isn't of the prime clear Severing Sect's direct lineage. Only I've heard about him from the Severing Sect, and he had some ties with them. After leaving the Heavenly Court's divine palace and the investiture of gods, he immediately returned to the deep mountains, like a dragon returning to the ocean, said Yen Zhaoge with a smile. Gao Han's smile was as bright as the spring breeze, just like what you've said. We're still considered the same now. Indeed, Yen Zhaoge's smile was similarly as bright as the sun. If he were to have a huge conflict with traveling Monk Huiyin, and the Samantabhadra enlightened or the compassionate enlightened came to settle the score, and everyone still cared about their relationship, Elder Li Xingba would be a natural shield. Zhaoge, your smiles are so similar. Feng Yunsheng secretly transmitted her voice to Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge's expression remained calm as he replied, I really want to give this guy a thumbs up. It must have been tough for him to find a helper like Li Xingba. Forget about Li Xingba's enmity with traveling Monk Huiyin. A loose immortal like Taoist Crimson Mist found a cave manor within the boundless void's outskirts to live in seclusion. He didn't occupy any population, nor did he occupy any treasures or resources. Although it's hard for him to develop, he would still be able to avoid the heretic's attention under most circumstances. Why did he suddenly come here? Feng Yunsheng asked, Is he here to help Li Xingba? After thinking for a while, Yen Zhaoge answered, He should be here for the three brilliances, sacred water. As they were talking, a radiance shone from afar. We're here. Gao Han smiled and went forward. Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng walked together with him. When they got closer, 3 streams of lights flashed by. 3 people were already standing in front of them. The one in the lead wore a fishtail golden crown and a pale yellow Taoist robe. His face was as red as a date and he had a long beard. Yen Zhaoge recognized him as one of the 4 sage great generals of the Soaring Sky Palace, Li Xingba, who was established by the Heavenly Court's divine palace in the past. On his left was a middle-aged man who wore the same pale yellow Taoist robe as him. He should be his disciple, Gong Sanhui. On Li Xingba's right stood an old Taoist who wore a crimson-red Taoist robe. His robe had patterns of wind and clouds embroidered on it. Old Man Li, Taoist Crimson Mist. Taoist Gong Sanhui, I'm sorry for making you wait for so long. Gao Han smiled and greeted the 3. You're being too polite, Taoist Gao. We've just arrived as well, said Taoist Crimson Mist politely. After Li Xingba and Gong Sanhui greeted him, they looked towards Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. Taoist Gao, may I know which famed mountain these 2 are from? Which cave manor? I was just about to introduce you to them. Gao Han smiled and turned his head. He first looked at Yen Zhaoge. This is Taoist Yen Zhaoge. He's known as the #1 genius of our Taoism after the Great Calamity. Even before the Great Calamity, there weren't many who could match up to him. In the past, he was known as the fallen deity. Now that he has pushed open the immortal door and returned to the 9 heavens, the title of fallen deity is no longer appropriate. When Daoist Ling and I talk about him, we're used to calling him Young Heavenly Lord. Chapter 1381. Young Celestial Master? The corners of Yen Zhaoga's mouth twitched slightly. Why have I never known that I have such a title? Most of the names of immortal realm martial artists were particular. There had never been a true immortal with the monarch title of immortal emperor, and there had never been a profound immortal with the monarch title of immortal sovereign. Otherwise, how would the higher-level virtual immortals and heaven immortals view him? Being arrogant and conceited in one's title would definitely attract others to measure one's true level. If one had the ability to make all those who were dissatisfied return empty-handed, then one would naturally be recognized and praised by everyone. Otherwise, even if they were beaten to death, no one would be there to complain about it. No matter how powerful an Exalt Martial Saint was, he wouldn't directly use the title Heavenly Exalt. Otherwise, he would definitely be watched by all the heavenly exalts in the world, regardless of which camp he belonged to. At most, if a supreme of the 9 heavens like Himian came to play the game, the group of grand heavenly immortals might not bother with a martial saint. Generally speaking, the origin of an honorific title would be chosen by the person themselves. Then it would be acknowledged by others and gradually spread. There were also those who were given the name by others, and the name itself was accepted by more people, and from there it spread. Yen Zhaoga had just ascended to the immortal realm not long ago. He had yet to think about the emperor title. As someone who loved to show off, of course, he had to consider it carefully. However, the title of fallen deity and the title of supreme sovereign were indeed not suitable. It was just that he did not expect that Gao Han would give him the title of Young Heavenly Lord. According to common customs, the word Shao was added to a person's title. Its meaning was roughly equivalent to Shao, but it was more respectful, and at the same time, it expressed high hopes and expectations. It was just like how someone had addressed Yen Zhaoga as the solar luminary young master, back when his cultivation base had still been low and he had just arrived in the world beyond worlds due to the extreme Yang seal. Out of kindness, the so-called Young Heavenly Lord could be understood as someone who was not a heavenly lord yet, but would definitely ascend to the grand heavenly realm in the future. This was an expression of their high opinion of Yen Zhaoga's potential, a kind of expectation. However, if it was malicious, there was another explanation. He was invincible beneath the grand heavenly immortal realm, an existence closest to the heavenly lord level. It was fine to directly explain it as a trainee, celestial, venerable. Grand heavenly immortals would definitely not feel offended by such a title. However, it was hard to say what the virtual immortals and Shen immortals would think of a perfected immortal. This situation, this scene, coming from Gao Han's mouth, no matter how I look at it, it seems like he's trying to stir up trouble. Yen Zhaoga criticized in his heart, but his expression did not change in the slightest. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Li Xingba and the others. Greetings, Yen Zhaoga. Li Xingba, Daoist Crimson Mist, and Gong Suinhui's eyes turned cold. He had originally thought that Yen Zhaoga would be panicking and uneasy, hurriedly saying a few words of modesty. Who would have thought that he would openly accept the title of Young Empyrean? Li Xingba and the others would rather believe that Yen Zhaoga didn't understand the meaning behind this title. Otherwise, how arrogant would he have to be to dare to do such a thing? Don't you know that even many essence immortal heavenly lords don't deserve this title? Gao Han's eyes lit up, feeling slightly surprised. He looked at Yen Zhaoga with a playful look in his eyes. Looking at Yen Zhaoga's calm expression, Li Xingba's expression suddenly darkened. However, he did not get angry. Instead, he turned to look at Feng Yunsheng. May I know how to address you? This is Daoist Feng Yunsheng. She's Daoist Yan's junior apprentice sister, as well as his wife. Gao Han smiled and introduced. Li Xingba and the others were slightly startled. They looked at Yen Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng again, and their gazes were filled with doubt. Yen Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng could tell what they were doubting. Feng Yunxing frowned, while Yan Zhaoge chuckled. After Li Xingba glanced at Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing, he turned his head towards Gao Han and said in a deep voice, "Based on what Taoist Gao said, the environment we're in is extremely dangerous. Other than that Mu Jia, there's no lack of demon race and Buddhist experts around. I'm fine with this Taoist Feng traveling with us. However, this Taoist Yan, he's in the true immortal realm. I'm afraid that we'll have to take care of him. Otherwise, we'll have to stop at the outskirts." He faced Feng Yunxing's intense gaze and said, "I'm a boorish person, and I like to be direct with my words. Even if Taoist Feng can take care of your husband, you'll still have to be distracted. We aren't just going there to take a look. This old man wants to find trouble with that Mu Jia, while you guys want to obtain the 3 brilliances, sacred water. Both of them aren't easy to accomplish." Li Xingba said slowly, "Even going all out isn't enough, let alone multitasking." "Old man Li, you're overthinking it." Gao Han smiled. "I'm not exaggerating. The young heavenly lord's capabilities can't be judged by his cultivation alone." The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had many praises for Taoist Yan as well. After hearing the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's name, Li Xingba and the others' expressions turned solemn. Yan Zhaoge looked at them coldly. However, he felt that Gao Han was up to no good. Although Taoist Yan is young and had just ascended to the immortal realm, he had once created an upper world. He's already the ancestor of a world. Gao Han praised. "In the past, even if the 9 of us worked together, we wouldn't amount to much. Created an upper world?" Li Xingba and the others were shocked. They revealed expressions of disbelief and looked at Yan Zhaoge again. "Are you serious?" Even Taoist Crimson Mist, who was the calmest among them, was astonished. "Not a lower world, but an upper world similar to the world beyond worlds that you guys created. This isn't something a true immortal can do, right? Even if he possesses the Jade Clear Heaven opening scripture, Prime Clear Dragon Han Tribulation scripture, and Grand Clear Grand Commencement Divine Finger, it's still impossible. Could it be that the 3 of them had misjudged Yan Zhaoge? Was his cultivation not only in the true immortal realm? However, Gao Han had clearly said that Yan Zhaoge had just ascended to the immortal realm. What treasure did he borrow? After all, Li Xingba was a veteran expert that roamed the world during the ancient investitures of the gods' era. He was the first to calm down. Yan Zhaoge looked at Gao Han with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. As expected, Gao Han smiled and said, "Old man Li, you should still remember the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Awakened Sky Hall, right?" "Of course, I know about the Pill Hall." Li Xingba's expression came to a realization. "You're saying that the Awakened Sky Hall wasn't destroyed, and it fell into his hands?" Gao Han smiled and nodded. Not only does Taoist Yan possess extraordinary talents, but he's also someone blessed with great fortune. How could a golden fish in a pond be compared to him? Naturally, he would transform into a dragon after encountering a storm. Li Xingba went into deep thought. His gaze towards Yan Zhaoge became more judgmental. His disciple, Gong Suinhui's face revealed an unconcealable envy. Taoist Gao has always been reliable. Naturally, we can trust him. Taoist Crimson Mist came out to mediate the situation. However, this matter is of utmost importance. Naturally, Taoist Li would be more cautious. He looked towards Yan Zhaoge and smiled. "If you were already known as the fallen deity before ascending to the immortal realm, your talents and strength would be more outstanding than others. Now that you've ascended to the 9 heavens, it wouldn't be wrong to call you the young heavenly lord. I hope that you'll be able to reach the grand heavenly realm in the future." Chapter 1382. Yan Zhaoge first cupped his hands towards Taoist Crimson Mist. "Thank you for your auspicious words, Taoist. This Yan is eternally grateful." "Not at all, not at all." Taoist Crimson Mist smiled and shook his head. "Even if he's a fallen deity or a young heavenly lord, it doesn't change the fact that he's still in the true immortal realm. Li Xingba stared at Yan Zhaoge and said coldly, "Even if the individual's cultivation level is astonishing and far surpasses martial artists of the same realm, a perfected immortal is not worth a finger from us essence immortals." His red face was calm. "Don't think that my words are unpleasant. Let's not talk about our celestial essence, which treats true immortal celestial qi as nothing, just the sonorous voice of the great Tao. How can he, a true immortal, deal with it? When the time comes, I'll be frozen like a puppet. What's the difference between going and not going?" Taoist crimson mist fell silent. What they were going to do now was only useful in terms of their current realm of strength. No matter how great his future potential was, it was useless if he couldn't fulfill it now. Although Li Xingba's words weren't pleasant to hear, they were on point. "Actually, I quite agree with Taoist Li's words. Indeed, some people might as well not go." Yan Zhaoge suddenly smiled. Li Xingba and the others were stunned. Then they saw Yan Zhaoge staring at one of them. "Gong Sunhui, Li Xingba's disciple. Are you talking about me?" Gong Sunhui was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He was so angry that he laughed. "You are a martial artist who has just ascended to the immortal realm. Don't you think it's ridiculous to criticize me, who has already achieved duo qi-fused aura?" Yan Zhaoge chuckled and said, "A rather cruel truth to you, but to me, it is indeed something to be happy about." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and directly struck a palm towards Gong Sunhui's head. It was so fast that Gong Sunhui could barely react. Gong Sunhui couldn't react in time, but his master Li Xingba could. The red-faced old man snorted coldly, "How dare you?" When he said that, the red-faced elder did not raise his voice, but the feeling he gave off suddenly changed. His voice became grand and profound, as if an immortal's voice had descended from the 9 heavens. At this moment, although Li Xingba hadn't made his move yet, the shapeless, sonorous voice of the great Tao had already blotted out the skies and covered the earth as it assaulted Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge instantly felt as if his soul and body were being suppressed together, as if he was about to fall into an unconscious state where he was unable to speak, unable to move, and unable to think. Gao Han, Taoist Crimson Mist, Gong Sunhui, and Feng Yunsheng seemed to have disappeared from his vision. Only Li Xingba's body remained in the world. His figure presented 2 completely contradictory extremes. As the sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded, its figure seemed to have become infinitely huge, filling up Yan Zhaoge's field of vision. It was everywhere, shocking one's mind. However, it also seemed to be rapidly getting further and further away from Yan Zhaoge, becoming extremely small and insignificant, extremely far away. In the next moment, the scene before Yan Zhaoge's eyes gradually disappeared. It was as if even his vision had been taken away. He could neither think nor see. His entire person seemed to have become a clay puppet that had lost its intelligence and senses and could only stand there blankly. In the eyes of others, they saw the light within Yan Zhaoge's eyes suddenly dim and vanish. Gong Sunhui sneered with a look of disdain on his face. Taoist Crimson Mist shook his head helplessly, sighing in silence. Gao Han looked towards Feng Yunsheng with a curious expression. Feng Yunsheng, who came together with Yan Zhaoge, remained silent. At this moment, her expression didn't change at all. She merely stood there quietly, as if she wasn't aware of what was happening in front of her. However, it would be ridiculous to say that she wasn't aware of what was happening. If that was the case, there could only be 2 explanations for her reaction. Firstly, she wasn't concerned about Yan Zhaoge. Secondly, she didn't think that what was happening in front of her would affect Yan Zhaoge. As Gao Han was thinking about it, Yan Zhaoge's eyes, which had remained blank for a moment, suddenly moved. For a moment, this body seemed to have lost its life and turned into a statue. However, now it regained its vitality and spirituality. "Don't be so loud, Taoist Li. I can hear you." Not only did Yan Zhaoge's eyes regain their vigor, but he even moved his neck with a relaxed expression. His palm wasn't obstructed at all, and it continued descending towards Gong Sun Hui. Li Xingba's pupil shrank. The sonorous voice of the great Tao doesn't affect him at all. His disciple, Gong Suanhui's smile froze on his face. His expression was as if someone had forcefully stuffed a dead rat into his mouth. Even I find it difficult. How could someone who had just descended to the immortal realm do it? One had to know that Li Xingba had restrained his sonorous voice and only targeted Yan Zhaoge. It didn't spread towards other directions. Otherwise, Gong Sun Hui, who was in the profound immortal realm, would have a hard time resisting against his master's sonorous voice of the great Tao. Although he wouldn't be frozen like a true immortal or even a martial saint, his movements would still be obstructed, and his thoughts would definitely slow down. Taoist Crimson Mist also revealed a shocked expression as he examined Yan Zhaoge. This youngster with the surname Yan isn't simple at all. If he was still trying to mediate the situation earlier, he was now starting to believe Gao Han's words. A smile appeared on Gao Han's face, and his gaze brightened. Does he possess some sort of treasure, or is it because he cultivated in some sort of supreme martial art? Both? Seeing that the sonorous voice of the great Tao couldn't stop Yan Zhaoge, Li Xingba hurriedly raised his hand, and layers of yellow dust permeated the entire heaven and earth, descending towards Yan Zhaoge. But at the same time, black flames and demonic qi that glowed with a dark blue radiance immediately rose up. With a flash of the saber, the yellow dust was immediately blocked. Li Xingba focused his gaze and saw that it was Feng Yunsheng, who had been quietly standing by Yan Zhaoge's side. The terrifying, pitch-black saber light actually cut through the yellow dust. On the other side, Yan Zhaoge raised his hand, flipped his palm, and struck towards Gong Sun Hui with the momentum of collapsing the heavens. As soon as an expert made a move, one would be able to tell whether one was an expert or not. Looking at Yan Zhaoge's palm descending, Gong Sun Hui immediately felt that something was wrong, and all of his previous arrogance and disdain were completely retracted. Unable to evade in time, he barely managed to raise his hand to block Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal. In a split second, he felt as if the layers of formless void around him had transformed into a tangible world. Then, from all directions, it collapsed towards the center, and he, Gong Sun Hui, was at this point. At this point, it was like the boundary between heaven and earth, the point where yin and yang met. Everything in the world belonged to the image of two polarities. Then, with his current position as the point of intersection, it started twisting. Being within it, Gong Sun Hui could only feel an unstoppable, horrifying force crazily suppressing his figure. Jade clear cyclic heavenly seal. Is this the cyclic heavenly seal that a true immortal can execute? Gong Sun Hui was dumbfounded. With the duo Chi's fused aura and the immortal aura, a true immortal wouldn't be able to harm him. If not, Gong Sun Hui would feel as if he was within the center of a millstone formed by the heavens and earth, and he would be crushed into powder. However, even if he wasn't in any danger, he couldn't move at all. He was being suppressed by Yan Zhaoge's strength and was trapped on the spot. Chapter 1383. Suppressed by Yan Zhaoge's palm force, Gong Sun Hui was unable to move. On the other side, Li Xingba was infuriated. Facing Feng Yunsheng's jet-black saber edge, a square-edged golden sword-breaker appeared in his hand, and he immediately swung it over. But where Feng Yunsheng's blade pointed, a terrifying black light soared into the sky, its momentum as if it was going to break the square-edged golden sword-breaker. When the two weapons clashed, Li Xingba's hand trembled. He could feel his opponent's saber intent passing through. It was extremely horrifying, capable of destroying everything and ending everything. The black blade struck the square-edged golden sword-breaker, instantly creating a gap. The blade continued to advance. It was as if it was cutting through tofu, and it was about to cut through the golden truncheon. Li Xingba was astonished. He quickly kept his weapon and retreated. At the same time, he yelled out, "Take this!" A dark yellow ball of light shot toward Feng Yunsheng. Within that ball of light was clearly a dark yellow pearl. As it flickered, it seemed as if it could split the earth. It was Li Xingba's personal treasure, the earth-splitting pearl. This treasure was born from the earth, and it specialized in breaking through the image of earth element. It could bear the weight of the heavens, and even the thick earth would crack apart in front of it. Feng Yunsheng's saber aura didn't stop as it slashed down on the splitting earth pearl. Immediately, a terrifying tremor came from the pearl, triggering earthquakes, using the earth's own tremors and distortions to tear the earth apart, using the earth to break through the earth. This was the profoundness of the earth-splitting pearl. However, wherever Feng Yunsheng's blade passed by, it directly cut off the power of the earthquake, causing the earthquake to stop abruptly and disappear into nothingness. Radiance appeared on top of Li Xingba's head. With his full strength, he managed to retrieve the pearl by a hair's breadth. He was anxious and angry, and his red face turned purple. Seeing that his master was unable to save him, Gong Suinhui's heart was heavy, but at the same time he became calmer. Although he had spent most of his life living in seclusion with his master, Li Xingba, he had gone through many hardships to reach his current cultivation realm. At this moment, facing Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal, Gong Sunhui clenched his right fist and punched towards his feet, as if he was waving an indestructible golden mace. A powerful, shaking force emanated, landing within the illusory heavens and earth formed of Yan Zhaoge's palm force, affecting the great earth. The cyclic sky seal overturned the heavens and overturned the earth, and the vigorous and enormous force that overturned yin and yang was difficult to resist. Gong Sunhui, on the other hand, wanted to attack from the inside. He wanted to destroy the earth, causing one of the two poles to lose its balance. In this way, the terrifying power would lose balance, and it would be defeated without a fight. Unfortunately, dreams were plentiful, but reality was harsh. Yan Zhaoge's other hand struck upwards from below, his palm containing the momentum of Taiji. As yin and yang rotated, it shook, instantly causing Gong Suinhui's fist to slide to the side, landing on thin air. Gong Suinhui's heart tightened. Currently, the space he was in was being compressed unceasingly, as if he was a toy in Yan Zhaoge's palm. In Gong Suinhui's eyes, Yan Zhaoge's figure resembled a giant that could support the heavens and earth. Yan Zhaoge clasped his palms together and executed the cyclic heavenly seal. Gong Sunhui could no longer move. After Feng Yunsheng repelled Li Xingba's earth-splitting pearl, she immediately took another step forward. The horrifying blade in her hand slashed towards Li Xingba. Li Xingba didn't dare to parry the attack. All he could do was retreat. However, time and space didn't seem to exist in front of Feng Yunsheng. The pitch-black saber light instantly caught up to him. "Fellow Taoist, please show mercy." Taoist crimson mist hurriedly helped. Rays of red mist surged, blocking off Feng Yunsheng's saber. The pitch-black saber light continued slashing through the red mist like a hot knife through butter. Could it be the prime, clear, chaos-extinguishing origin scripture? Taoist crimson mist's expression changed. While Li Xingba's expression changed, it shouldn't be. However, it's still terrifying. It's like the devil Tao's final ancestral devil that possesses a similar authority as the Lord of Numinous Treasure, Grand Master. With her saber in hand, blue-black flames flickered within Feng Yunsheng's eyes, and her evil qi filled the skies. "Old man Li, you're worrying too much. Taoist Yan naturally has his own strengths. Even if you don't believe in my judgment, you should believe in the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, right?" Gao Han smiled and shook his head. He said, "As for the true immortal's immortal qi being unable to fend off a virtual immortal's immortal essence, it's fine. I invited Taoist Yan along, not because I wanted him to personally take action. I've always admired Taoist Yan's attainments and formations. Not to mention, fellow Taoist Feng is also an astonishing genius. Speaking of which, she has actually already been lenient. Gao Han smiled and cupped his hands. Please trust me this time, old man Li. Li Xingba's face had already darkened. He panted heavily and stared at Feng Yunsheng for a while. In the end, he could only helplessly say, "It's my fault for underestimating the heroes of the world. Young Heavenly Lord, please calm down as well." Gao Han turned to look at Yan Zhaoge and said in a friendly tone, "Traveling monk Hui and situation isn't clear. The opportunity might be fleeting. Let's hurry over and make preparations. Only then would our chances of success be higher, right?" The space within Yan Zhaoge's body seemed to have condensed into a tiny foreign dimension. However, it forcefully suppressed a profound immortal like Gong Sun Hui, causing him to shrink into a ball. He couldn't even stretch his legs. "You're exaggerating. What's there to be angry about?" Yan Zhaoge chuckled. "I'm not the one who's going to be a burden." Li Xingba's domineering expression started turning pale. "Hurry up and release him." Yan Zhaoge glanced at him. "I've always respected the elderly. However, the prerequisite is that the other party isn't disrespectful. Elder Priestley, you seem to have forgotten that only you and your useless disciple have a personal grudge against traveling monk Huiyan. The rest of us are only here for the triple brilliance, sacred water. It's fate that we obtain it, but it doesn't matter if we lose it. As for you, if you can't avenge your past grudge, will you be as magnanimous as us?" A true immortal said that a profound immortal was useless. If it were any other time, it would undoubtedly be a joke. But now, when this Xian immortal was easily suppressed by that true immortal, the scene was enough to make everyone speechless. Currently, Yan Zhaoge was just like a heavenly god descending upon the mortal world. He easily captured Gong Sun Hui, turning him into a tiny person and held him between his hands. Although he was only in the true immortal realm, everyone present was still shocked. His figure seemed to have become unimaginably tall and majestic. "Before Taoist Li speaks, you have to clarify something," Yan Zhaoge said plainly. "You're not the one making the decisions here. The exalted solar luminary only gave in to you out of respect. It doesn't mean that you have the final say. Don't act like a leader here." Li Xingba's face alternated between red and white. He wanted to flip his sleeves and leave, but his disciple was still in the enemy's hands. Moreover, Yan Zhaoge's words had spoken his mind. In the past, he was sent onto the investiture god board by Muzha. This grudge was still etched in his mind until now. "Taoist, Li doesn't have any ill intentions. You're just too concerned about your grudge against traveling monk Huiyan. As a result, you became overly anxious, causing your emotions to be a little rash. Please forgive me, young heavenly lord." Taoist Crimson Mist pulled on Li Xingba's sleeve and secretly transmitted his voice to persuade him. At the same time, he looked at Feng Yunsheng and Yan Zhaoge, trying to mediate the situation. Chapter 1384. With Yan Zhaoge's true immortal realm cultivation, he suppressed Gong Sun Hui, who was already a profound immortal. Taoist Crimson Mist and Li Xingba were both shocked. It was only at this moment that they truly understood what the titles of exiled immortal and young Empyrean meant. Although Gong Sun Hui was only a duo cheese fused aura cultivator, he had been learning from Li Xingba for many years. His skills were far superior to ordinary people. Although they were not from the orthodox lineage of Taoism, they had climbed up step by step. They could not be compared to the heretics. However, such a tranquil, profound immortal was easily captured by a leakless true immortal. The gap between the two was clear at a glance. With such an ugly scene, Taoist Crimson Mist didn't doubt that if Gong Sun Hui hadn't achieved the duo cheese fused aura realm and had the immortal aura protecting his body, he might have died in Yan Zhaoge's hands at any time. On the other hand, Feng Yunqing's strength caused them to raise their eyebrows. Compared to Yan Zhaoge, Li Xingba and Taoist Crimson Mist had never underestimated Feng Yinxing. This was because they could vaguely sense that this was a powerhouse like them, who had at least reached the 5 Qis unification level. However, when they truly started fighting, Li Xingba realized that he had underestimated Feng Yinxing. Even though he had attained the Tao in the ancient epic and experienced the vicissitudes of the world, when it came to actual combat, he was completely not a match for Feng Yinxing. He had almost lost both his treasures and his life. When Gao Han said that Feng Yinxing had already shown mercy, Li Xingba and Taoist Crimson Mist didn't have any objections. They could all feel that when Feng Yinxing attacked just now, she seemed to be restraining herself. Under such circumstances, the outcome of the battle was even more embarrassing for Li Xingba. The red-faced old man stood rooted to the ground, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. Taoist Crimson Mist, you've put in a lot of effort. Unfortunately, you've made a bad friend. You've tried so hard to mediate the situation, but I'm afraid that this Taoist doesn't appreciate your kindness. Instead, he might even hate you. Yan Zhaoge looked at Taoist Crimson Mist and said with a smile. His hands were still, suppressing Gong Sunhui, as if he was playing with an insignificant object. He looked at Taoist Crimson Mist with a smile. Seeing this, Taoist Crimson Mist smiled helplessly. What are you saying, young heavenly venerable? Just as they were feeling helpless, a cold and bright moonlight streaked across the dark void in the distance and arrived in front of them. The moonlight dispersed, revealing the figure of a woman. It was the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. Seeing that the situation was strange, she turned to look at Gao Han. Gao Han faintly smiled and transmitted a message to her, telling her what had happened. You're the one who contacted them, but now there's a conflict. First of all, you're the one who failed to mediate. After listening to him, Ling Qing didn't reply to Gao Han secretly. Instead, she spoke openly. If this matter fails on the verge of success, it's all because of you. Gao Han sighed. I am doing my best to resolve the conflict between the two sides. He cupped his hands towards Yan Zhaoge and Li Xingba. Please forgive me. Taoist Ling had already brought back some news. The universe where traveling monk Hui and is located seems to have some abnormalities. Let's go and take a look first. All right, us husband and wife can set off at any time. Yan Zhaoge nodded, smiling. That being said, Gong Sunhui was still being held down. Li Xingba's face darkened, while Taoist Crimson Mist's face was filled with helplessness. Gao Han smiled and shook his head. Please release Taoist Gongsun first, Taoist Yan. Everyone here should know what kind of person you are, and they wouldn't dare to offend you. Old Man Li and the others have weighed you and your wife, and so have you. Everyone should be aware of the results. Naturally, you know who should leave and who should stay. As he spoke, he looked towards Li Xingba. What do you think, Old Man Li? Li Xingba stood where he was and remained silent for a long time. Seeing this, Gao Han smiled and looked towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge smiled as well and spread his hands apart. The folded and compressed void instantly collapsed. Previously, it was as tiny as a grain of rice. However, it immediately returned to its original state. The foreign dimension created for Yan Zhaoge just now started spreading outwards and finally dissipated. Gong Sunhui quickly rushed out and returned to his master, Li Xingba's side. His face was burning up. Wait here by yourself. Li Xingba took out a small flag and threw it to Gong Sunhui. Gong Sunhui quickly caught it and didn't dare to say anything else. If that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Let's move, said Gao Han with a smile. Ling Qing's expression remained indifferent. Everyone follow me. After saying that, she took the lead and transformed into moonlight, which quickly flew far away. Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept past Li Xingba and Gong Sunhui. Then he retracted his gaze and followed behind Ling Qing with Feng Yinxing without saying anything else. They instantly left far away. Li Xingba's expression was heavy. Together with Taoist Crimson Mist, they followed along. As for Gauhan, he stayed at the back and paid attention to their surroundings. At the same time, he also helped to clean up any traces that might be left behind. You mentioned that this Taoist crimson mist also came for the 3 brilliances, sacred water, and not just to assist Li Xingba? Along the way, Feng Yunxing sent a voice transmission to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge replied, "That's right. If we were to obtain the 3 brilliances, sacred water later, he would be more useful compared to Li Xingba." Although he wasn't Feng Yunxing's match, Li Xingba was still a grand virtual realm expert with extraordinary strength. However, in Yan Zhaoge's eyes, Li Xingba's greatest value was when traveling Monk Hui En's master, the Samantabhadra, cultivated deity, or the compassionate, cultivated deity, came looking for trouble. He was the perfect scapegoat. But Taoist Crimson Mist was different. Taoist Crimson Mist. Mist Sovereign. However, I can't call him by that name anymore. I should call him Crimson Mist True Monarch or Crimson Mist Heavenly Monarch. Yan Zhaoge looked at the old Taoist and thought. He had actually heard of the other party's name in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace before the great calamity that year. Still, it had only been recorded as an insignificant name at that time. The Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Divine Palace had recorded all the loose immortals who were known to be outside the sea. At that time, the Mist Emperor, Taoist Crimson Mist, belonged to the category of loose immortals who had relatively more detailed information. He was also the type of loose immortal who had more contact with the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. The most essential part of his lineage's legacy was called the Scarlet Mist 10 Writings. There was even a relatively complete record of this supreme art in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's library. Such an absolute art was close to water techniques, and its subtlety was able to restrain many water techniques. Therefore, Taoist Crimson Mist would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort against the Triple Light Sacred Water. He was a powerful weapon. The Triple Light Sacred Water was extremely beneficial for his cultivation as well. As such, Taoist Crimson Mist immediately rushed over when an opportunity presented itself. Yan Zhaoge was also familiar with the Scarlet Mist 10 Writings. However, he had never cultivated it before. He could make a last-minute effort with the peerless Heavenly Scripture. However, since Taoist Crimson Mist was already in front of him, Yan Zhaoge was more than happy to do so. As for who would obtain the Triple Light Sacred Water in the end, everyone would only know after trying it out. "We're here." Ling Qing, who was leading the way, suddenly slowed down. "P.S. Don't stay up all night waiting for me. Currently, I owe you 3 nights. It's not my wish to owe you more and more. I'll try to clear my debt within this month." Chapter 1385. As Ling Qing's speed slowed down, the chilly moonlight on her body slowly dissipated and was replaced by a layer of darkness. When the Keta Dim encompassing mantra appeared, it had the effect of protecting one's body, concealing one's whereabouts, and concealing one's aura. Following behind her, Yan Zhaoge and the others copied her as they made the same arrangements. Li Xingba and Taoist Crimson Mist glanced at Yan Zhaoge. Without Feng Yunxing's assistance, Yan Zhaoge's aura was already concealed to an undetectable state. Their hearts trembled slightly. In terms of concealing his aura, Yan Zhaoge seemed to be even more proficient than the two of them. No wonder he dared to come here as a true immortal. Let's slow down for now. There must be grand, heavenly realm existences around here. Ling Qing said, "Let's wait patiently and observe the situation." Yan Zhaoge and the others nodded. The group quietly concealed themselves within the dark void and looked into the distance. Over there, as streaks of lights flickered, ripples of experts' auras continuously spread out. The region where traveling Monk Hui En and the other experts were fighting should be there. The distance between the two sides was too great. Even with Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, and the others' eyesight, they couldn't see the situation clearly. However, they weren't worried. If a grand heavenly realm expert interfered, No matter how far away they were, the commotion created would be sufficient to alert them. That would be Yen Zhaoga's and the others' opportunity. Before that, no matter how suitable the situation was for them to make a move, it would merely be an illusion. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait for too long. All of a sudden, a frenzied hurricane arose in the void of the universe that everyone was in. Streams of lights enveloped the entire universe. Like a hurricane, they instantly swept past and arrived at this place at a speed that no one could react to. The streams of lights suddenly arrived and instantly stopped. As the radiance flickered, it transformed into a huge, illusory figure. Its wings spread open, and it enveloped the entire universe. Rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Yen Zhaoga and the others understood. Unsurprisingly, when this terrifying golden storm appeared, there were also great Buddhist seals and chanting coming from all directions. Rays of clear glazed radiance enveloped the entire world. They were about to trap the peerless great demon in front of them. The area covered by the Buddha light was extremely vast. The place where Yen Zhaoga and the others were at was also enveloped by it. Li Xingba and Taoist Crimson Mist both looked at Gao Han and Ling Qing. Gao Han shook his head at them, indicating for them to remain calm and not act recklessly. Sure enough, in the next moment, the majestic demonic aura of other great demons rose from further away and surrounded the center, sandwiching the Buddhist Bantis in the Buddhist light boundary in the middle. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, who was in the innermost core, suddenly flapped its wings and began to charge outward. He and the group of great demons at the periphery formed a situation where they worked together from the inside and outside. They wanted to use this opportunity to tear apart the ambush and encirclement set up by the Buddhist sections. As expected, traveling monk Huiyan, who was targeting the other great rocks, was just a bait. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles and the other demon race clearly saw through this as well. Hence, they decided to fight against the Buddhists here. Yen Zhaoga and the others didn't look at the two parties who were fighting each other. However, at such a close distance, just by sensing the collision of spirit qi and demonic qi from both sides, they already had a general understanding of the changes in the battle. The two parties clashed intensely right from the start, causing the heavens and the earth to overturn. Under the combined attacks of the great demons from both inside and outside, the Buddhist sect's grand formation was still under immense pressure, even though it wasn't destroyed immediately. In order to neutralize the pressure brought about by the enemy's attacks, the Buddhist light formation kept on changing and even shifted within the void. The gaps revealed during the shifting allowed Yen Zhaoga and the others to silently escape from the grand formation's area of effect. Even if the Buddhist experts became suspicious, they wouldn't be able to care about them anymore. Despite being attacked from both inside and outside, and despite the transformation of the grand formation, the group of Buddhist experts still managed to trap the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles within the grand formation. What a fella! Could it be that they're willing to sacrifice their own manpower to kill this golden-winged great rock here? Yen Zhaoga clicked his tongue and praised. It's no wonder. The great rock's advantage in speed is too obvious. Under certain circumstances, a single great rock can be used as many times as him. The space in front of them kept on distorting. A clump of rumbling demonic qi transformed into a dark cloud, which swept up the golden Buddhist grand formation and gradually went further away. Within the grand formation, streams of light storms were still continuously attacking. As the group of grand heavenly realm experts left, the suffocating and numbing pressure gradually disappeared. Everyone present let out a sigh of relief. Then they looked towards the direction of the previous battlefield, and their gazes became heated. Now is the best time for us to make our move. Gao Han chuckled. After saying that, he took a step forward and was the first to accelerate forward. Yen Zhaoga and the others did the same. They traversed through the void and approached the battlefield. From another direction, they saw many Buddhist Bantis appearing as well. This place was originally an ambush. While the Grand Heavenly Realm Buddhist experts were fighting against the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and the other demon race great sages, the Buddhist bandies beneath the Grand Heavenly Realm were also lying in ambush to prevent the demon race's possible reinforcements. Yan Zhaoge focused his gaze and saw a Buddhist banty with the appearance of a young man standing within the void. He held an iron rod in his hand and 2 swords on his back. He also held a crimson red gourd in his hand. His appearance was different from the other Buddhist banties, to the point that he seemed a little out of place. However, his entire body was filled with vitality and Buddha radiance shone. No one dared to underestimate him. Looking at his appearance, he was the legendary traveling Monk Hui and Mu Jia. Without a doubt, the 2 swords on his back should be the famous curved Wu dual swords. The thing contained within the red gourd was highly likely to be the 3 brilliances, sacred water. In front of them, a group of demon race was slowly gathering together. Yan Zhaoge swept his gaze over and first saw 2 great rocks, a white crane, and 2 monkey demons, one green and one gray. Although they were monkeys, their figures were even larger than the mountains. When they stood up, they resembled a gigantic spiritual god. Upon seeing them, Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. He exchanged glances with Feng Yinsheng. Without any further words, they already understood what was going on. Traveling Monk Huiyin and the others also noticed Yan Zhaoge's and Gao Han's arrival. As a result, the 2 sides slowed down their battle. So it's Taoist, Li. Traveling Monk Huiyin's gaze swept past Li Xingba and smiled. How have you been, Taoist? Li Xingba snorted coldly and stared at traveling Monk Huiyin and the curved Wu dual swords behind his back. During the ancient era, he was beheaded because of the curved Wu dual swords, which resulted in him being placed on the investiture god board. Gao Han, Ling Qing, Yan Zhaoge, and Feng Yunsheng, right? Traveling Monk Huiyin's gaze swept past everyone. There's one more that I don't recognize. Are you guys here to assist Li Xingba, or are you here for the 3 brilliances, sacred water? Chapter 1386. There's news from the Immortal Court. The successor of the 3 clear lineage might be here for the triple brilliance, sacred water. Is that you guys? Asked traveling monk Huiyin Gao Han said with a slight smile. For elder to know my name, I am truly fortunate. The new generation will replace the old. Why are you being so modest? Traveling monk Huiyin smiled and said, even though we haven't ventured into the world for a long time, we aren't people who are ill-informed. How could we not have heard of the few of you? All of them were the most outstanding talents of Taoism in post-Great Calamity times. Compared to the 4 of you, we have only lived for a few more years. Traveling monk Huiyin lowered his head and looked at the crimson red gourd in his hand. I've already entered Buddhism. Everything that happened yesterday has vanished into thin air. If it was an ordinary matter, I wouldn't mind doing a favor for you. However, the Immortal Court is very concerned about the triple brilliance, sacred water. It wouldn't be good for me to undermine my ally, so I can't let you have it. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. We're also interested in the 3 brilliances, sacred water. If that's the case, we have no choice but to offend traveling Monk Huiyin. However, we're only fighting for a short period of time. I hope that our long-term relationship won't be affected. You're an interesting person. You're only a leakless true immortal. Yet you have such arrogant words. Although I've heard of your name, I'll have to test you to know if you're worthy of your reputation. Traveling monk Huiyin smiled and said, as for whether I've offended you or not, it'll depend on how capable you are. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Please guide me along later. Li Xingba said hatefully, just do it. What's the point of saying so much? Before he finished his sentence, he waved his hand and a stream of dark yellow light flew out. It caused countless cracks in the void and struck toward traveling monk Huiyin's head. The amount of my triple brilliant sacred water is limited. If not for that, my seniors would have taken it to subdue the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles. Traveling monk Hui and removed the lid of his gourd. However, it's more than enough to deal with you guys. Speaking of which, even if you manage to snatch it away, it's not certain whether it'll be enough for you to split it among yourselves. Amidst his laughter, a stream of water flew out from the crimson gourd, flashing with green, yellow, and white radiance, instantly filling the air like a curtain of water. Li Xingba's earth-splitting pearl landed on the water screen, causing it to tremble. The water curtain seemed to shatter into countless small water droplets at this moment, and all the water droplets shook and jumped together. But in the next moment, all the water droplets returned to normal and reformed into a complete water screen. The transformation was too quick, to the point where Li Xingba couldn't make use of the gap to execute his second move. On the contrary, his own earth-splitting pearl was stuck to the water screen and could not fall down. Although the dark yellow orb was constantly vibrating, it was dispelled within the water and could not be of any use. You're pretty lucky. You didn't join the Immortal Court or the White Lotus sect after coming down from the investiture of the gods, but you're still alive. Traveling monk Hui and looked at Li Xingba and said, "You didn't cherish this rare opportunity and instead chose to die under my sword. Aren't you extremely foolish?" Li Xingba's reddened face turned purple. "Vile spawn, this old man shall take revenge for the past." "You're really stupid." Traveling monk Huiyan smiled and said, "Back then, if you didn't enter the investiture of the gods, your soul would have dissipated. Even if you survived, your vitality would be greatly damaged. Investiture of the gods can't cultivate, but the flow of time is abnormal, which allowed you to gain a lot of lifespan. Now that I've finally left the investiture of the gods, I should properly recuperate and recover my vitality. Otherwise, if I don't improve, wouldn't I return to the earth soon? You want to seek revenge from me. However, with your current cultivation, isn't it the same as sending your head under my sword again?" As traveling monk Huiyan spoke, he raised his hand and used his chaotic metal rod to knock Li Xingba's square-edged golden sword-breaker to the side. Li Xingba said furiously, "Vile spawn, stop talking nonsense. This old man suffered a calamity and entered the investiture of the gods because of you, wasting so much time. How much stronger are you compared to this old man? From the ancient era to the middle era, and now, you're still stuck at the grand virtual immortal realm. However, I still have the chance to see the Tathagata, or to ascend to the grand heavenly realm. It doesn't matter if the chances are high or low." Traveling monk Hui and wasn't angered by Li Xingba's words. He said calmly, "Do you still have the chance? I'm afraid that you don't even have the confidence to do so, right? Unless you join the heretic path." Li Xingba was infuriated. He waved his golden sword breaker towards traveling monk Hui, and traveling monk Hui and sneered, and used his metal rod to parry his opponent's square-edged golden sword breaker. Then, 2 sword lights flickered on his back. The curved twin swords of Wu were suddenly unsheathed. The sword lights arrived in front of Li Xingba in an unpredictable manner. "Slow down!" Taoist Crimson Mist shouted. He extended both his palms and executed the Crimson Mist 10 chapters technique. The Crimson Mist landed on the water screen, formed by the 3 brilliances, sacred water. The water screen trembled. Although it didn't disperse, it couldn't touch the earth-splitting pearl anymore. The dark yellow pearl flew back and blocked traveling monk Hui and sword light by a hair's breadth. Unfortunately, the curved twin swords of Wu were dual swords. Even after blocking one sword light, the other was still slashing towards Li Xingba. I have long heard of the great name of the curved twin swords of Wu. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's truly extraordinary. Gao Han seemed to be praising and sighing. He extended his hand, and a radiant long banner appeared in his hand. It was as if countless great suns and stars were gathered together. The Holy Radiance banner helped Li Xingba to block the second sword light. The sword light was repelled, and the curved twin swords of Wu returned to the sheath on traveling Monk Hui and's back. Traveling Monk Hui and looked at Taoist Crimson Mist with slight astonishment. It can suppress the effects of the three brilliances, sacred water. Taoist Crimson Mist didn't answer. He pressed both his palms against the water screen and retracted his hands. Under the guidance, the Crimson Mist seemed to have a tangible form, and the water screen gradually changed its shape. On the other side, the other Buddhist Bantis had also surrounded them. As for the group of demon race experts, they didn't act recklessly. They seemed to be observing the situation. When they saw Yen Zhaoge and the others fighting against the Western Pure Lands traveling Monk Hui and because of the three brilliances, sacred water, a few demon race experts looked at each other and finally nodded, joining the battle, especially the two great rocks. Their target was also traveling Monk Hui, and previously, traveling Monk Hui and borrowed the three brilliances, sacred water's power to cause trouble for them. Now that their troubles were resolved, the two great rocks didn't plan on escaping. If they left now, they would only be safe for a moment. However, if they could completely eliminate the three brilliances, sacred water's threat towards the great rocks, they would be safe for a long time. Upon seeing this, traveling Monk Hui and raised his curved twin swords of Wu again, forcing Li Xingba and Taoist Crimson Mist to retreat. Then he controlled the three brilliances, sacred water's water screen to rise, blocking the two great rocks. Strangely enough, as the great rocks flapped their wings, they traversed billions of miles. Even if they didn't come into contact with the great rocks, their speed still slowed down. As the great rocks slowed down, traveling Monk Hui and immediately lifted his metal rod and slammed it down. Chapter 1387. Although the speed of the two great rocks had slowed down, they created a storm of lights as they flapped their wings. They tore through the void, preventing traveling Monk Hui and's metal rod from descending. Their claws immediately descended, grabbing towards traveling Monk Hui and's limbs with the momentum of plucking the stars and moon. If Wu Yu was caught, even the invincible Vajra body of the Buddhist sect would be torn to shreds by the combined force of the four attacks. A golden lamp lit up above traveling Monk Hui and's head, and a Saraira appeared on the golden lamp. As the Saraira's treasured light shone, the surrounding space became blurry. He made use of this opportunity to turn his body and evade the two great rocks' attack. However, at this moment, sunlight illuminated the entire world. A figure suddenly appeared beside traveling Monk Huiyan. It was Gao Han. Gao Han waved the Holy Radiance banner in his right hand, pushing away the chaotic metal rod in traveling Monk Huiyan's hand. Then his empty left hand grabbed towards the crimson red gourd. Traveling Monk Hui and retracted the curved twin swords of Wu behind his back and slashed towards Gao Han. Brilliance gathered above Gao Han's head, and his entire body's vitality surged. Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng looked over, and their hearts trembled. It was obvious that Gao Han had the duo flower's converged crown above his head. After Sua Mingzhang sliced off one of his flowers, Gao Han had already cultivated it back. His speed was so fast that it exceeded everyone's expectations. However, after paying attention to it for a while, they had to retract their attention. The other Buddhist Bannis that came together with traveling Monk Huiyan all started attacking. Yen Zhaoge and the others had to deal with them carefully. All of a sudden, more than one virtual immortal realm expert attacked. The sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded. Even if Yen Zhaoge was proficient in the peerless heavenly scripture and had a deep foundation in cultivating the three clear lineages, he still felt like he was seeing stars. He took a deep breath and calmed his mind. He ignored the battle in front of him and took out some treasures and materials that he had prepared previously. Then he started waving them in the void. Feng Yinsheng stood by his side. With a long saber in her hand, she circled around her body and slashed. The black saber's edge left an indelible mark in the void, as if it had separated this space from the boundless void's outskirts. Black lights shot up from the saber mark and transformed into a formless barrier, isolating Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng from the outside world. That pitch-black saber light seemed to be the end of all things. Everything had to stop before it. The majestic, sonorous voice of the Great Path was also directly cut off. The formless celestial voice and Buddhist chant collided with the black screen and then collapsed, forming circles of helpless ripples. A Buddhist bandy approached them and stared at Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. He chanted the name of Buddha and extended both his palms. He strode forward, attempting to pass through the saber mark left behind by Feng Yunsheng. The direct lineage of Buddhism had its own style. It was perfected and developed by the former master of the central blessed land of Saha, the spirited mountain Tathagata Buddha, who had already transcended. Before the central pure land of Saha, when the western pure land of Pure Land appeared, the second ancestor of the Western sect had already explored another path before the grand Pure Tao sect spread the Dharma. It was the predecessor of the Buddhist direct lineage martial arts. The former and the latter were juxtaposed, verifying and merging with each other, gradually establishing a Buddhist martial art that was independent of the Taoist martial art. Although there were references and interconnections, there were many areas that were different. The Buddhist martial arts used the 3 leakless arts as their foundation, with the 4 noble truths as their essence. The 37 Tao grades were the main branch, which was the direct lineage. Through this, the martial arts were further divided and developed into various branches. Similar to Taoism's direct lineage and miscellaneous lineage, the Buddhist branch martial arts might not be inferior to the Buddhist direct lineage martial arts in terms of combat prowess. In fact, they might even surpass it. However, when it came to cultivating one's self internally, most of them would return to the same path in the end. Going upwards, breaking through karma, seeing the Tathagata, emptiness of non-self, and enlightenment of wisdom. In this aspect, the Western Pure Land wasn't much different from the central blessed lands of the. As for the blessed lands of the White Lotus, due to the future Buddha's re-establishment of the scriptures, the Zen martial arts and Zen martial arts still existed. However, Zen didn't cultivate one's self, awaken one's wisdom, fulfill one's aspirations, and redeem all living beings. However, the Buddhist bani that Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng were facing was of the Western Pure Land's direct lineage. He raised his hands. It was the final seal of the 4 thoughts initial seal of the Buddhist direct lineage's 37 Tao grades, observing the art of non-self. The art was the myriad of arts. All sentient and emotionless life forms in the world were collectively known as the myriad of arts. All of them were born from the combination of karma and falsehood. The separation of karma and falsehood were all falsehood. Life and death were impermanent. Among the myriad of arts, there wasn't a self that could be obtained. While executing the art of non-self observation seal, the Buddhist bani was also circulating the third of the 4 noble truths, the truth of annihilation. Annihilation meant nirvana, extinguishing the intent of annihilation, annihilating all the troubles within the 3 realms, as well as the karmic retribution of life and death. After transcending life and death, one would no longer have to suffer the troubles of life and death within the 3 realms. Attaining the nirvana realm would be considered liberation. The 2 arts fused internally and externally, transforming into the art of annihilation. It broke through all obstructions and ascended to the true meaning of liberation. In actual combat, it was similar to the prime clear numinous treasure 4 swords, the immortal exterminating sword manual. Although the Buddhist bandi had been residing in the Buddhist lands for a long time and rarely entered the secular world, he could tell that Feng Yunsheng's saber intent was extraordinary. As such, he didn't dare to be careless. In his first move, he infused all the essence of his cultivation into it. Blue-black, devilish flames flickered within Feng Yunsheng's eyes. She stood still on the spot, and the saber in her hand was as steady as a mountain. She held it horizontally in front of her chest, showing no signs of moving. When the Buddhist Bani's attack landed on the black light barrier, the black light barrier remained as calm as a lake, with no ripples at all. As for the Buddha light that was as clear as a glaze, it seemed like scattered sunlight, disappearing into nothingness. She's only defending and not attacking, yet she has such prowess. Everyone present was shocked. From the looks of it, she should be the type that strengthens her defense more than her offense. Seeing this, traveling monk Huyen frowned. No wonder this woman was listed as the main target of attention. The Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority is one aspect, and her talent is also extremely outstanding. With the two combined, how many virtual immortals could be her opponent? I feel like this is even under the situation where she's intentionally restraining herself. He looked at Yan Zhaoge, who seemed to be very quiet beside Feng Yinsheng. His frown deepened. With this person's great reputation, I'm afraid that he's also not someone that's easy to deal with. As he was pondering, traveling monk Hui and's figure flashed to the side. A blazing sun broke through the void and transformed into boundless radiances, which brushed past him. Gao Han smiled and deflected the curved sword of Wu. Then he attacked traveling monk Huyen again. He's much stronger than that old scoundrel, Li Xingba. Traveling monk Hui and parried Gao Han's attack and sighed in his heart. Truly a new generation replacing the old. Currently on the battlefield, everyone was gathered together and chaos ensued. Other than Feng Yunsheng and Yan Zhaoge, who were as steady as a mountain, everyone else was caught in the middle of a battle. "It's done," said Yan Zhaoge suddenly. He clasped his palms together, and rays of radiances danced in front of him. Finally, they returned to silence and transformed into a dim clump of radiances. Chapter 1388. As Yan Zhaoge pressed his hands downwards, the clump of light landed beneath his feet. Then it quickly spread out and transformed into a huge sigil. Rays of dim light spread out in all directions and enveloped the entire area. The faraway void was filled up. Distance seemed to have lost all meaning at this moment. At this moment, the heavy feeling filled the hearts of everyone present. The Earth Goddess's true inheritance. Taoist Crimson Mist seemed to have understood something. It's not a supreme martial inheritance, but the Earth Goddess's handwriting? The power that Yan Zhaoge was currently activating originated from the later Earth text buried beneath the world beyond worlds, southeastern Yang, heaven territories, royal reed, seabed. In the past, the Grand Xian dynasty had crossed the river ferociously under the Heaven Emperor's orders and entered the royal reed sea in hopes of retrieving the later Earth text. They had spent more than 100 years. In the end, the Grand Xian dynasty was annihilated by Yan Zhaoge and the broad Creed Mountain. The Heaven Emperor came personally and returned in disappointment. At that time, Yan Zhaoge's cultivation was still too low. He couldn't retrieve the later Earth text and could only leave it in the royal reed sea. The Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing had roped in the Heaven Emperor to help him in the battle against Xue Chiqing. It was because the Heaven Emperor wanted to retrieve the later Earth text from the royal reed sea. However, he still returned in failure. When Yan Zhaoge made a huge move and moved the world beyond worlds 5 territories into the Pill Hall, completely separating them from the world beyond worlds, the Heaven Emperor no longer had to worry about the royal reed sea and the treasures buried within. Now that Yan Zhaoge had successfully pushed open the immortal door and ascended to the true immortal realm, he could retrieve the later Earth text with the Earth Mother Tao ritual. The Pill Hall had already transformed into the awakened sky cosmos. Naturally, Yan Zhaoge couldn't bring the Pill Hall along with him. As such, he couldn't summon the Overseer of Heaven's vast, benevolent guardian divinity to fight against his enemies. However, since he had taken the risk to come out, he had to make some preparations. The later Earth text's power surged, and rays of radiance spread outwards. As the radiance converged, an illusory silhouette gradually appeared above Yan Zhaoge's head. In the illusory light and shadow, there seemed to be a majestic existence that could bear the weight of the heavens. It was in control of the birth of all things and the mysteries of the cycle of yin and yang. Combine, accompanied by Yin Zhaoge's roar. Above the spirit patterns that surged with radiance beneath his feet, 9 thick pillars of light, resembling pillars, shot straight up from the ground. The radiance of the 9 heavenly pillars stood tall in the void, as if they were holding up the sky, and also as if they were holding up an immortal palace. Order! Yan Zhaoge's hand seals changed unceasingly as another 7 clumps of light that were neither bright nor dark immediately surfaced amidst the grand formation. In the outer realm, the 7 balls of light were like 7 nebulas that revolved slowly on their own. They seemed to contain an extremely heavy and condensed energy and an incomparably abundant vitality. As the formation operated, the formation runes connected and became one. This Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures formation, all the Buddhist Bantis who were on it felt their bodies sink. Not only did he feel as if the world was pressing down on him with every move he made, but he also felt as if the circulation of his Buddhist energy had become sluggish. However, Feng Yunsheng was not affected at all. Her previously stable and unmoving saber momentum suddenly changed, and the terrifying and destructive saber light began to spread in all directions. Her opponents were helpless and could only evade. Even without the later Earth Tech's influence, they would still have to evade Feng Yunsheng's attacks. Now that they were affected by the later Earth text, they were in an even more dangerous situation. If they were careless, they would perish on the spot. Upon seeing this, Li Xingba and Taoist Crimson Mist let out a sigh of relief. Without thinking too much, they attacked traveling monk Huiyan together. Gao Han lowered his head and looked at the illusory land formed by the streams of lights. He revealed a bitter smile, so cautious. Ling Qing turned her head and looked at him. She didn't say anything and continued attacking traveling monk Huiyan. The group of Buddhist Bantis no longer took the initiative to attack. Instead, they tried their best to approach traveling monk Huiyan and defend against the enemy together with him. Originally, they had the advantage in numbers. They wouldn't be at a disadvantage even if they were to fight against 2 Buddhist Bantis alone. However, now that they were enveloped by Yan Zhaoge's later Earth text, the situation became disadvantageous to them. Let's go. Let's leave this place first and regroup. Traveling monk Huiyan was someone who knew when to let go. He didn't insist on keeping the 3 brilliances, sacred water. Then he rushed forward together with the other Buddhist Bantis. Upon seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Then he strode forward as well. Upon seeing this, traveling monk Huiyan and the others felt a chill run down their spines. With the later Earth text, Yan Zhaoge's formation could move freely. It didn't have to be fixed to a certain spot. Under the influence of the later Earth text, even with the lotus blossoming step by step, their speed couldn't increase. They were trapped by Yan Zhaoge and couldn't escape. The group of Buddhist Bantis inhaled a breath of cold air. Let's break through this formation first. Only then can we escape unscathed, said a Buddhist Banti. He sat on a lotus with a golden lamp above his head. His left hand held onto a glazed green lamp, while his right hand held onto an Adumbra flower. Adumbra Bodhisattva is right. Traveling monk Huiyan and the other Buddhist experts nodded in unison. Then they rushed towards Yan Zhaoge together. Feng Yunsheng raised her brows and took a step forward. She raised the pitch-black saber in her hand and slashed it downwards. Namo Amitabha. Traveling monk Huiyan, Adumbra Bodhisattva, and the other Buddhist Bantis chanted the name of Buddha. Then each of them took out a Buddhist treasure. Hooked Wu sword, glazed lamp, treasured pestle, alms bowl. Under the support of their Buddhist powers, the various Buddhist treasures quickly transformed into a Buddha formation that flickered with boundless radiance. Feng Yunsheng's pitch-black saber slashed upon the Buddha formation, and the boundless radiance was instantly extinguished. The Buddhist treasures started falling down one after another. However, making use of this opportunity, the flower petal held by Adambara Bodhisattva immediately transformed into a stream of light and shot towards Yen Zhaoge. The radiance instantly traversed through space and arrived in front of Yen Zhaoge, as if it had always existed there. Facing this flying flower, Yen Zhaoge vaguely felt his mind going blank. Without hearing the sonorous voice of the great Tao, his mind seemed to be completely blank. It wasn't accurate to say that his mind was blank. It was more like he had seen through the mortal world and felt that everything in the world was an illusion. Everything was empty, and he was unable to be without thoughts. From the perspective of others, a smile seemed to appear on Adambara Bodhisattva's and Yen Zhaoge's faces. However, the smile on Yen Zhaoge's face quickly disappeared, and he regained his calmness. He remained calm and stopped his footsteps. His gaze was stern. In an instant, within this Yin-Yang 9 splendor, 7 treasures grand formation, the 9 pillars of light that supported the heavens started sinking at the same time. It was as if they were no longer supporting the sky, and were about to be buried into the ground once again. The 7 clusters of nebulas rose together, as if they had returned to the skies from the mortal realm. Along with this transformation, within the grand formation, the heavens and earth rotated, and yin and yang circulated. A huge yin-yang diagram that enveloped the entire formation appeared within the formation, and hovered above Yen Zhaoge's head. The radiance formed by the Adambara flower landed on the yin-yang diagram, and continuously rotated within the yin and yang qi that were intertwining. Chapter 1389. Flower Pinching Smile. The central blessed lands of Saha's Mahakassapa lineage's successor? Yen Zhaoge held a scroll in one hand and formed a hand seal with his other hand. The radiance revolved within the yin and yang vortex, and finally transformed back into flower petals, unable to harm Yen Zhaoge. However, the yin and yang diagram produced by the formation's power was also disintegrated. With his attack missing, the Adambara Bodhisattva could only sigh. Feng Yinsheng instantly arrived in front of him. Her jet-black saber light swept through the void, causing the glazed radiance on the Buddhist Bantis to dim down. Meanwhile, Yen Zhaoge's palms joined together, sandwiching the scroll between them as the Yin-Yang 9 splendor, 7 treasures grand formation circulated mightily. As the spirit patterns changed, 9 heaven-supporting pillars of light and 7 bright clusters of stars rose and fell simultaneously. The pressure on Banti's Huiyin and the others grew heavier. The group of Buddhist Bantis tried their best to hold on. Gao Han, Ling Qing, Taoist Crimson Mist, Li Xingba, and the others also unleashed endless attacks. Although the few great demons were wary of Gao Han and the others, their main target was still the Western Pure Lands Buddhist Bantis. Both sides fought until the entire universe was overturned and the sun and moon lost their radiance. It was only in the outer realms that experts of their cultivation could fight without restraint. Otherwise, even upper worlds like the world beyond worlds, the sky beyond skies, and the roving jade heavens would be destroyed by the shockwaves unless both sides had the intention to restrain themselves. Traveling monk Huiyin, who possessed the 3 brilliances, sacred water, was the main target of the others. The Li family's second prince was quite impressive as well. He controlled the curved twin swords of Wu and blocked Gao Han's attack once again. Then he swung his chaotic iron rod and shattered Li Xingba's square-edged golden swordbreaker. On the other side, other Buddhist Bantis helped him block the others. However, Li Xingba had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. With one hand holding onto the square-edged golden swordbreaker to distract traveling monk Huiyin, his other hand clenched into a fist at lightning speed. The attack seemed soft and unarmed, yet it struck toward traveling monk Hui and at lightning speed. The punch landed right on his right chest. Traveling monk Hui's body shook slightly. He immediately felt the continuous and gradually strengthening tremors, as if his body was about to crumble like a sand mountain. Namo Amitabha, Traveling monk Hui enchanted the name of Buddha and suddenly retracted his figure. When he withdrew, it was as if the entire void had turned into dust along with him, disappearing from this world. The four truths of Buddhism were suffering, accumulation, destruction, and Tao. Among them, the pure truth was the cause of suffering in the three realms. The pure truth meant gathering. It gathered the 88 envoys of bewilderment and the 81 tribulations of bewilderment to form the cause of karma. Following the karma, it caused the 3 sufferings, 8 sufferings, and the boundless sufferings of the pure truth. When it was used, the bitter fruit was hidden deeply. With the truth collection as the core, traveling monk Huyen executed 2 of the 37 Tao grades at the same time. The second seal of the 5 strength seal was the seal of advancing strength. It implied that there was no need for oneself to be present, to be able to endure hardships, to break through the body's laziness, to prevent one's heart from being muddle-headed, to break through the laziness of one's heart. The 4th seal of the 7 separate Bodhi seals, the separate seal of dispelling awareness, cuts off the vexations of the 5 facilitators and the 5 blunt facilitators. Wisdom illuminates. Clearly, goodness is awakened, and true wisdom is used to break through the dark troubles. The 2 techniques fused into one, fusing with the profound truths collection. Traveling monk Hui and forcefully received Li Xingba's iron fist. The surging power vibrated simultaneously. Because of that, it seemed to have been gathered, endured, and broken through. It was as if it didn't affect traveling monk Huyen at all. His movements didn't slow down at all. Instead, he borrowed the momentum of Li Xingba's fist to retreat rapidly. However, before he could move far, Taoist crimson mist obstructed him. Before traveling monk Huyen could think about it, the groan of another Buddhist bandy resounded in his ears. Under the envelopment of a horrifying saber light, a Buddhist bigwig that was equivalent to a Taoism virtual immortal was almost slashed into 2 by Feng Yunqing's saber. The horrifying saber light slashed down from his shoulder, slashing half of his golden body apart. His left arm and leg were also gone. Feng Yunqing was like a ferocious tiger that descended from the mountain. She didn't care about the outcome of her enemy. With a kick, she continued advancing forward. Gao Han and the Adumbra Bodhisattva exchanged another blow, forcing the Adumbra Bodhisattva to use the profound truths and Buddhist martial arts to help him dispel the powerful destructive force that invaded his golden body. Gao Han's left hand and Adumbra Bodhisattva's right hand clashed together. Both of their powers were in a deadlock. For a moment, they were sucked together and no one could retreat. On the other side, Gao Han raised the Holy Radiance banner in his hand. Countless golden suns descended, transforming into endless rays of light. The glazed green lamp in Adumbra Bodhisattva's left hand flickered with circles of light that represented the realization of wisdom. It kept blocking the golden sun from crashing down and was also in a stalemate with the holy light banner. Gao Han smiled faintly. 2 rays of light gathered above his head, and powerful celestial qi poured down. It was like a flood splashing onto a flame, causing the Adumbra Bodhisattva to be like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. At the same time, the other Buddhist bandy's limbs were grabbed by the 2 rocks. The 2 rocks pulled together and directly tore the Buddhist supremacy's golden body apart. A Buddhist venerable, who could be called a bodhisattva, had fallen in the void. Let's go. Upon seeing this, traveling monk Huyen knew that he had to bleed today. He raised his hand, and the crimson red gourd that contained the 3 brilliances, sacred water, reappeared within his hand. Then he tossed it into the air. A wise man knows when to retreat. Other than Li Xingba, no one else would be willing to fight him to the death. However, if they were to continue fighting, the other great demons would take advantage of the situation. As expected, as soon as the crimson red gourd flew into the sky, Ling Qing, Taoist crimson mist, and even the 2 rocks changed their direction and rushed towards the gourd. Although Feng Yunsheng was still blocking between Yen Zhaoge and the others. She no longer pressed forward. Instead, she raised her head and looked towards the crimson red gourd. Yen Zhaoge controlled the formation. The formation's power no longer continued suppressing, traveling, Monk Hui and the others. Instead, it gathered towards the crimson red gourd. Under the guidance of the formation's power, the crimson red gourd suddenly changed its flying direction. Space seemed to be distorted, and it returned to where it came from. It avoided Ling Qing, Taoist Crimson Mist, and the others, and was about to fall into Feng Yunqing's embrace. The two rocks were the fastest to begin with. However, they were now the furthest away from the gourd. The group of Buddhist Bantis instantly felt their bodies becoming lighter. Banti Hui and repelled Li Xingba once again, while the others attacked Gao Han in an attempt to help the Adumbra Bodhisattva out of his predicament. Gao Han's gaze flickered slightly. The Holy Radiance banner was the first to unleash its power and repelled the Adumbra Bodhisattva. Then, as he waved the banner seemed to have transformed into the first ray of radiance that split the heavens and earth apart. It illuminated the world and opened up all creations. As the Buddhist Bantis were forced to retreat, he struck out with his palm, which landed on the Adumbra Bodhisattva's chest. The Adumbra Bodhisattva didn't have the time to use the gathered profundities to dispel his attack. As a result, the corner of the Buddhist Banti's golden body's mouth started leaking blood. Then, the banner curled back and successfully seized the glazed green lamp from the Adumbra Bodhisattva's hands. The Adumbra Bodhisattva glared furiously. As he roared, the glazed green lamp flew out from his hands and shot towards Gao Han's face. Gao Han let out a long breath, which transformed into a storm that resembled a rain of lights, which dispersed the green flames. Chapter 1390. The two great rocks fought with Yen Zhaoge and the others for the three brilliances, sacred water. The group of Buddhist Bantis fought against Gao Han and Li Xingba, while the other three great demons launched their attacks against traveling Monk Hui and the others. After saving Adumbra Bodhisattva, traveling monk Huiyan let out a soft cry. The curved twin swords of Wu on his back appeared once again and danced in the void, transforming into a sea of sword lights that blocked off the great demon. The other Buddhist Bantis took action and obstructed Li Xingba. Then, the group of monks unleashed their lotus-blossoming step divine ability and quickly fled into the distance. On the other side, under the influence of Yen Zhaoge's formation, the crimson-red gourd containing the three brilliances, sacred water, flew towards him. Naturally, the others weren't willing to let him go. No matter if it was Ling Qing, Taoist Crimson Mist, or the two great rocks, all of them rushed towards him. Yen Zhaoge was unmoved as he sat cross-legged on the ground, keeping that scroll between his palms. At this moment, the blue-black demonic flames in Feng Yunqing's eyes started to become even more vicious and deep. She held the saber in one hand, and in her other hand, there was a small black jade bottle. Feng Yunqing spread her arms to the sides. The terrifying black fire and demonic aura extended from the top of her head to her shoulders, then to her arms, to the long saber and the black jade bottle. Demonic flames continued to rise, originating from the dim, glorious saber chi of the past, but it was no longer as simple as the solar erosion power of the past. Viciousness and evilness were apparent, but on a deeper level, there was loneliness and extinction. It was like eternal death, the end of everything. The smoke-like black light continued to rise, gradually forming an illusory image above Feng Yunqing's body. This image looked like an extremely ominous figure, but it also seemed to be empty, a completely dead existence. Everything, be it tangible or intangible, abstract or lifeless, once thrown into it, would come to an end and cease to exist. Time, space, matter, living beings, spirit, and even the various principles of the world were all excluded, and not a single one of them could escape. That place was like the most terrifying abyss, but it also seemed like the final destination of all existences. It was indescribable, like chaos, and it was difficult to describe its specific appearance. At the same time, it made people involuntarily feel a strange feeling of despair to the point of numbness. Doomsday Saber, primal chaos annihilation. The top of Feng Yunqing's head lit up. First, there was one, and then the second one, duo flowers at one's prominence. Her aura rose to its peak since the start of the battle. "Please don't blame me for offending you," she said softly, and the doomsday-like phenomenon in the sky fell back into her body. Then the black jade bottle in her left hand disappeared, and her free hand stretched forward. Under the flash of black light, it was as if the distance between the two of them had been erased. She directly appeared in front of a rock and grabbed its neck. The rock wanted to struggle, but the black light flashed, and the rock could not fly at all. It was firmly held in Feng Yunqing's hand. As Feng Yunqing's 5 fingers tightened, the rock's neck suddenly creaked, and its throat emitted a gasping sound as if it was leaking air. Its wings kept flapping, and blood kept flowing out of its mouth, and its eyes began to roll back. At the same time, the long saber in Feng Yunqing's hand slashed horizontally. It seemed ordinary and silent. However, the expressions of Ling Qing, Taoist Crimson Mist, and the other great rock changed greatly. Taoist Crimson Mist struck out with both of his palms. Rays of scarlet mist condensed into a red light that turned into a barrier in front of him. However, a black line appeared on the barrier without any prior signs. Wherever the black line passed, the red barrier immediately broke apart and split into 2. Taoist Crimson Mist hurriedly changed his move. The red light was also rapidly compressed into a red line that was incomparably condensed and unpredictable. It captured the black line's trajectory in an attempt to obstruct it. However, the moment the two came into contact, the red line broke apart, while the black line continued forward as if it was perfectly fine. Taoist Crimson Mist was helpless. He could only turn around and run. The black line did not seem to have the intention to kill him. It only chased after him, not giving him any chance to stop. The great rock flapped its wings, and rays of golden light transformed into a hurricane to face the black line. However, the black saber light was like an even more violent hurricane, instantly engulfing the golden light. The great rock let out a weird cry and no longer dared to resist. It turned around and was about to flap its wings and fly away. Its speed was truly fast. The instant it moved, it had almost surpassed Taoist Crimson Mist. However, the strange thing was that when the black saber light was chasing after him, its speed seemed to have suddenly increased. Just as the great rock was about to flap its wings and fly away, it was already slashed by the saber light. Fortunately, the great rock's speed wasn't just for show. It managed to narrowly avoid being injured. However, under the saber, one of its wings was directly chopped off. Although Ling Qing was also shocked, she seemed to be on guard. When she saw Feng Yunqing's twin flowers converged crown, she didn't attempt to resist like Taoist Crimson Mist and the Great Rock. Instead, she immediately retreated and evaded. But even though she reacted quickly, a black line immediately appeared on the bright moonlight that surrounded and protected her. Then the cold and serene moonlight staggered in the void and was cleaved into 2 without any suspense. The black saber light was still chasing after Ling Qing. Just like how it chased Taoist Crimson Mist, it chased Ling Qing far away. Under Feng Yunqing's saber, the black saber light seemed to exist in every corner of time and space. It was like ocean waves that were twisting and undulating. Its speed was different, and it was faintly discernible. Upon seeing this, the others were all shocked. It can already reach such a level! Although it isn't the chaos extermination, it's extremely similar. Mu Jia and Li Xingba were both shocked. Gao Han's eyes flickered. Ah, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor gave us that treasure a little too early. Feng Yunsheng repelled Ling Qing and the others with her saber. Then she exerted strength in her left hand and completely broke the neck of the other great rock that she was grabbing onto. Her actions were casual and calm. Every single one of her actions could be seen clearly. However, it was so fast that it was impossible to evade it. After tossing the great rock's corpse to the side, Feng Yunqing's figure suddenly flashed and appeared behind the gray-colored monkey race small saint. Previously, when Feng Yunsheng was killing the great rock, the two monkey race small saints and the crane race small saint had subconsciously given up on the Buddhists due to their alliance and attempted to help. However, while they were still on their way here, the battle had already ended. The monkey race small saint's hair stood up, and his figure expanded to the point where it was hard to measure. Just his head alone seemed to be as huge as the Kunlun mountain range in the world beyond worlds. However, with such a huge figure, before he could even turn around, Feng Yunsheng had already slashed her saber. She showed mercy and didn't take the monkey race small saint's life. However, wherever the black radiance passed, demonic blood would spurt out. His robust figure was like a balloon that deflated and rapidly shrunk. Then he fell forward like a collapsing mountain. When the other green-haired monkey race small saint and the crane race small saint saw this scene, they immediately stopped in their tracks and chills ran down their bodies. Feng Yunqing's gaze swept past them and didn't stop there. Instead, she looked towards the empty void, and devilish blue-black flames continuously jumped within her pupils. In the next moment, the devilish flames within her pupils extinguished. She retreated, and her aura of extinction was also retracted. On the other side, Yen Zhaoga had a deep rapport with her. Without any communication, he slammed his palms towards his feet. At the center of the formation, space collapsed downwards, forming a huge black hole. It continuously devoured its surroundings and quickly enlarged. Chapter 1391. Looking at Feng Yunqing's appearance, everyone thought that she couldn't hold on any longer. However, Gao Han and Ling Qing vaguely guessed the truth. She's trying to avoid attracting the 9 underworld's attention. On the other side, Yen Zhaoga was also aware of this and was already prepared for it. Under his control, the Yin Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures Array formation immediately reversed. The center of the array caused space to collapse, and the black hole continuously expanded towards its surroundings. At the same time, the horrifying black hole emitted a huge suction force, which dragged all existences above it downwards, as if it was going to devour everything. Everyone present had an outstanding cultivation base. Although there were differences in their comprehension of the power of time and space, any one of them could easily turn the void into a sieve, causing black holes to appear everywhere. However, facing the black hole formed by the collapse of the array, the complicated changes in space made it hard for everyone to control it. As a result, they were all affected by the abyssal, devilish pond's power and were dragged downwards, sinking within. Yen Zhaoga was no exception, and his figure descended. The later earth text in his hands gradually lost its brilliance and became dim. However, as the one controlling the array, while the array was collapsing, the remaining array's power was still protecting him, causing his descending speed to be slower. As for the others, their descending speed depended on their cultivation, as well as their understanding of the laws of time and space. No matter if it was the demon race, Buddhist Bantis, Li Xingba, Taoist Crimson Mist, or the others, they all sunk into the black hole. Everyone couldn't be bothered about attacking each other anymore. They all focused on defending themselves and displayed their own techniques, other than the heavily injured Great Demon. With traveling monk Hui En and the other strength, they wouldn't be in any danger. However, they would still be separated, and their whereabouts would be unknown. With that, Feng Yunsheng naturally didn't have to continue fighting against everyone. As for the crimson-red gourd containing the 3 brilliances, sacred water, Yen Zhaoga had already kept it within his pouch. Now that everyone was separated, it was a perfect cover for the 2 of them to retreat. Gao Han was one of the last few to fall into the black hole. His gaze flickered slightly, and he smiled and sighed. There's a limited amount of 3 brilliances, sacred water. Who wouldn't want to obtain it? In the end, young Heavenly Lord is still the best. Due to the protection of the remaining array's power, Yen Zhaoge, who was also the last to fall into the black hole, suddenly smiled. Didn't the exalted solar luminary not take a fancy to this item? Hearing this, Gao Han's expression did not change. What is young Heavenly Lord saying? Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly flashed. Yen Zhaoge kept the crimson red gourd and the later earth text. Then he formed a hand seal with both hands and pointed at him. The exalted solar luminary gave this Yen an honorific title. I'll be depending on your auspicious words. There's nothing I can do to repay you, so I'll give you a small token of my gratitude first. Li Xingba, Gong Sanhui, and his disciple were merely used by you. You, Gao Han, have a bellyful of evil intentions. Do you really think no one can deal with you? Yen Zhaoge pointed into the distance, the Yin Yang Nine splendor, 7 treasures grand formation that was already on the verge of collapse, shuddering for the final time. The runes that had not been swallowed by the black hole flew into the sky, condensing into 9 pillars of light that smashed towards Gao Han. The 9 pillars of light did not attack him. At the last moment, they dispersed and fell into the black hole, surrounding Gao Han. As the radiance dissipated, the chaotic space suddenly exploded. At the same time, Feng Yunsheng, who had retracted her aura and was descending slowly, had blue-black, devilish flames burning within her pupils once again. Her previous actions made others think that she wasn't planning on attacking anymore. However, she suddenly launched a sneak attack at Gao Han. The horrifying black saber light traversed through the void and even the black hole. It broke through the chaotic space and slashed towards Gao Han. Gao Han wasn't afraid. However, his brows suddenly frowned slightly. Feng Yunqing's saber wasn't comparable to her previous myriad Daos extinguishing grand abyss. However, Gao Han, who was currently within the black hole, had no choice but to focus on dealing with it. Most importantly, Gao Han understood what the two of them wanted to do. How did you realize it? Gao Han looked at Yen Zhaoge with a serious expression. At the same time, he blocked Feng Yunqing's attack and the increasingly violent spatial turbulence around him. He let out a low grunt, although the Holy Radiance banner did not fall from his hand. The glazed green lamp that he had obtained from Adumbra Bodhisattva was swept away by the Holy Radiance banner and fell into the black hole as well. The black hole stirred and the lamp's light flickered. The glazed green lamp instantly disappeared, much faster than Gao Han's disappearance. Gao Han looked at the glazed green lamp and let out a sigh. That was what he really wanted. To him, it was much more precious than the 3 brilliances, sacred water, that represented an important letter. Even the owner of the treasure, the Adumbra Bodhisattva, didn't know about its profundities. Of course, he could send it back after losing it. However, who knew how long he would have to wait to find another chance to deceive everyone? If time was delayed, many of his plans would have to be shelved. Most of his preparations would be wasted, and it wouldn't be easy to rearrange everything. The duck that was already in the pot could actually fly away. Gao Han's figure was about to sink into the black hole. In the end, he turned his head and looked towards Yen Zhaoge's direction with a playful gaze. If the exalted solar luminary is worried that the heavenly essence stone fragment in your hands isn't safe, this Yen can help you keep it safe. Why don't you consider it? Yen Zhaoge's voice resounded within the cosmos. His Feng Yunsheng and Gao Han's figures gradually disappeared into the black hole. After sinking into the black hole, the scene in front of Yen Zhaoge's eyes was also chaotic. He tried his best to stabilize his figure within the chaotic space and went along with the flow. Here, time was either fast or slow, completely losing its meaning. After a long time, the distorted space in front of Yen Zhaoge gradually returned to its original state. When everything returned to normal, there was still a vast and boundless dark void in front of him, as if he was still at the place where everyone was fighting. It was the same in the void's boundless outskirts. No matter where one went, the scenery would be the same. To determine one's location, one could only rely on the stars and the martial art practitioner's own perception and grasp of space. This time, someone ran quite far away. After Yan Zhaoge calculated in his heart, he couldn't help but smile. I wonder where Yunxing is now. He first tried to contact Feng Yunsheng. It wasn't easy to contact her within the void's boundless outskirts. After spending quite a bit of effort, he finally received a reply. Fortunately, the distance between them wasn't too far. Yan Zhaoge decided to stay where he was and concealed his figure, waiting for Feng Yunxing to meet up with him. While waiting, Yan Zhaoge inspected his spoils of war. The Three Brilliances sacred water is indeed miraculous. Unfortunately, there's still too little of it. He chuckled. However, with another spoil of war, this trip wasn't in vain. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1392. The other spoils of war were naturally the bloodline of the demon monkey clan. When the gray-furred monkey race small saint was gravely injured by Feng Yunxing, no one realized that Feng Yunxing had already extracted a portion of his demonic blood. For a demon race small saint that was equivalent to a Taoism virtual immortal, a single drop of blood essence was extremely condensed. If it were to spread out, it would form a lake or even an ocean. Feng Yunxing had extracted more than one drop. It should be sufficient for their usage. Other than being interested in the Three Brilliances, sacred water, they also had their eyes on the monkey demon here. They wanted to extract his blood. After obtaining this blood, Yan Zhaoge could attempt to let his North Ocean clone and Pan devour and refine this demonic blood together to seek for the monkey demon's transformation. Now that both goals had been achieved, this trip could be considered a success. After waiting for a while, Yan Zhaoge saw his wife's silhouette appearing from afar. I got the demonic blood, said Feng Yunxing with a smile. Yan Zhaoge waved the crimson red gourd in his hand. I got it too. If that's the case, let's leave quickly, said Feng Yunxing. I killed a great roc. The roc of 10,000 cloudy miles should be around here. If he's free, he might come for us. She wasn't a soft-hearted person. Countless souls had perished under her blade. Although she wanted to fight for the Three Brilliances, sacred water, with Ling Qing and Taoist crimson mist, they were still companions. She only spared the gray monkey's life for the sake of the great sage. Against other enemies, she wouldn't show any mercy. However, killing was one thing. Naturally, she wouldn't ignore the future threat. No one would underestimate the roc of 10,000 cloudy miles and the group of demon race great sages. The roc of 10,000 cloudy miles is the leader of the demon race's war against the Western Pure Lands. His main enemy is still the Western Pure Lands. Who knows how long it would take for him to free himself? Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, when the roving jade heavens were migrating, his son also came to cause trouble for us. Today, the Great Rock Race is merely paying back some interest. During the battle in the Tao universe, Falua Zi was the last to arrive and couldn't fight against Yan Zhaoge. Still, having investigated the matter afterwards, Yan Zhaoge and the others had also heard of the reputation of this young master of the Great Rock Race. The couple fled together. As they traveled, Feng Yunxing asked, "Oh, right, what's so precious about that glass lamp?" "I don't." Yan Zhaoge shook his head. "Ah." Feng Yunxing was stunned. "You don't know, but how did you discover that what the exalted solar luminary wanted was that item and not the Three Brilliances sacred water?" Yan Zhaoge smiled. "I believe Gao Han wants the Three Brilliances sacred water as well. However, compared to that glazed green lamp, the Three Brilliances sacred water is inferior." Then he shrugged his shoulders. "I really do not know what use that lamp has, how precious it is, and I do not know what use Gao Han has for it. But I know that the words of a person like Gao Han cannot be easily trusted. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. No matter how sincere he acts, and no matter how realistic his words are, there's still a problem with the most crucial part. I don't know the details of that glazed green lamp. However, we can all see it. If the three brilliances sacred water isn't included, Gao Han's reward today would be that lamp. Even if it looks like he unintentionally obtained an enemy's treasure, and it's just a normal loot, when it's in Gao Han's hands, I have no choice but to be cautious. Yan Zhaoge paused for a moment and continued. Even if there's nothing fishy about it, there's no harm in testing him. After all, there's no real relationship between us. On the other hand, this bastard even dug a hole for me previously. But why do I feel like you're quite satisfied with that title? Feng Yunqing's expression seemed like she was smiling yet not, and she glanced at him. Yan Zhaoge snorted. No matter if I'm satisfied or not, that bastard's motive is filled with evil intentions. As for the title itself, Yan Zhaoge coughed dryly and said, well, it's barely passable. Feng Yunqing laughed. Your requirements are quite high. You're implying that you're not completely satisfied? Of course, Yan Zhaoge said confidently. I've been racking my brains to come up with a unique and glorious title for myself. This is about face. Oh, face. There might be a wrong name, but there's no such thing as a wrong nickname. I thought of a straightforward and tyrannical title like Senior Sua's martial god, or my ancestor's sword god. Only, I couldn't think of anything suitable at the moment. Yan Zhaoge felt a little resentful. Gao Han's title is still passable. Just use it for now. Feng Yunqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yes. I've wronged you. However, I feel that the title of young heavenly lord is well-deserved. Yan Zhaoge looked at her and chuckled. Ever since Feng Yunqing returned to the mortal world 20 years ago, she had fought against the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, causing her to be unable to take a single step forward. After that battle, she became famous. Ever since then, the name Dim Towering Vast Cold had spread far and wide. However, everyone was more used to calling her by another title, Devil's Saber. Only, this title wasn't pleasing to the ears. It was related to the 9 underworlds, and people would easily associate it with the devil of aged metal Saber Devil. As such, it was rarely mentioned in public. Feng Yunqing mimicked Yan Zhaoge and shrugged. I don't really care about titles. Let's not bid farewell to the exalted solar luminary, exalted lunar luminary, and the others. Let's go home first. Yan Zhaoge said, the 3 brilliances, sacred water, and the demon monkey's bloodline will require some preparation before they can be used. After the preparations are done, why don't we go out for a walk? Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, Feng Yunqing asked, are we going to look for the chief and senior Qin? That's one thing, Yan Zhaoge answered. Another thing is to look for the Bright Connection Emperor's burial ground. I promised my mother that I would look for it this time. Unfortunately, I'm busy sending the 3 brilliances, sacred water, back. I can only think about it later. Feng Yunqing nodded. Even if we go in and out frequently, we still have to be careful. Don't let anyone follow us to the awakened sky, cosmos. Of course. After saying that, Yan Zhaoge left with Feng Yunqing. A long time after their disappearance, another person appeared within the universe's void. It was the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing. Ling Qing's face was expressionless. She looked around and silently stood on the spot. After a long while, the void far away shook like water ripples. A white-clothed man appeared from within. He was Gao Han. It seems like they appeared here before. However, the traces were faintly discernible, and I can't find them any more, said Ling Qing. Gao Han smiled and said, that's within expectations. If it's so easy to find them, how could they hide for 20 years? Ling Qing looked at him. The 3 brilliances, sacred water, is gone. Where's the lamp? Upon hearing this, Gao Han covered his face and sighed. This is the 2nd time I've been blinded. Chapter 1393. Are you sure that it's a goose that pecked you and not a phoenix? Asked Ling Qing indifferently. Gao Han covered his face and sighed. Anyway, his surname is Yan. Geese and little Yan are just like that. Ling Qing frowned and looked at him seriously. Is there really no other way? We've made so many preparations beforehand. Not to mention starting from scratch. Even if we were to stop, we would suffer huge losses every single day. It's too difficult to gather many treasures and materials. There are still ways. Gao Han put down his hand that was covering his face and said slowly, there's still a backup plan. However, it would still take some time. Ling Qing shook her head. Then don't look as if you've lost your parents. Gao Han smiled and shook his head. I really have no choice but to admit it. Now, the world belongs to the youngsters. Previously, in the Dao Universe's world beyond worlds. Including this time, this is the second time I've lost to that young Heavenly Lord. If you didn't mention the title of young Heavenly Lord in front of Li Xingba and Taoist Crimson Mist, you wouldn't have lost the glazed green lamp. Ling Qing said plainly, this is clearly to take revenge on your provocation. Gao Han nodded. This time I wanted to personally observe that young Heavenly Lord. It's only right for me to pay a price. What's the result of your observation? Ling Qing looked at him. He's more outstanding than expected, but also more prideful. Gao Han's lips curled into a smile. He's someone who's only willing to take advantage of others. If he feels that he's taken advantage of, he'll definitely think of ways to take revenge. Even if he doesn't, he'll definitely take revenge somewhere else. He won't be humiliated, and he'll definitely take revenge. Even if his opponent seems to be stronger, he'll never back down. Instead, he'll go against his opponent. Although he's calm most of the time, he's also impulsive. Ling Qing evaluated without any emotions. He's easy for others to take advantage of him. Making a mistake once is already enough. Gao Han smiled. Even if this person acted impulsively for a moment, he would very quickly regain his calm and think of a way to deal with the aftermath. Therefore, although he has created quite a few big problems, but if you look back, you will discover that most of the time, the disaster that he caused in the end was him or someone on his side. After stirring up trouble, you're able to deal with the aftermath yourself. Isn't this a kind of capability in itself? Asked Ling Qing. Of course. I'm not afraid of people who can cause trouble. I'm afraid of people who can solve problems after causing trouble. Gao Han said in a matter-of-fact manner, this is much better than someone who never causes trouble and follows the rules. Crisis, danger, and opportunity coexisted. There was only endless danger, but he couldn't grasp the opportunity. Naturally, he would be disliked. There was no danger, but opportunities were rare as well. He created a crisis, yet he was able to avoid it and seize the opportunity. If it happened once or twice, it might be luck, but if it happened all the time, it would be hard to explain it as pure luck. Are you referring to yourself? Asked Ling Qing indifferently. Gao Han smiled. I do not dare. While the two of them were talking, energy fluctuations came from the dark and boundless void in the distance, and a figure appeared. Dressed in a purple robe, his skin was pale, and he had a bored expression on his face. He was none other than the heavenly young master, Chen Qianhua. Thank you for coming here, little friend Chen, said Gao Han with a smile. Chen Qianhua said lazily, it's nothing. I'm very interested in anything related to the exalted solar luminary. It's only a pleasure for me to come here. However, I've been busy with something else recently, and I don't have much time to accompany you. Tell me, why did you contact me? Gao Han smiled and said, Are you busy looking for Yan Zhaoge and the pill hall's whereabouts? Yes and no. Chen Qianhua replied indifferently. Recently, I've been busy with cultivating and comprehending the Tao. I'm trying to fuse everything I've learned together and pass the pure, profound tribulation. Gao Han understood and said, Your goal is still to find someone. The higher your cultivation, the easier it would be for you to find him. Chen Qianhua nodded. Indeed, that's right. However, Forgive me for being blunt. Gao Han said, I've met Yan Zhaoge before. He has already pushed open the immortal door. His strength is so strong that no one in the same realm can match him. Even if you've passed the pure profound tribulation and attained the immortal chi-fused aura, you might not be able to defeat him easily. I know. In the past, before I passed the immortal door, I fought against him once. Chen Qianhua didn't mind it at all. A smile appeared on his face. I don't have to fight against him even if I want to play with him. Fighting against him is just a method of playing. I've already tried it once. There's no need for me to fight against him every time. Passing the pure profound tribulation is just to increase my cultivation and make it easier for me to find him and the pill hall. Ling Qing frowned slightly as she listened by the side. Gao Han's expression remained the same. According to his understanding of Chen Qianhua, although he was a rare martial arts genius, he wasn't obsessed with suppressing others in terms of martial arts. Most of the time, the purpose of fighting with others was for the so-called pleasure of their own. If that's the case, I have a clue about Yan Zhaoge's whereabouts for you. How about it? Are you interested? Gao Han suddenly smiled. If you don't plan on fighting against him, it doesn't matter if you're a true immortal or a profound immortal. Isn't it better to find him earlier? Chen Qianhua waved his hand nonchalantly. That's good. However, I'd rather find him myself. To him, searching for Yan Zhaoge was also a form of pleasure. The smile on Gao Han's face deepened. How about this? Help me with something, and I'll tell you about Yan Zhaoge's whereabouts. Ling Qing's frowned brows relaxed. Instead, she calmly looked at the two. Gao Han's way of bargaining was very unique. He was rushing to deliver information to someone else, yet the other party didn't want it. Instead, his bargaining method was to request for someone to do something for him. What was more interesting was that Chen Qianhua became more spirited upon mentioning this. Oh, what's the matter? Help me find something. A treasure that no longer has an owner, said Gao Han. Ha! Exalted solar luminary. You're truly an interesting person. Chen Qianhua stared at Gao Han for a while and finally nodded. All right, deal. What is it? Gao Han tapped on the air with his finger, and a silhouette appeared. The silhouette of the glazed green lamp appeared. Within Chen Qianhua's eyes, jade-green radiances surged. They intertwined and danced around before quickly extinguishing. A grand virtual-level Buddhist immortal artifact requires some time. Chen Qianhua said indifferently, I'll inform you when there's a result. Gao Han smiled and nodded. I don't know where the pill hall is or where Yan Zhaoge is currently. However, there's a place that he might be heading to. Of course, I'm not sure when he'll be heading there. He might have already been there. Although the content of his words was unclear, his tone was very firm. Now that he has pushed open the immortal door, the immortal artifact, left behind by Yin Tianxia, should have already been refined. From there, he might have already found out the final whereabouts of his mother, Xue Chuqing's grandmaster, Hu Yuexin. Coincidentally, I have some clues regarding that place as well. Furthermore, it's convenient for you to find some helpers at this moment. Chapter 1394. Gao Han chuckled and said, Since you have nothing better to do, why don't you give it a try? Just wait for a while. There's no need for clues. It's fine as long as I know about it. Chen Qianhua said nonchalantly, I know about the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin. It's not difficult to locate her burial ground, unless she died in the original nebula or something similar like her master. That's naturally the best. Of course. I still hope that you can help me locate it first, said Gao Han with a smile. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Chen Qianhua laughed. Gao Han scanned the surrounding void. Right, someone had a conflict with Yan Zhaoge just now. Little friend Chen, if you're looking for someone, you should have at least one virtual immortal and one profound immortal as your helpers. Then he waved his hand and 2 green talismans floated towards Chen Qianhua. You can use these to contact them. I'll see. Chen Qianhua did not resist, nor did he ask any questions. He took the 2 talismans non-committally, then turned around and walked away. Looking at his disappearing silhouette, Ling Qing asked, "Asking him to locate the glazed green lamp for you is equivalent to exposing your traces to him, giving him the chance to investigate your background. Is that what attracted him? Instead, he reluctantly provided clues regarding the young heavenly lord?" "That's it," Gao Han said calmly. "Initially, he wasn't that interested in me. After knowing that Keidu was my clone, he became excited." Previously, Chen Qianhua didn't have much contact with Gao Han. Hence, even if he thought of such a mysterious figure like Gao Han, he wouldn't pay much attention to him. However, he had interacted with the concealed sovereign quite a bit. In the past, after knowing that the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su, was Gao Han's clone, Qin Qianhua truly remembered Gao Han. He possessed the origin heavenly scripture. However, Gao Han's current cultivation realm was far from his. Moreover, Gao Han possessed many hidden techniques, which made him a mystery in Qin Qianhua's eyes. The more it was so, the more interested Chen Qianhua became. "I've heard of him. However, it's true that knowing him by his reputation isn't as good as meeting him in person," said Ling Qing. Gao Han smiled. "It's rare for you to say good things about me. It's actually because of this. He should be able to challenge the pure profound tribulation soon, right?" Ling Qing asked with uncertainty. "And he should only have one bottleneck in the leakless true immortal realm. From the looks of it, it has already been filled," Gao Han replied with a nod. This clone of the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su, had been hiding in the world beyond worlds in the past. He had been living in seclusion. Although he seemed ordinary, he hadn't wasted any time at all. It seemed like he was in seclusion all year round, but it also provided him with enough time to plan and work with peace of mind. Other than analyzing the mark of the Triratna jade scepter beneath Kunlun Mountain, he had also analyzed the people and matters of the world beyond worlds extremely thoroughly over the years. He's also walking the path of a wide range of knowledge, a path where all techniques return to their roots. Gao Han said, "It's just that he doesn't do anything about learning martial arts. He just follows his heart and lets it go. Therefore, if he wants to cross the pure, profound tribulation, he must first master what he has learned. Even if he didn't care and didn't care before, at this point he must take this step. Of course, there's no need for them to truly become one and act as they please. At the very least, they must be able to help each other." Gao Han waved his hand and left this place together with Ling Qing. However, he only has this one bottleneck. It's much easier than Fu Jinxiu's 5 and the Heaven Emperor's 4. Since all the difficulties had been resolved, it meant that his preparations were mostly complete. There were no more obvious, hidden dangers. He could now accumulate his strength and prepare to challenge the pure, profound tribulation. Of course, this didn't mean that he would definitely succeed in crossing the tribulation. However, if he were to take the risk before the difficulties were resolved, he would die under the tribulation 10 times. Everything would turn to dust. Speaking of Fu Yunqi, he should have obtained the fist scripture of the Tai Fist, right? If that's the case, he's only left with the final hurdle, asked Ling Qing. Gao Han chuckled. "That's right. Originally, the final hurdle was the Tai Fist. Now the final hurdle is the severing emotions parasitism and recovering the grand oblivion of emotions. As for the Heaven Emperor, his final hurdle was the later Earth text. From the looks of it now, he can only think of another way to resolve this final hurdle." Gao Han's expression was a little strange. He wasn't taking pleasure in someone else's misfortune. Instead, he seemed to be sighing. "Young Heavenly Lord, how many hurdles do you need to overcome?" Ling Qing suddenly asked. "I don't know either." Gao Han answered honestly, "I can't see through the first person in history to cultivate the 3 clear lineages and push open the immortal door. He's not like his father, Yendi. I don't even need to look at him to know that he doesn't even have a single hurdle. After becoming a true immortal, He only needed to accumulate his strength for a few years before he could challenge the pure, profound tribulation. I wouldn't be surprised even if you tell me that he's already achieved the duo cheese fused aura and reached the profound immortal realm. Gao Han clicked his tongue in admiration. Daoist Yen, Daoist Di, and Yen Di himself. This family of three is indeed impressive. It's just a pity that this supreme martial art cannot be spread throughout the world, and is still a little useless. However, to Yen Di it's too perfect. After praising him, he sighed. However, I really can't count on that young heavenly lord. Could he be the same as his father? Or perhaps he's an unprecedented number. Perhaps he'll make history again and become the first person in history to overcome more than 10 hurdles in the true immortal realm? Gao Han smiled as he spoke. Ling Qing said indifferently, "Do you believe your own words?" "All right, I don't believe it either." The smile on Gao Han's face disappeared. The hurdles in the true immortal realm actually meant that one's cultivation would resonate with the great Tao of the heavens and earth, resulting in flaws. The reason might be due to one's cultivation or one's own flaws in the martial Tao. Other than the man-made disasters mentioned above, there might also be natural disasters caused by external factors. There were many different reasons. Although one had achieved the leakless true immortal realm, it was the person who was leakless, not the Tao. Similar flaws would be formed on martial art practitioners who had just achieved the immortal realm. Only after making up for these flaws, one would have the confidence to challenge the pure, profound tribulation. The hurdles differed from person to person. Naturally, the way to overcome the hurdles was also the same. According to the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's words, "I'm really interested to see how much of a commotion this young heavenly lord can cause." Gao Han smiled and said he had made a trip to the 5 Elements Mountain. "I feel that things aren't over yet." Ling Qing said indifferently, "Isn't that exactly what you want?" "Only partially." Gao Han's gaze was deep. "Don't you feel that there's a place that has been too peaceful in recent years?" "The 9 underworlds." Ling Qing's gaze suddenly turned cold. Although they've been acting with their tails between their legs most of the time, no one has ever let down their guard against them. Gao Han said leisurely, however, now that the Western Pure Lands and the demon race have appeared, it's a little abnormal that they're still so quiet. Chapter 1395. The 2 heretics are currently engaged in an intense battle. The Western Pure Lands and the demon race are also involved in it. To us Orthodox Taoism, our activities are much more extensive, and it's a rare opportunity for us to take action. Ling Qing said, "However, it's similarly convenient for the 9 underworlds." Gao Han walked within the boundless void with a deep gaze. That's why they're so quiet now. Other than the wood devil's brief appearance, there aren't any other movements. That's why it's so abnormal. "How's Daoist Qin doing?" Ling Qing was asking about Qin Xuanzong. Gao Han sighed. If not for the young heavenly lord's interference, the matter would have been settled. With Daoist Gao and Daoist Li of the roving Jade Heavens around, the water devil would have been annihilated on the spot. Ling Qing said plainly, "If not for your interference, the water devil wouldn't have gotten the chance to reincarnate through Daoist Chen's disciple so easily. Then Ji Du would have been exposed in advance." Gao Han said innocently, "I'm helpless as well. Moreover," his expression became a little more serious, "moreover, dragging this matter isn't a solution. Sooner or later, this will have to happen. Qin Xuanzong himself is the water demon's most desired reincarnation body. Even the 9 underworlds hope that the water demon can use Qin Xuanzong as his reincarnation body. Back then, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor had instructed Jian Shenhua to obtain the Devil of Aged Metal's authority. However, she acted on her own and swallowed an elephant. Ling Qing said slowly, "The Devil of Aged Metal has been put aside. After so many years, I haven't heard of any other movements. After Yin Qianyang's death, There hasn't been any suitable reincarnation physique for the devil of aged metal? She looked at Gao Han and asked. Gao Han said, 800 years ago, there was one that barely appeared. However, the devil of aged metal never showed any movements. Back then, I thought it was because of Jian Shanhua. Now, it doesn't seem to be the case. He laughed. The 9 underworlds would rather have nothing than a substandard one. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor gave the black jade bottle to Taoist Feng. Isn't that a little? Ling Qing had a rare expression of hesitation. Isn't that a little too early? Otherwise, I wouldn't have suffered such a setback. Gao Han continued her words, his face filled with helplessness. Just based on her current strength, as long as this Taoist Feng dares to use her strength, she is a genuine young heavenly sovereign. Even a true heavenly sovereign might not be able to take her down. Ling Qing frowned. You know what I'm talking about. Gao Han's expression turned serious. No matter if it's her or Yen Zhaoge, they both know their limits. Even if they obtain the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's black jade bottle, they wouldn't be so complacent and rush towards the origin heavenly realm. They aren't that foolish. A mere duo flower's converged crown would easily attract the attention of the 9 underworlds, said Ling Qing indifferently. Gao Han smiled again. It's just right. The 9 underworlds will pay more attention to her, and pay less attention to Chen, Xuanzong, and the others. Ling Qing's expression regained its usual calmness. She shook her head lightly. If Jian Shanhua didn't die, her side would be less. Yeah, Gao Han did not deny it. He sighed leisurely. However, it is indeed a little too early. I wonder if the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor has any other considerations. Ling Qing did not answer. With a calm expression, she calmly walked forward by the void. Gao Han was already used to this. I'll go look for Taoist Chen and the others. I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on the heretics. All right, Ling Qing responded. Then the two went their separate ways and disappeared by the boundless void. At the same time, Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing traversed the void and returned to the awakened sky cosmos. The sect's legacy treasure passed down by the Grand Masters has finally returned to the broad Creed Mountain. I can finally console the past Grand Masters. Yuan Zhengfeng held the cyclic heavenly seals fragment in his hand and lamented. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, Not only the past Grand Masters, but everyone in our sect as well. Yuan Zhengfeng looked at the cyclic heavenly seals fragment in his hand and smiled as well. In the past, when I returned to the 8 extremities world from the floating gate world and stabilized my footing in the royal reed sea in the world beyond worlds, the only regret in my life was this missing sect's legacy treasure. At that time, I always thought that if I could find the treasure one day, I would finally have the face to meet my master and my ancestors in the underworld. The old man chuckled. However, after that, this worry remained a worry. It was no longer my only regret. Yen Zhaoge roughly understood the changes in Yuan Jingfeng's state of mind. He immediately smiled and said, Grand Master, with your current cultivation realm and lifespan, you're still very young. Even in the current environment, you're still a rising star, a young prodigy. Yet you're making fun of me? Yuan Zhengfeng smiled and nodded. Then he shook his head. What you said makes sense. While it's true that increasing one's cultivation is the foundation of everything, the things that I've seen and heard in the past few years made me feel like I've been reborn. With his horizons broadened, his state of mind would naturally be different. Yen Zhaoge smiled and repeated, Everything in the past was for the sect, for our fellow apprentice brothers, for the sect's disciples, and for continuously advancing in the martial path. Grand Master, you've always been sincere and never slacking off. If I didn't jump out from the well, I wouldn't know how vast the heavens and earth are. However, the past shouldn't be described as ignorant and mediocre. He smiled softly. Yuan Zhengfeng pointed at him and smiled. The past is exciting, and the present is also exciting. Who knows if the future won't be even more exciting? Yan Zhaoge chuckled and said, just like what I said earlier, in this era, everyone is a part of Taoism's revival after the Great Calamity. Indeed, Yuan Jingfeng's thoughts wandered. Then he said with a serious expression, don't forget the person who dug the well when you're drinking water. If we're confident in finding the Bright Connection Emperor's corpse, it would naturally be the best. It's not just because she's Chuqing's Grand Master. Due to the Immortal Court, Yan Zhaoge couldn't explain everything in detail. However, Yuan Zhengfeng knew that the dim, radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia, and the Bright Connection Emperor, who Yuexin had contributed greatly to all Taoism's successors. Don't worry, Grand Master. I understand. Yan Zhaoge's expression was also serious. After cupping his hands towards Yuan Zhengfeng, he bid farewell and left. His North Ocean clone and Pan Pan had already started devouring and refining the demon monkey's bloodline that he brought back. However, they wouldn't be able to see any results within a short period of time. They needed time to get used to it. After all, that was a monkey race, small saints, demonic blood. If the North Ocean clone and Pan Pan wanted to devour it before becoming an immortal, a lot of preparation and processing were required. On the other hand, through Yan Zhaoge's manipulation, the three brilliances, sacred water, was starting to be put to use. Yan Zhaoge still brought a portion of it with him. This treasure had many uses. Unfortunately, the amount of divine water he obtained this time was still limited. After bidding farewell to his mother, Xue Chuqing, and his fellow disciples, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng left the sky beyond skies once again. They left the awakened sky cosmos and returned to the boundless void's outskirts. Chapter 1396. The dim, radiant emperor should have fallen before the Bright Connection Emperor, right? On the way, Feng Yunsheng asked, how did the dim radiant will contain clues to the whereabouts of the Bright Connection Emperor? The heavenly essence stone shattered many years ago, and most of its fragments were collected by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. However, there's still some scattered fragments that have been scattered outside, and the Immortal Court has always been searching for them. As Yan Zhaoge walked, he said, back then the war between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus was at its most intense. Coincidentally, someone from the Heretics managed to find the Heavenly Essence stone fragment and brought it back to the Immortal Court. In the end, the dim, radiant emperor took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the Immortal Court, intercepting the fragment. The Immortal Court sent people to pursue them, and the dim, radiant sect declined. The dim, radiant emperor secretly gave the Heavenly Essence stone fragment to the Bright Connection Emperor, who came to his aid. Then he tried to divert the pursuers. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. However, the Immortal Court also suspected the Bright Connection Emperor and started tracking her down. In the end, the Bright Connection Emperor accidentally entered an illusory realm by the void's outskirts and was trapped for hundreds of years. When she returned to the Tao universe, the dim, radiant emperor had already perished for many years. Did the Bright Connection Emperor go to the dim, radiant mausoleum? Feng Yunxing guessed. Yan Zhaoge nodded. That's right. It was therefore that my mother learnt of the location of the dim, radiant mausoleum afterwards, also choosing a date to head there based on the time that the Bright Connection Emperor had calculated that year, helping to complete the dim radiant wheel as a final aid. Feng Yunxing understood. The Bright Connection Emperor left a clue in the incomplete dim radiant wheel at that time. She couldn't predict where she would be buried, but she left behind the location of the illusion she was hiding in. Unfortunately, the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin, was hunted down by the heretics and was severely injured. Although he once again entered that illusion to take refuge and shook off his pursuers, he still died regretfully in the end. To the outside world, including her successor Xue Chuqing and her disciple, her whereabouts were a mystery. Instead, some clues had been left behind in the dim radiant wheel. This clue should have been left behind intentionally by the Bright Connection Emperor. I'm not sure if others would be able to find their way there through other means. However, Through the dim radiant wheel, we have a great chance of finding it, Yen Zhaoge explained. At this moment, black and white lights appeared in his eyes. Sometimes they interweaved and sometimes they fused together, turning into a hazy light that was neither bright nor dark. Following the guidance, the two traversed the vast, extra-dimensional space. The concept of time gradually became blurry here, and the road ahead seemed endless. However, Yen Zhaoge could feel that he was walking in the right direction, getting closer and closer to his destination. After traversing through the crevice of the folded space again and again, Yen Zhaoge suddenly stopped in his tracks. "We're getting close," Yen Zhaoge said softly. The space-time scene before her returned to normal, no longer distorted. Feng Yunsheng looked around and saw a brilliant light. At this moment, the void that the two of them were in was filled with resplendent starlight. The radiance was extremely bright, and there was even a burning sensation. In the past, the starlight that had been like lamps in the starry sky was now dazzling. It was as if a great sun had appeared nearby. Between the stars, there were repulsive and attractive forces. They rarely gathered together, but each had their own orbit and rules. That was the immense power of the star path that even an ordinary immortal realm cultivator would find hard to shake. It was magnificent and vast. However, right now, there seemed to be many stars gathered together, densely packed and radiating. The power of the stars pressed against each other, causing the space-time to distort unnaturally. However, it contained a unique harmony, which prevented any real chaos from erupting. Looking closely, one could see that there seemed to be water flowing between the stars. It was the purest water flowing between the heavens and the earth, existing between earlier and later. Within this cold and desolate void, it coexisted with the blazing and dazzling stars. It wouldn't freeze into ice, nor would it boil or evaporate. The water flow was vast and it flowed slowly. Looking from afar, the stars seemed to be bobbing up and down in this vast river. Heavenly River. Feng Yunsheng recalled the legendary existence and felt a little surprised. She looked carefully and realized that the faraway Heavenly River seemed to have broken apart. Although it extended far and seemed endless, Feng Yunsheng could see that at the end of the Heavenly River, there was a huge stellar whirlpool that devoured the Heavenly River. That meant that the space was severely ruptured, and even the Heavenly River was cut off. However, the long, vast river wasn't completely cut off. In the end, it formed a tributary-like existence within this universe. This should be the result of the great calamity in the past. Yen Zhaoge said, "After the great 1,000 worlds shattered, the 9 heavens, the 33 heavens, and the 10 layers of the underworld all suffered from the calamity." Feng Yunsheng nodded. "No wonder I feel that the Heavenly River's momentum is much smaller compared to the rumors." Indeed. However, the creation Great 1,000 is truly miraculous. It actually formed a tributary-like water system here. Yen Zhaoge continued walking forward. However, under the distortion of space, it's still far from the true Heavenly River. It's precisely because of this existence that the Bright Connection Emperor could shake off her pursuers. Yen Zhaoge said, "After entering the river, the space would be chaotic, and it might lead to different places. Are you confident in locating the Bright Connection Emperor's burial ground?" Feng Yunsheng asked. "The situation here is slightly better than the original nebula where the Exalted with Luminary perished. It's not as chaotic and the changes are random. However, it's still very complicated. Otherwise, the Immortal Court wouldn't have given up on pursuing her. Of course, it was also because they didn't know that the Heavenly Essence Stone fragment was in Hu Yuexin's hands. They only chased after her because she was familiar with the dim, radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia. Otherwise, even if the pursuers couldn't overcome the obstruction of the Starry River tributary, they would definitely invite the higher-level bigwigs of the Immortal Court to search for her. We can give it a try. Let's go." After saying that, Yen Zhaoge descended towards the Starry River tributary. Feng Yunxing descended together with him, and her eyes lit up with devilish blue-black flames. When the blazing starlights got close to her, they all turned dim. Within Yan Zhaoge's eyes, the fusion of black and white lights flickered even more frequently. As soon as he sank into the water, a bizarre scene appeared in front of him. Layers of space appeared in front of him, attracting Yan Zhaoge to enter them. Yan Zhaoge stood still. His hands kept forming hand seals, and one seal after another was integrated into the starry river tributary in front of him. After a long time, he finally stopped. After a while, a dim radiant will seem to be rotating within Yan Zhaoge's pupils. In the end, his eyes lit up, and he brought Feng Yunxing into one of the layers of space. When the scene in front of him returned to normal, Yan Zhaoge realized that the two of them were already in a foreign space. However, this place didn't seem to have escaped from the starry river tributary. The four corners of the world were filled with water curtains, and on the water curtains, starlights were shining. Chapter 1397. It's here. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes. After sensing for a moment, he made his judgment. Blue-black, devilish flames flickered within Feng Yunxing's eyes. This doesn't seem to be a completely sealed dimensional space. Yan Zhaoge nodded. The first time the Bright Connection Emperor entered this place by mistake, she was trapped for hundreds of years. After that, she opened the door and left. After that, the spatial boundaries here underwent some changes. Now, it's somewhat connected to all directions. If one enters from different places, they might end up in different places within this dimensional space. As they spoke, the two continued moving forward. In the world in front of them, layers of water screens intertwined, turning this place into a labyrinth. Coming into contact with the water curtain or trying to pass through it, one might be able to leave this foreign space and be teleported to another place. After a while, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing walked past the corner where two layers of water screens intertwined. When they turned their heads, their eyes lit up. There was a tall Tsunghua divine tree standing there. Although it wasn't as tall as the divine tree transformed by the exalted wood luminary, Xiao Junhuang, it was still a towering tree. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing let out a sigh as they looked at the tall spirit tree, flickering with jade-green luster. At this point, there was no longer any room for luck. The Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin, had fallen here. One of the unique characteristics of her lineage was that if an immortal expert perished, their remains would transform into the Tsunghua divine tree. The towering divine tree overlapped with a water curtain, and it seemed to be immersed in the water curtain. Its entire body seemed to be standing between two different spaces. However, it wasn't torn apart. It was extremely mysterious. However, one could tell that it was currently in a weak balance. If one was careless, the balance would be broken, causing the space to distort. The tall divine tree might even be split into two. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing arrived in front of the tree and felt the aura of a living being. The branches and leaves on the tree swayed without any wind. Yan Zhaoge frowned slightly. He extended his finger and tapped on the tree trunk. "Please forgive me for my rudeness, Bright Connection Emperor." Along with his touch, radiance suddenly burst forth from the tree trunk. As the lights and shadows intertwined, a projection of a person gradually appeared in the void. After the projection stabilized, a woman's silhouette appeared. The woman looked to be in her 30s. She wore a white dress and was sitting cross-legged. Although she had a pretty face, she wasn't peerless. She wasn't as pretty as the exalted wood luminary, Xiao Junhuang, or Yan Zhaoge's mother, Xue Chuqing. Both Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing were familiar with her. They had seen her image before. They knew that this woman in white was Xiao Junhuang's disciple, the Grand Master that Xue Chuqing mentioned, the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin. It was just that while the Hu Yuexin in the image that Yan Zhaoge had seen could not be said to be peerlessly beautiful, Her temperament was lofty, and her unique charm surpassed that of countless women in the mortal realm. At this moment, in the reflection of the Tsanghua tree, Hu Yuexin's face was gloomy and her skin was extremely pale. Many years had passed, but through this image of light, Yan Zhaoge and Yi Zichen seemed to be able to feel her weakness. This seemed to be the last scene of her life. His injuries were difficult to recover from. Even though he used the Heavenly River tributary to shake off his pursuers and hide here, it was already too late to save the situation. He was on the verge of death. Hu Yuexin, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, let out a long breath. That aura wasn't colorless. Instead, it was a mixture of gray and blood red. As soon as she let out this breath, her originally pale cheeks became a bit rosier. Unfortunately, that wasn't the sign of her injuries recovering. On the contrary, it was the final radiance of her life. In the image, Hu Yuexin's eyes were lifeless, and her expression was gloomy. Her tensed body gradually relaxed, and her straight back gradually slumped. Her eyeballs moved as if they had regained their focus. However, they gradually became blurry and were covered by tears. Patter, patter! Tears dripped down from her eyes. Her eyes were filled with panic and weakness. The current Hu Yuexin was very different from everyone's impression of her in the past. I don't want to die, don't die, don't. Within the void, weak sobs resounded. They were filled with the fear of death and the desire to survive. Later on, the voice coming from the image was filled with regret and dejection. She regretted that her life had passed away just like that. She regretted that she had sacrificed her life for a heavenly essence, stone fragment. She regretted that she was addicted to the illusory idea of reviving orthodox Taoism. Later on, the regret gradually turned into hatred. She hated that she had sacrificed so much, yet she was chased away by her fellow Taoists of the world beyond worlds. She was alone and hunted by others. She died alone in a place like this without anyone knowing about it. She hated her own stupidity. For an illusory ideal, she had wasted her youth and exhausted her entire life's experience. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't wise at all. She hated her master, Xiao Junhuang, who had tricked her into walking on this path. She was extremely stupid. Not only did she ruin her own life, she also ruined Hu Yuexin's life. She was filled with endless remorse. She hated herself for sacrificing her own life for the sake of others. Curses, curses, unimaginably vicious words came out from Hu Yuexin's mouth. She targeted Xiao Junhuang, the southern extremity longevity emperor, Gaohan, Ling Qing, and even Yin Tianxia, who were originally like-minded. She targeted everyone else. The curses went from high-pitched to low-pitched. In the end, they turned into sobbing and crying. Everything that was revealed was actually because of her fear of death and regret towards her own life. The sobbing became weaker and weaker. The white silhouette became weaker and weaker as well. Slowly, it collapsed onto the ground. Only despair remained. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng looked at everything expressionlessly. Someone once said that one could only see the truest secrets within his heart before his death. Only then would one know what kind of person he was. Yan Zhaoge's voice resounded within the space. I agree with this point of view. Especially when one couldn't die quickly despite knowing that death was inevitable. Instead, one could only helplessly wait for death to descend upon them. That would be the most torturous moment. Yan Zhaoge's face was expressionless. He passed through the tree trunk and arrived in front of the water screen. Although the situation was unbearable, and although it was unexpected and disappointing, it's understandable if the Bright Connection Emperor had feelings of regret before her death. However, Yan Zhaoge raised his palm and pressed on the water screen. The water screen instantly trembled. The scene projected by the ancient splendid tree was suddenly interrupted. I want to see the true scene before the Bright Connection Emperor's death. I don't want to see something created by some bastard. Yan Zhaoge stared coldly at the water screen that caved in and transformed into a spatial hole. On the other side of the spatial hole, a person's silhouette appeared. He said lazily, "Oh, you saw through it?" Chapter 1398. Yan Zhaoge looked at Chen Qianhua and said, "Concealment of the source or concealment of the longitude. If it weren't for some special concealment technique, I wouldn't have failed to notice that someone had already reached the tree. However, this illusory scene seemed to originate from the ancient, splendid tree itself. How could I not notice that someone was faking it?" He glanced at Chen Qianhua. "I knew it. Who would be so bored as to think of no one else other than you?" While Chen Qianhua's expression was lazy, his eyes lit up. He stared at Yan Zhaoge and smiled. You were filled with reverence and yearning for it. You even tried your best to bring it back to its roots. In the end, you realized that the truth wasn't as beautiful as you thought it to be. I thought that you were a person who was willing to sacrifice yourself for righteousness, a person who was firm and fearless, but in the end you turned out to be extremely ugly and disappointing. I'm really interested in how you will react to this disparity. How can you be bored? Chen Qianhua shook his head regretfully. What a pity. You could tell that it was my handiwork. He suddenly smiled. When I created this projection, I used many secret arts to enhance it, not to mention true immortals and profound immortals. Even virtual immortals would be fooled. However, you saw through it with a single glance. Yan Zhaoge, you're truly unique. Yan Zhaoge stared at Chen Qianhua and smiled. Even if I didn't look at it, I would know that the Bright Connection Emperor's final words were completely different from the illusion you created. Now that you're suspecting me, even if it doesn't match your expectations, you would still think that I'm faking it, said Chen Qianhua indifferently. He opened his palm, and an ice-like crystal appeared in his palm. The light and shadow projected by the crystal fell on the water curtain that was erected in the void like a barrier between the two of them. A figure appeared in the projection. It was a woman in a white dress. She was the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin. Compared to the projection created by Chen Qianhua, the current Hu Yuexin in the projection had no difference in appearance. Her face was dim, and her skin was pale. Anyone could tell that her injuries had already reached a critical point, and she was at the final moments of her life. However, different from the projection created by Chen Qianhua, Hu Yuexin's expression was much calmer. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air that was mixed with gray and blood red. Hu Yuexin's face, which was originally pale, was now flushed red. In the final radiance of the setting sun, her expression became even more tranquil and open-minded. Although there was an unconcealable weakness in his eyes, they were as calm as water, without any fear or resentment. Master, may I know where you are now? Are you all right? Hu Yuexin looked up at the water curtain in the sky. Looking at the strange and dazzling scene reflected on the water curtain, she couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. With your temperament, I don't think you would be afraid of matters of life and death. In fact, I have already prepared myself. If you were still here, you wouldn't have stayed silent for so many years. But I still have some hope in my heart. Hu Yuexin smiled. However, I'm afraid I'll have to leave first today. I sincerely hope that you're still alive. It's a pity that I won't be able to wait until the day you return. But I didn't embarrass you. The lady in the white dress murmured softly, If I drink with you now, I can drink 2 or 3 of you. I've been taking care of the wooden bed that you like to sleep on. It has been preserved for so many years, and it hasn't been eaten by worms. As long as you want, we can drink from 3 o'clock in the morning to midnight, and then sleep from midnight to 3 o'clock in the morning. It's just that it's hard for me to change my bad habit of arguing with you. But if you're willing to come back earlier, I'll try my best to change it. I'll try my best to talk less to you. Hu Yuexin nagged as if there was no point in her speech. But in the end, she smiled brightly, and her pale face became redder. I've never forgotten what you taught me in the past. No matter how bumpy, how difficult, and how hopeless the road ahead is, I've never wavered. I'll do my best for the revival of our orthodox Taoism, to sweep away the heretics and to clear the universe. I've gotten the heavenly essence stone fragment that you mentioned in the past. I'll also do my best to prevent this treasure from falling into the hands of the heretics. Even though my fate has come to an end today, I have a successor, and the torch will be passed on, just like what you taught me all those years ago. I believe that my successors will also persevere, and they will eventually wait until the day when the evil is cleared and the chaos is restored. The redness on Huyueshin's face started fading away, and the light in her eyes started dimming. She was really on the verge of death. Within her pupils, the figure of a beautiful lady in green dress appeared. That was the exalted wood luminary, Xiao Junwang. I won't be able to see that day, but our successor will definitely be able to see it. I hope that Master can also see it when you return in the future. Huyueshin's voice gradually became lower, and her breath gradually became weaker. The figure that appeared deep within her pupils gradually turned into another person's appearance. It was a young man in black clothes with a white robe draped over his shoulders. His long black hair draped over his back. His facial features were clearly similar to the dim, radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia, that Yan Zhaoge and the others knew. However, compared to the familiar image that Yin Tianxia left to others, this man was much younger. At the same time, the Yin Tianxia in Yan Zhaoge and the others' memories had long black hair and pure white eyebrows. This young man's eyebrows were still black. However, the pair of calm eyes with distinct black and white were exactly the same as the one in Yan Zhaoge and the others' memories. I know that it's not good for me to always be late. Especially this time, I'm late for a few hundred years. The lady in white dress, neck, gradually lost the strength to support her head. Her head drooped lower and lower. However, I guarantee that this will be the last time. 100 rivers, I'm coming. In the end, her voice became so soft that it couldn't be heard anymore. The lady in white dress sat stiffly on the spot. Her head drooped, and she no longer breathed. The bright connection emperor, Huyueshin, finally passed away in a foreign dimension within this starry river tributary. Within the scene, her remains gradually changed, and radiances extended from within. Vigorous vitality erupted, and in the end her figure disappeared. Only a sapling was left rooted on the spot, and its branches and leaves curled up. In the end, it turned into a towering divine tree. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng stood on the spot and watched this scene in silence. After a long time, the two of them bowed towards the Canghua divine tree. "Is that the dim, radiant emperor?" asked Feng Yunsheng softly. "Yes," Yan Zhaoge quietly answered. Yin Baichuan is the dim, radiant emperor's original name. After he succeeded the position of the dim, radiant sect master, he changed his name to Yin Tianxia. He turned his head and looked at Chen Qianhua with a cold gaze. "You're satisfied just like that?" Qianhua's expression was filled with disgust. Being unexpected is the greatest joy in living. What joy is there in knowing something? Yan Zhaoge coldly said, "Some people, some matters, don't allow you to find joy in them. Who do you think you are?" Chapter 1399. The lazy expression on Chen Qianhua's face was no longer present. His eyes were brimming with vigor as he appraised Yan Zhaoge. "Yan Zhaoge, you're a very special person. However, many of your thoughts are too vulgar. Are you willing to be so ordinary? That is, really..." He still wanted to say more, but Yan Zhaoge had already brazenly made his move. Separated by a layer of space, Yan Zhaoge used his finger as a sword and stabbed towards Chen Qianhua. The terrifying dark red sword radiance pierced through time and space as if it was not affected at all. It arrived in front of Chen Qianhua. Chen Qianhua didn't move from his original spot. He stretched out his hands and clasped them in the middle. The water screen that obstructed space reappeared and formed a vortex, attempting to lock Yan Zhaoge's immortal trapping swordlight within. As the water curtain surged, the Canghua divine tree, which was half submerged in the water, was also swept up. Half of the tree trunk, branches, and leaves remained in place. However, the other half that was submerged in the water was affected by space-time and was moved. Although the branches of the towering divine tree were strong, they still felt like they were about to be torn apart by the distortion of space and time. Yan Zhaoge remained expressionless. He extended his other hand and pressed it against the trunk of the Songhua divine tree. Yan Zhaoge's deep understanding of time and space allowed him to stabilize the Songhua divine tree, preventing it from being sliced into two by the distortions of space. Qianhua took the opportunity to retreat. "I've already fought you once. There's no need to fight a second time," he said indifferently. "This time I wanted to see your disappointed expression when your expectations were dashed, but you saw through it in advance. Let's find something else to play with next time." As Qianhua spoke, Yan Zhaoge strode forward. He slashed with the dark red sword light in his left hand and pulled back his right hand. The sword light slashed through the water screen, and the entire Songhua divine tree was dragged out from the water. Affected by this, the Songhua divine tree itself trembled violently. However, Yan Zhaoge's fingers moved rapidly and knocked on the tree trunk. The jade, clear aeon light, heavenly scripture, and the void, heavenly scripture's profundities were unleashed at the same time, rapidly helping the Songhua divine tree to calm down the sudden changes in the environment. With a wave of his hand, the Songhua divine tree was uprooted from the ground. The ground below was actually formed by water. After leaving the tree, the Songhua divine tree seemed to have lost its nutrients and showed signs of withering. However, Yan Zhaoge flicked his fingers, and rays of radiances flew out. They enveloped a portion of the water and continued to surround the Songhua divine tree's root system. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge struck out with his left hand once more. Where the red light passed, the water screen before him completely split apart. Yan Zhaoge's figure advanced. Under his manipulation of space, the Songhua divine tree beside him suddenly shrunk and was kept into Yan Zhaoge's right sleeve. He continued to move forward, stepping through the void and arriving at the space-time where Qianhua was. However, the moment Yan Zhaoge stepped into the space, several terrifying auras suddenly arose. However, at the same time, Feng Yunsheng, who had previously been standing silently and not moving, silently supporting Yan Zhaoge, also moved at this moment. Within her pupils, devilish blue-black flames flickered. Similarly, she took a step forward and arrived beside Yan Zhaoge, entering the space on the other side. More than one grand and resonant, yet also ethereal and lofty sonorous voice of the great Tao sounded at this moment, and then they clashed together and canceled each other out. There were grand virtual immortals among the ambushers. Layers of lights and silhouettes appeared as they swayed. The one in the lead wore a fishtail golden crown and a pale yellow Taoist robe. His face was red and he had a long beard. It was none other than Li Xingba. Behind Li Xingba was his disciple, Gong Sanhui. However, he didn't approach him. Beside Li Xingba stood a white crane. It was the crane race small saint that fought for the three brilliances, sacred water. Currently, they were working together with Qianhua to ambush Yan Zhaoge. "You're here for the pill haul, right?" Yan Zhaoge's expression remained calm. He wasn't surprised at all. Although they were fighting for the three brilliances, sacred water together, there was undoubtedly something more valuable compared to the three brilliances, sacred water. The young heavenly lord title was only a part of Gao Han's instigation. The other part was to tell Li Xingba that Yan Zhaoge controlled the heavenly court's divine palace's pill hall. Although the pill hall could be teleported, Yan Zhaoge was currently outside. Naturally, the pill hall wouldn't be able to follow him. If that's the case, wouldn't it be possible to gain control over the pill hall by controlling Yan Zhaoge? Thinking about this, how could Li Xingba and the crane race small saint not feel excited? Even if the two sides were not familiar with each other before, there was now a basis for an alliance. Now that he had borrowed Chen Qianhua's strength and knew that Yan Zhaoge might be coming here, he immediately set up an ambush, waiting for Yan Zhaoge to step into the trap. How are they related to Chen Qianhua? Yes, it's most likely Gao Han. Although Chen Qianhua used various secret arts to conceal their traces and even forged the bright connection carvings on the Canghua divine tree, they were still discovered by Yan Zhaoge and Yan Qianhua. As soon as Yan Zhaoge discovered it, he immediately realized that unless Chen Qianhua himself ascended to the virtual immortal realm with 5 Qis unification, there would be other virtual immortals assisting him. Otherwise, with Yan Zhaoge's vast knowledge and Feng Yunqing's high cultivation base, no matter how exquisite Chen Qianhua's secret art was, he wouldn't be able to conceal it for so long. As such, Yan Zhaoge wasn't surprised that virtual immortals were ambushing Chen Qianhua. He just didn't expect it to be Li Xingba and the others. However, after thinking about it for a while, Yan Zhaoge understood that the bridge between the two was Gao Han. However, he didn't care about Li Xingba and the others' existence and continued targeting Chen Qianhua. The reason why Feng Yunqing remained motionless was to guard against Li Xingba and the others. Black, devilish flames rose once again and obstructed her opponent. Yan Zhaoge's footsteps didn't stop. He stepped through space and arrived in front of Chen Qianhua. He pressed his palm down, while Chen Qianhua smiled and didn't resist. Yan Zhaoge frowned. He clenched his fingers and crushed Chen Qianhua's body. However, after his body was crushed, a huge pearl appeared in Yan Zhaoge's palm. Illusory mirage pearl. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered. You have such a treasure? Within the pearl, Chen Qianhua's image appeared. He smiled lazily. I wanted to see your reaction after witnessing the bright connection carvings I created. It's good that you can see it. You don't have to personally go there. The one here was only a fake body formed by the illusory mirage pearl. As for his true divinity, he didn't even enter the Starry River tributary. See you next time. Chen Qianhua waved his hand towards Yan Zhaoge. The figure within the pearl became fainter. Do you think it's that easy? Yan Zhaoge stared at the pearl in his hand, and a sneer appeared on his face. He held onto the pearl with his left hand and lifted his right index finger. A speck of radiance flickered on his fingertip. Then he tapped on the pearl with his finger. The pearl trembled, but it wasn't damaged in the slightest. However, by the boundless void outside of the Starry River tributary, a figure suddenly shook. A purple-clothed youth fell out of the void. It was Chen Qianhua. His originally pale face became even paler. Chen Qianhua froze on the spot for a long time. He opened his mouth and spat out a mist of radiance, as if he was spitting out blood. At this moment, his body was like a porcelain. Cracks suddenly appeared on the porcelain surface, and radiance leaked out from the cracks. Chapter 1400. A few hideous wounds appeared on Chen Qianhua's body, from which radiance was constantly leaking out. Within a space within the Starry River tributary, Yan Zhaoge sneered. I heard that you're not afraid of death? Do you mind this? As he spoke, he pointed at the illusory mirage pearl again. Outside the Starry River tributary, Chen Qianhua's main body trembled again, and a few more cracks appeared on his body. Green radiance flickered within Chen Qianhua's eyes. Floating Dawn divinity-breaking art? Such an unpopular secret art. No, it's not just the Floating Dawn divinity-breaking art. I should be able to defend against it alone. Now, there are many other changes added into it. You're indeed knowledgeable. Yan Zhaoge said coldly, You're just too stupid. Then he pointed at the illusory mirage pearl for the third time. On the other side, Chen Qianhua's body trembled again, and his injuries worsened. Even if his main body fought against Yan Zhaoge, he wouldn't end up in such a miserable state, regardless of whether he won or lost. It was equivalent to sending himself to Yan Zhaoge's doorstep without any ability to retaliate. He would be beaten up by Yan Zhaoge like a punching bag. More importantly, the injuries on his body weren't only affecting his body or soul. Those were Dao wounds that obstructed the resonance and feedback between Chen Qianhua and the world's great Dao. Under the continuous worsening of the Dao wounds, they had already surpassed the limit and reached an irreparable level. In this state, he had no hope of attaining the profound immortal realm. If he dared to challenge the pure profound tribulation, he would definitely die. And now it was just the beginning. The immortal realm doesn't welcome you. Get lost. Yan Zhaoge raised 2 fingers, and his index and middle fingers formed a sword and poked the illusory mirage pearl. Chen Qianhua's injuries had already reached a critical point. After receiving the combined attack of the fallen deity sword and the floating dawn divinity breaking art, his body trembled violently like never before. His body was already riddled with injuries. Now it was like a broken porcelain, and it completely shattered. Radiance gushed out from countless, densely packed cracks, completely submerging Chen Qianhua's figure. Strands of immortal qi dispersed from within and drifted everywhere, stirring up storms within the void's boundless outskirts. When the storm subsided and the light dissipated, Chen Qianhua's figure reappeared. His appearance did not seem to have changed at all, but then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pure blood, the flesh and blood of mortals. This unparalleled genius, who had ascended to the immortal realm before the age of 200 and was once a renowned young true immortal, was kicked out of the immortal door by Yan Zhaoge. His cultivation was forcefully reduced to the martial saint realm. Extremely weak, his complexion turned even paler as he muttered. Yan Zhaoge, Chen Qianhua did not attach as much importance to his own cultivation realm as other martial artists. To him, this was more of a safeguard and tool for him to have fun. Originally, he wanted to find Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, Gao Han, Nie Jingxin, and the others. However, he already felt that the true immortal realm wasn't enough. Thus, he decided to ascend to the profound immortal realm within a short period of time. In the end, Yan Zhaoge had directly knocked him down from the immortal realm, kicking him back into the martial saint realm. Even though Chen Qianhua had never cared about martial arts realms, he still felt a little resentful at this moment. He felt a sense of disappointment from not being able to fulfill his wish, which resulted in resentment and grievance. As if he was a floating corpse, he floated within the boundless void. Chen Qianhua was in a daze and was blown away by the starry winds, disappearing within the darkness. Within the starry river tributary, Yan Zhaoge coldly looked at the illusory mirage pearl that couldn't bear the burden and shattered. He shook his hand, scattering the pearl's fragments. He turned around. On the other side, Feng Yunsheng was obstructing Li Xingba and the crane race small saint by herself. The 2 virtual immortals couldn't even take a single step forward. Gong Sun Hui looked at Yan Zhaoge shattering the illusory mirage pearl and looking towards his direction. A chill ran down his spine. He didn't understand Chen Qianhua's current state. However, the previous experience of being defeated and suppressed by Yan Zhaoge felt like it was just yesterday. Li Xingba and the crane race small saint were forced to retreat and looked at Feng Yunsheng with extreme fear. The current Feng Yunsheng wasn't as domineering as when she swept through the universe with the duo flower's converged crown. However, they were already feeling helpless. No matter what, you're all of the 3 clear Taoists. Taoistly, are you and your disciple going to allow Chen Qianhua to do as he pleases? Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept across Li Xingba and Gong Sun Hui. He pointed beneath his feet. The Bright Connection Emperor's remains are undoubtedly a junior to you, Taoistly. However, due to the Bright Connection Emperor's efforts in the past, she managed to snatch the Heavenly Essence Stone's fragments that the Immortal Court was determined to obtain, which allowed our orthodox Taoism to regain its former glory. If the immeasurable Heavenly Lord obtains the complete Heavenly Essence Stone, even us Taoism's successors might be forcefully illuminated through space. Taoistly, although you're a senior that attained Tao during the ancient era, as long as you don't ascend to the grand heavenly realm, you'll still be threatened by this. No matter how deep you hide within the void's boundless outskirts, and no matter how uninvolved you are with worldly affairs, you won't be able to escape unscathed, Yen Zhaoge said with a serious expression. How can a fellow Taoist that sacrificed his life for our Taoism's successors be humiliated like this by Qin Qianhua? Even Qin Qianhua himself benefited from this. Who knows if you're speaking the truth? Gong Sun Hui was a little embarrassed. Before we came here, we didn't know about this. It doesn't matter, Li Xingba snorted. Let's not beat around the bush. We didn't come here for that tree in the first place. Yen Zhaoge calmly replied, for the pill hall? Then, there's no need for you and your disciple to worry about it. The pill hall isn't something you should be thinking about. Li Xingba was enraged. Such an arrogant junior. He pointed at Feng Yunxing and said, It's fine if she said that. However, what qualifications do you have to say that? If it weren't for her protecting you, I would have taken your life long ago. Then, I'll take your life first. When Feng Yunxing heard his words, the devilish blue-black flames within her eyes suddenly surged. A brilliance suddenly lit up above her head. Then, a horrifying black blade slashed towards Li Xingba. Li Xingba was astonished. He raised his square-edged golden sword breaker to block it, but it was instantly slashed apart. Woman, what's the point of having such a man? He wasn't a refined person to begin with. Under his rage, his words immediately became vicious. You're grand void and he's leakless. He can't even stab your falling red sword. When the crane race small saint heard his words, he couldn't help but frown. Feng Yunxing raised her brows, but no anger could be seen on her face. Taoist lordly, it seems like you've forgotten. When a mortal woman learns to ride a horse and learn to dance during their youth, their movements might even cause their wedding night to bleed. As for us women who practice martial arts, we train our muscles, bones, and blood during our early years, she said calmly, unless they want to circulate their blood to regenerate themselves. However, how many of them would do something so pretentious? Therefore, my husband can stab me however he wants. As for the matters between my husband and I, you don't have to worry about it. Li Xingba and the others were dumbfounded. You woman! Don't you have any sense of shame? It doesn't matter. The devilish flames within Feng Yunxing's eyes surged, causing the other party's entire body to shiver. Dead people can't go around gossiping. Chapter 1401. Feng Yunxing remained expressionless, and no anger could be heard from her tone. However, no matter if it was Li Xingba, his disciple, or the crane race small saint, they all felt a bone-piercing chill as if their lives had come to an end. Good. Li Xingba's red face turned as black as a pot's bottom. You too, vile spawns! If you aren't from the same family, you wouldn't belong to the same family. He said sternly, You've entered the Doomsday Devil Tao and received the Fiend God's empowerment. Even I have to admit my inferiority. However, since we dared to come, how could we not be prepared? Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing frowned upon hearing his words. Feng Yunxing seemed to have sensed something. She raised her head and looked at the space within the starry river tributary, at the sky formed by the water screen. Li Xingba sneered. Evildoers will be tormented by evildoers. You aren't completely fearless. He also raised his head and looked at the sky. The 9 underworlds is your greatest threat. Feng Yunxing's duo flowers converged crown possessed extraordinary strength, and few virtual immortals could rival her. Even for grand heavenly immortals, let alone heretics, even orthodox Taoism, Buddhism, demon race, and 9 underworlds grand heavenly immortals might not be able to defeat her. Of course, there were definitely plenty of experts that could defeat Feng Yunxing. However, grand heavenly immortal existences were limited to the various factions. Grand heavenly immortal realm experts were the most important force in their battles, as they were filled with intimidation. The reason why the blessed lands of the White Lotus took the initiative to attack the Immortal Court and gain the upper hand was mainly because 4 of the Immortal Court's grand heavenly immortals perished under Sua Mingzhang's hands. The demon race's rock of 10,000 cloudy miles instilled fear in every opposing faction. Under certain circumstances, this grand heavenly immortal realm demon race, great sage, could hold up against several others. For Feng Yunsheng, there weren't many experts that could restrain her under most circumstances. Among them, the 9 underworld's experts were rather unique. Against other experts, even if Feng Yunsheng couldn't defeat them, as long as the disparity in strength wasn't too great, she could still escape. However, the top-notch great demons and ancient devils of the 9 underworlds were able to lock onto her position more easily than the experts of other forces, making it difficult for her to escape. Feng Yunsheng was different from Astro Sovereign, Shijun, and Ying Yuzhen. Even the great demons of the 9 underworlds that were equivalent to the grand heavenly immortal realm couldn't trigger her demonic nature. However, in order to fight against the powerful ancient devil, Feng Yunsheng had no choice but to use all of her power, which caused her to slowly lose control. It just so happened that she was facing a top-notch expert of the 9 underworlds, so it was relatively difficult for her to escape as soon as possible. The longer they fought, the more disadvantageous it would be for her self-control. During the battle for the Triple Brilliance Divine Water, Feng Yunsheng's twin flowers' converged crown did not last long before disappearing. It was not because she was exhausted and could not hold on, but because she wanted to prevent the great demon of the 9 serenities from sensing her exact location and coming to harass her. This is really beyond my expectations. Yan Zhaoga also raised his head and looked at the water screen with interest. You guys actually joined hands with the 9 underworlds. Frankly speaking, this is even more surprising than you guys joining hands with the heretics. It's more than suitable to deal with you 2 rascals. Li Xingba snorted. Moreover, it's only a temporary expedient. What's so special about it? The furious expression on his face slowly faded away, and he became expressionless. Only his eyes were filled with coldness as he stared at Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng. Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng both raised their heads and looked upwards. The water screen gradually trembled. Not only was the water screen trembling within this foreign dimension, but the entire Starry River tributary seemed to be affected as well. Within the boundless void outside of the Starry River tributary, the empty universe seemed to have suddenly frozen. Within the originally dark void, an even more extreme darkness seemed to have manifested, continuously corroding the space. A horrifying aura surged from within. The undulating stars within the Starry River tributary started trembling uneasily. Everything indicated that an extremely powerful existence was about to descend upon this place. An ancient devil that was equivalent to a Taoism, grand heavenly immortal. Within the boundless darkness, a pair of faintly discernible eyes slowly opened and stared at the brilliant Starry River tributary. As expected, it's the 9 underworlds. Feng Yunsheng calmly looked towards the sky. At this moment, she could clearly feel the other party's existence. Even if a great devil leaves the 9 underworlds, he wouldn't dare to be too careless. Otherwise, he might be besieged at any moment. Yan Zhaoga said, "After all, the 9 underworlds is the public enemy. He wouldn't dare to delay for too long. I'm only worried that he might attract other reinforcements in order to end the battle quickly." The 9 underworlds' evil devils were like street rats that everyone wanted to kill. Even if the other factions were in a heated battle, they were still observing the 9 underworlds with caution. As such, the ancient devil didn't dare to be high profile. He hid here and waited outside, now that he knew through Chen Chenhua, Li Xingba, and the others that Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng had indeed arrived at the Starry River tributary. He finally revealed himself. Li Xingba and the crane race small saints' expressions turned hostile and approached them again. They wanted to hold Feng Yunsheng and Yan Zhaoga back. preventing them from escaping using the Starry River tributary's chaotic phenomenon. Naturally, they didn't hope to defeat Feng Yunsheng. They only hoped to delay them for a little longer, allowing the ancient devil to rush in, with Li Xingba and the others' help in locating them. The Starry River tributary, which had limited effects against Grand Heavenly Realm experts, was no longer an obstacle. Li Xingba's disciple, Gongsun Hui, observed Yan Zhaoge's expression and thought, if he retracted his figure and allowed that woman surnamed Feng to bring him outside, it wouldn't be easy. I have to obstruct them as much as possible. As he thought of this, he raised his voice and yelled, "Do you only know how to hide behind a woman's back? If you're like this, why don't you just hide under your wife's skirt?" It would be best if he could enrage them. As long as he could make Yan Zhaoge hesitate, it would be considered a success. As Gongsun Hui was thinking about this, Yan Zhaoge suddenly took a step forward and took the initiative to approach him. Feng Yunsheng didn't retreat either. Instead, she advanced and slashed with her saber, catching Li Xingba and the others off guard. You want the pill hull. However, even if I give it to you, you won't be able to keep it. Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. It's just like whether you can keep your lives here. It's no longer up to you to decide. Li Xingba and the others roared in anger. Shameless boasting! Gongsun Hui tried his best to defend against Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal. Although he didn't underestimate his enemy from the start, he still couldn't defeat Yan Zhaoge due to the disparity in strength. You can only suppress me at most, but you can't kill me. If you drag this on for a little longer, the ancient devil would descend. If that woman can't even fend for herself, my master and the others would be able to kill you like a dog. Although Gongsun Hui was furious, he wasn't afraid. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt his mind go blank. As a Duo Qi's profound immortal, he seemed to be at the bottom. On the contrary, Yan Zhaoge, who was in the true immortal realm, seemed to be standing high above the clouds, looking down at him. Evil people will be tormented by evil people. That's right, I'm your torment. Then an ethereal sword light poured down towards him like the heavenly river descending from the skies. Chapter 1402. Being brushed by the ethereal sword light, Gongsun Hui's body suddenly shook. At this moment, he felt that as a tranquil, mysterious immortal, his immortal energy had actually collapsed without the slightest sign, and it was once again divided into two different types of immortal energy, clear energy and righteous energy. Even though the two types of immortal energy were still interweaving, they no longer merged together, becoming indistinguishable. Affected by this, his Xian immortal body, which had been tempered by the immortal aura and could hardly be injured by a perfected immortal, reverted back to the body of a perfected immortal the moment he was hit by the sword. At this moment, he had fallen from the Duo Qi Xian immortal stage back to the true immortal stage. What kind of sword technique is this? Gongsun Hui turned pale with fright. How can this be? Various scenes uncontrollably appeared in his mind, familiar yet strange. Shockingly, it was his experience of successfully passing the pure profound tribulation and ascending to the profound immortal realm. At this moment, the scenes before him seemed to be playing in reverse, and he watched helplessly as he grew further and further away from the mysterious immortal realm. Gongsun Hui had been practicing martial arts for thousands of years. Although he lived in seclusion most of the time, he had no lack of experience traveling outside. But even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he still felt horrified and panicked at this moment. Before today, he had never heard of such a sword technique. The fallen deity sword. In that battle that year, Yan Zhaoge had banished a true immortal expert to the mortal realm as a martial saint. In today's battle, the banishing deity sword's edge had reappeared, causing the dual Qi profound immortal Gongsun Hui to fall to the true immortal realm. As the ethereal sword light that resembled a heavenly river surging in reverse descended, Yan Zhaoge executed a cyclic heavenly seal with his other hand, slapping down on the crown of Gongsun Hui's head. Do you have anyone's skirt that I can crawl into? Yan Zhaoge's laughter resounded, causing Gong Sunhui to feel like his guts were being torn apart. How could he, who had fallen to the true immortal realm by the fallen deity sword, withstand Yan Zhaoge's palm? Halfway through his shocked cries, his head had already been shattered by Yan Zhaoge's palm as he instantly lost his life. The instant Yan Zhaoge unleashed the fallen deity sword, Li Xingba and the crane race small saints' expressions changed. Their eyesight naturally far surpassed that of ordinary people as they immediately felt that sword of Yan Zhaoge's was extraordinary. Unfortunately, under Feng Yunqing's attacks, they couldn't even take care of themselves. How would they have the energy to take care of Gong Sunhui? Retreat quickly. Just as Li Xingba could order his disciple, he saw his disciple being struck down to the true immortal realm by the swordlight. Then Yan Zhaoge's palm smashed his head into a mist of blood. His juju-bred face first turned pale, then it swelled and turned purple. He flew into a rage, but he couldn't do anything about it. Instead, he was almost killed by Feng Yunqing. But at the same time, the surging demonic qi had become completely clear. Even though they were in the Milky Way tributary, everyone could still feel the terrifying demonic thoughts. While their bodies were numb, they were also driven mad. Outside the Heavenly River tributary, a terrifying figure stood in the endless void. It was like fog and illusion appearing unreal. However, it was as if it was the ruler of this part of the universe. The grand heavenly realm elder, devil, had finally revealed himself. The blue and black demonic flames in Feng Yunqing's eyes flickered. She turned her head to look at Yan Zhaoge, and Yan Zhaoge was also looking at her. The two nodded in unison. Then Feng Yunqing's figure soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of black light. She slashed apart the watery sky above. Under the illumination of the ruthless black light, the chaotic spatial transformations within the Starry River tributary were slashed apart. As a result, the Starry River tributary's unpredictable spatial transformations couldn't obstruct Feng Yunqing's footsteps. Destruction was easy, but construction was difficult. Although she couldn't freely roam within the chaotic spatial transformations and go wherever she wanted, Feng Yunqing's unique concept allowed her to successfully leap out of the spatial turbulence. As the black light flickered, she had already leaped out from the river of stars, rising and falling. She faced the elder devil that appeared within the void. As Feng Yunqing left, Li Xingba and the crane race small saint could finally let out a sigh of relief. After relaxing, rage surged within Li Xingba's heart once again. This time, I'd like to see who else can protect you, vile spawn. He glared at Yan Zhaoge, only to see Yan Zhaoge's figure slowly fusing into the watery sky. The Starry River tributary's water flow had fused with the unpredictable spatial transformations. As it drifted along with the flow, no one knew where it would end up. Trying to escape? Li Xingba snorted coldly. Without Feng Yunqing's help, the majestic sonorous voice of the great Tao rumbled. The grand virtual realm, Li Xingba made his move. Under the envelopment of his immortal essence, it was sufficient to seal off the entire foreign dimension, preventing others from escaping using the spatial turbulence. However, Yan Zhaoge's figure continued fusing into the watery sky, as if he wasn't affected at all. Li Xingba was startled. Although Yan Zhaoge was unique and wasn't afraid of the sonorous voice of the great Tao as a true immortal, his true immortal's immortal qi was still powerless against a virtual immortal's immortal essence. Wherever a virtual immortal's immortal essence reached, a single true immortal's immortal qi would be instantly destroyed. This had nothing to do with the martial art practitioner, nor did it have anything to do with the martial art practitioner's cultivation. However, an abnormal scene happened right now. The problem isn't with him, but the water. After all, Li Xingba was a veteran expert that had attained the Tao during the ancient era. His knowledge wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. He immediately understood where the problem was. Yan Zhaoge disappeared within the watery sky. At this moment, The illusory water flow's color instantly turned from transparent to dark yellow. Looking at the dark yellow water flow, Li Xingba was startled. Ripples surfaced within the depths of his memories. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge's voice seemed to resound from all directions. It seems like neither the exalted solar luminary nor Qin Qianhua mentioned anything about me to you. Yan Zhaoge said plainly, I can roughly guess your plan. You're using the 9 underworld's great devils to restrict my wife, while you two work together to capture me. Although you've seen my later Earth text previously, you, Li Xingba, aren't afraid of the later Earth text with your cultivation and the Earth-splitting pearl. That's why you're fearless. However, I've never intended to use the Earth Goddess's treasured writings again. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Although the Earth Goddess's concept of power is unique, and she possesses a unique secret art, which allows her to leave behind a scripture imprint that other grand heavenly immortals wouldn't be able to leave behind, allowing us juniors to benefit from it, it's still an engraving treasure after all. We have to be careful when using it. If it was used too frequently without sufficient time to recuperate, the later Earth text would deteriorate irreversibly. It might even lead to its destruction. However, this place is a starry river's water vein. The smile within Yan Zhaoge's voice disappeared. He said indifferently, To me, this is a favorable geographical environment. However, to you guys, it's the heavens that want you dead. I've already said it before. Whether or not your lives can be preserved here isn't something you can decide anymore. Instead, accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's voice, the entire starry river tributary turned dark yellow. Waves of black winds held above the water's surface. Instead, it's up to me. Chapter 1403. The water curtains collapsed at the same time and merged with the entire heavenly river tributary. At this moment, the majestic and vast heavenly river tributary had completely turned into a dark yellow color. Above the dark yellow river, there were gusts of chilly wind and black fog. Even the rising and falling light in the river was covered, temporarily disappearing without a trace. As they were swept by the dark yellow river and enveloped by the chilly wind and black fog, Li Xingba and the crane race small saint felt their minds turning blurry, as if they were drunk. To 2 grand virtual immortals who had come into contact with the true essence of the great Tao, this situation was extremely abnormal. But at this moment, it was happening right before his eyes. As the chilly wind whistled, the sonorous voice of the great Tao seemed to be muffled by the sound of the wind. As they were engulfed by the chilly wind and the black fog, Li Xingba and the other man felt dizzy and wanted to sleep. 9 bends, yellow river formation. Li Xingba looked at the scene in disbelief and couldn't help but exclaim. He had already attained the Tao during the ancient investitures of the gods' era, and had once listened to the teachings of the prime clear lineage. How could he not recognize the prime, clear bigwig, 3 sky, fairies, 9 bends, yellow river formation that had shaken the world? But it was precisely because he recognized it that he was even more surprised. Compared to the others, he was more familiar with this peerless and ominous formation. Looking at the talisman patterns that occasionally surfaced in the dark yellow river, Li Xingba's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, secluded immortal art. The legendary yellow river of 9 bends formation contained the wonders of heaven and earth. Among them were the immortal bewitching pill, the secluded immortal mantra, the ability to lose an immortal spirit, vanish an immortal soul, trap an immortal's form, damage an immortal's aura, lose an immortal's original form, and damage an immortal's body. Among the 9 tunes, there was no straight line. The tunes contained the wonders of creation and the secrets of immortals. Among them, the secluded immortal mantra and the immortal bewitching pill were the core and vital items. It was difficult for others to imitate them. Only immortal experts who had obtained the true inheritance of the 3 immortal island could refine them. When Yan Zhaoge had set up a formation in the world beyond worlds that year, his cultivation base had still been shallow. Also, he had not been able to refine the immortal bewitching pill or compose the secluded immortal mantra. Thus, the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation that he had set up with the help of the geography had merely been in shape. And now he himself had pushed open the immortal door and achieved an immortal body. All the conditions that he did not have in the past were now complete. Although the current celestial river tributary was not as powerful as the real celestial river compared to the water veins in the mortal world, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Just as Yen Zhaoge stepped into the starry river tributary, before he started searching for the Bright Connection Emperor's burial ground, he purposely stopped for a period of time. Then he tossed the spirit talismans formed by the secluded immortal mantra into the river water in preparation. Before he and Feng Yinqing had even entered, this place had already been his, Yen Zhaoge's, home ground. Although he hadn't discovered any traces of the enemy at the time, Yen Zhaoge didn't mind making some arrangements first, just in case. Fortunately, Chen Qianhua didn't enter the starry river tributary. Otherwise, even if he had 100 illusory mirage pearls, Yen Zhaoge would have drowned him in the starry river. Chen Qianhua managed to escape this calamity, but Li Xingba couldn't. Within the grand formation, Yen Zhaoge sat in the meditative position, forming hand seals with one hand while holding a vermilion pill with the other. Wisps of black mist floated out of the pill and merged with the river. With the profound sky purple golden furnace in hand, as well as the pill halls remaining medicinal ingredients and spiritual treasures, Yen Zhaoge didn't waste too much time and successfully refined the immortal bewitching pill. Now he finally revealed his true prowess in laying down the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation. After all, his opponent was a virtual immortal. The difference in their cultivation realms was huge. Normally, he would have to think about how to throw Li Xingba and Little Xingba into the formation. After all, he didn't possess a supreme treasure like the chaotic origin Golden Dipper. However, his opponent was currently within the Starry River tributary. Once the formation was activated, he would naturally be trapped within the formation. Yen Zhaoge's final obstacle in laying down the formation was eliminated. Now he was free to do as he pleased. As the formation circulated, a bizarre yet tyrannical power engulfed Li Xingba and Little Xingba, wanting to devour them. Is he related to the Heavenly Court's divine palace, just like Gao Han? Li Xingba cursed in his heart. Otherwise, how did he obtain the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation's formation diagram? The Crane race small saint had extraordinary eyesight as well. He recognized how powerful the formation was and looked at Li Xingba in frustration. 9 Bends Yellow River Formation! Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Let's think of a way first. Li Xingba was flustered. He lifted the earth-splitting pearl and wanted to rush out of the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation. However, how could it be so easy to rush out of the Starry River tributary's boundless waters? The chilly winds howled, and as the black mists engulfed the surroundings, Li Xingba's strength was constantly being weakened. His consciousness was being confused and sealed. Fortunately, the stars were still floating within the river. Although they were affected by the formation, they were still trembling. With the help of the faint starlight, Li Xingba and the Crane demon stumbled and barely managed to determine their direction. Unfortunately, under Yen Zhaoge's formation's control, the water's momentum changed, and space became chaotic. As a result, Li Xingba and the others couldn't rush out of the formation. Under the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation's weakening, the brilliance above Li Xingba's head started dimming and eventually disappeared. He was anxious, afraid, and enraged. He was so furious that the 3 corpses god was hopping mad. However, there was nothing he could do. The Crane demon was in the same situation. His immortal physique and soul were damaged by the formation's power. He was both shocked and enraged. What should we do? If this continues, the situation will only worsen. If we fall unconscious, our 1,000 years of cultivation would all be wasted in a single move. He's only in the true immortal realm. Although he can lay down a formation, it won't be easy for him to deal with two virtual immortals like us. Li Xingba forcefully calmed himself down. If we keep going in circles within the formation, we won't be able to get out. We'll die here sooner or later. Only by destroying the formation's core will we have the chance to turn the tables around. At the very least, we'll be able to escape. Li Xingba pointed at the faintly discernible starlight within the dark yellow river. Follow the starlight. The starlight is constantly changing, and we can't get out of the formation. However, we can only find a place without starlight. The place where the starlight can't get close to would be the location of the formation's core. That little bastard would most likely be there as well. The two gritted their teeth and endured the weakening of the 9 bends, yellow rivers, chilly winds, and black mists. They no longer attempted to get out of the formation and instead rushed towards the formation's core. In the past, when Yan Zhaoge laid down this formation for the first time in the world beyond worlds, his opponents that were trapped within the formation had used the same method to deal with it. Li Xingba and the Crane Demon roused their immortal essence and demonic essence to maintain their clarity of mind. They followed the starlight's guidance and successfully rushed towards the formation's core. Yan Zhaoge's figure reappeared within their vision. However, before they could rejoice, Yan Zhaoge chuckled. Good timing! As he spoke, he raised both his hands, and a vermilion, immortal, bewitching pill appeared in each of his hands. As Yan Zhaoge raised his hands, 2 vermilion pills flew out from his hands. They were enveloped by the boundless chilly winds and black mists, and were supported by the surging dark yellow river's water. They instantly smashed onto Li Xingba and the Crane Demon's heads. The 2 virtual immortals let out an ouch and fell backwards. While feeling dizzy, Li Xingba felt his immortal essence leaking out, transforming into immortal aura and dissipating. Chapter 1404. After being struck by the vermilion immortal bewitching pill, both Li Xingba and the Crane Demon's immortal physique became unstable. Their immortal essence and demonic essence disintegrated, and the 5 qis within their chest dispersed. Under the chilly winds and black mists, they fell back to the profound immortal realm. When they were hit, there was a moment of dizziness, and they almost fainted. Fortunately, their wills were firm, and their souls were resilient. They managed to maintain the last bit of clarity within their minds. Currently, they were only being suppressed by the formation's power. If they fainted and stopped resisting, the 9 bends yellow river formation's weakening of their immortal physique would truly destroy their foundations. By then, they would truly fall from an immortal realm expert back to the mortal realm. Their years of hard work would go down the drain. The earth-splitting pearl above Li Xingba's head trembled violently. Circles of materialized ripples expanded outwards. Within his eyes, ripples were shaking as well. The internal and external intersected, allowing Li Xingba to maintain his consciousness. He patted the Crane Demon beside him, and the trembling force prevented him from fainting. However, even so, the Yellow River's 9 bends formation's immense strength was still continuously being utilized. After their 5 qis unifications were broken, they felt the formation's suppression becoming even more obvious. Under the chilly winds, black mists, and Yellow River's invasion, their immortal physique's disintegration rate became even faster. Currently, their immortal aura was still refined with 4 types of immortal qis. However, under the formation's weakening, they were about to fall from the 4 qis profound immortal realm to the 3 qis profound immortal realm. Go! Li Xingba didn't dare to hesitate. He kept away all his selfish thoughts and only had one thought left: to defeat Yan Zhaoge and destroy the 9 bends Yellow River formation in front of him. Otherwise, he might not be able to leave this place alive. With a thought, the earth-splitting pearl above his head shot towards Yan Zhaoge. At the same time, he leaped up and pounced towards Yan Zhaoge. Although his grand virtual immortal artifact, square-edged golden swordbreaker, was sliced apart by Feng Yunqing's saber, Li Xingba's punch was akin to lifting a huge iron sword breaker. With a boom, it shattered the void and smashed towards Yan Zhaoge's head. The earth-splitting pearl and Li Xingba's fist simultaneously erupted, shattering the thick earth and destabilizing the universe. On the other side, the Crane clan's small saint also knew that it was a critical moment, so he endured the dizziness and attacked with all his might. The Crane race small saint's long neck stretched out, and his long beak pointed at Yan Zhaoge. Streams of gentle wind surged, temporarily dispersing the black fog of the nether wind, heading straight for Yan Zhaoge himself. As the gentle wind blew against Yan Zhaoge's face, he even felt like his immortal qi was being blown away, making it hard for him to exert any strength. This was He Yao's innate divine ability, and when combined with his demonic aura, it revealed extraordinary might. With gentle wind leading the way, an earthquake followed closely behind. Li Xingba's earth-splitting pearl and fist instantly arrived in front of Yan Zhaoge. Upon seeing this, Yan Zhaoge remained fearless. He changed his hand seals, and a torrential river water instantly engulfed Li Xingba's earth-splitting pearl. Then he stood up from his cross-legged position and straightened his body. Without dodging, he struck out with his fist and took Li Xingba's fist head-on. Floating and sinking, the 12 light wheels rose and fell at the same time, rotating light and darkness. As it spun, the darkness faded away, leaving behind endless light. Within the 12 light wheels, 12 divinities seemed to be seated. The divinities' faces were illusory, and they were shrouded within the radiance. However, when Li Xingba looked over, he felt as if he could see the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, the true Martial Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and many other legendary bigwigs. As Li Xingba was in shock, the 12 Radiance divinity incarnations followed Yan Zhaoge's movements and punched out together. As they punched out, the 12 Radiance divinity incarnations shattered. The 12 light wheels that they resided within shattered as well. After the radiance, the darkness disappeared. The great Tao collapsed, and the two forms ceased to exist. After Yan Zhaoge ascended to the immortal realm, his great shattering brightness fist fused with the various martial arts concepts he had cultivated throughout the years. Then, with all Taos extinguished, it transformed into an incomparably horrifying strength, which went head-on against the 4 Chi's profound immortal. Li Xingba. Explosion versus shattering. Both sides clashed head-on. Yan Zhaoge's body trembled, and his arms couldn't help but tremble. As for Li Xingba, he was forced to take a few steps back. Such a ferocious and violent fist art. Li Xingba kept retreating, dispelling the explosive strength within. The moment their fists clashed, he even felt that if it weren't for the immortal aura protecting his body, his arm would have exploded into a mist of blood. As for Yan Zhaoge, he felt as if he had transformed into the earth, and an earthquake was forcefully triggered within his body. The fist was the most obvious, followed by the arm. The closer one was to the fist, the more intense the tremors became. For a moment, his immortal physique's blood vessels, meridians, bones, internal organs, and orifices felt as if they were about to crumble apart. His expression remained unchanged. The boundless chaos within him was like a bottomless abyss, absorbing the tremors and dispelling them into nothingness. At this moment, the Crane race small saint took the chance to attack from the other side. He wanted to attack while Yan Zhaoge was dispelling Li Xingba's fist force, causing Yan Zhaoge to be overwhelmed. The phenomenon of yin and yang intersecting appeared in front of Yan Zhaoge. As it rotated, it was about to divert his opponent's attack. However, the Crane race small saint extended his beak and blew out another gentle breeze, dispersing the yin and yang qis in front of Yan Zhaoge, dispelling Yan Zhaoge's jade, clear yin-yang, heavenly scriptures defenses. As his wings flapped, the sharp astral winds were akin to a blade that could slash the heavens and split the earth apart. They continued, slashing towards Yan Zhaoge. Good. Yen Zhaoge raised his brows. The boundless chaos within his body circulated, opening up the transformation. He pointed his left finger towards the crane demon. The formless and incorporeal grand commencement, earlier heavens, chi shot out from Yen Zhaoge's fingertip. Wherever the grand commencement chi reached, it split into three within the void, transforming into three streams of clear chis. Ganging up on the few, huh? Amidst Yen Zhaoge's light laughter, the three streams of clear chis manifested and transformed into three human figures. Their facial features went from blurry to clear. They were clearly Yen Zhaoge's appearance. Within the void, for Yen Zhaoge's instantly appeared. One chi transformed into three clears. The crane race, small saint, was dumbfounded. Li Xingba was also startled. However, he quickly reacted. It's not the one chi transformed into three clears. It's the grand clear lineages, grand commencement, divine fingers, one chi transformed into three clears. One chi transformed into three clears. The grand commencement divine finger was one of the grand supreme earlier heavens, one chi divine fingers, most superior transformations. It easily reminded one of the grand clear lord of Tao and virtues, one chi transformed into three clears, which was renowned throughout the world. This supreme martial art was equivalent to a weakened and simplified version of the one chi transformed into three clears. Even so, only a few had managed to cultivate it throughout the ages. However, at this moment, Yen Zhaoge witnessed it once again. His three clones went against the crane demon. Grand clear Tai fist, jade clear cyclic heavenly seal, prime clear immortal exterminating sword. The three of them were as one, and the three supreme martial arts were unleashed simultaneously. With the jade clear cyclic heavenly seal as the link, they connected the grand clear fist, which symbolized the beginning, and the prime clear sword, which symbolized the end. Both of them displayed the reversal of heaven and earth, and the scene of life and death being overturned. Cyclic heavenly seal, reversal of creation, a power capable of toppling mountains and overturning oceans, struck towards the crane demon. Yen Zhaoge himself remained calm. He strode forward and unleashed another punch towards Li Xingba. Chapter 1405. Yen Zhaoge strode forward and arrived in front of Li Xingba. Then he unleashed another punch. Li Xingba's ferocious nature was triggered. He ignored Yen Zhaoge's fist and unleashed his own fist, aiming for Yen Zhaoge's vitals. It was a fighting style where both sides would suffer. However, even though he was weakened by the 9 bends of the Yellow River, he was still a Xian immortal. When Xian immortals were quiet, true immortals would find it difficult to harm them. Li Xingba's plan was to rely on his immortal aura's protection against immortal chi's attacks to fight against Yen Zhaoge. At most, he would just take a punch from Yen Zhaoge. Anyway, nothing major would happen to him. However, if Yen Zhaoge were to forcibly take a punch from him, he might not be able to withstand it. For a Xian immortal to fight a true immortal in such a manner, it was almost shameless. He didn't care about face at all. However, to the current Li Xingba, defeating Yen Zhaoge was his top priority. Nothing else mattered. While Yen Zhaoge was currently fighting against them, no longer presiding over the formation, the power of the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation was still being exerted unceasingly. In the dim Yellow River water, flashing talismans were faintly discernible, maintaining their own operation. The chilly winds and black mists were endless, continuously wearing down the duo's immortal physique and immortal aura. After losing the 5 chi's unifications and falling from the virtual immortal realm to the mystic immortal realm, it became increasingly difficult for them to resist the strange and overbearing power of the Yellow River of 9 Bends formation. After exchanging blows for a short while, Li Xingba felt that he had fallen from a 4 chi's profound immortal to a 3 chi's profound immortal. As a result, he dared not delay any longer, only wishing to defeat Yen Zhaoge as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if more time passed, He simply dared not imagine what would happen. Facing Li Xingba's suicidal attack, Yan Zhaoge remained calm. Before his punch landed on Li Xingba's body, its power had already exploded in the void. Yan Zhaoge's fist directly broke through the void within the Starry River tributary. The place where his fist landed was empty. There was no water, no air, nothing. Even the concept of time and space no longer existed. In the next moment, the surrounding space was forcefully pulled and swept, converging towards the point where Yan Zhaoge's fist force exploded to fill it up. Affected by this, Li Xingba's fist, which was originally aimed towards Yan Zhaoge, changed its direction and rushed towards that spot. The jade-clear lineage's heaven-opening scripture broke through creation and vaguely revealed the concept of reopening the heavens and earth. Li Xingba's mouth was filled with bitterness. However, his fist's force was involuntarily guided by Yan Zhaoge. Even though his fist was just a foot away from Yan Zhaoge, it currently seemed as far away as the horizon, hard to reach. If he was still a four-cheese profound immortal, he could still attempt to persevere and continue in his original direction, resisting the influence of Yan Zhaoge's fist force. However, after falling to the three-cheese profound immortal realm, Li Xingba no longer had the strength to do so. However, this expert who had been famous since ancient times still did not lose his cool at this moment. He wasn't in a hurry to retract his force or exert it beforehand like Yan Zhaoge. On the contrary, Li Xingba followed Yan Zhaoge's pulling force and pounced towards the empty spot. He wanted to make use of Yan Zhaoge's move to forcibly rip apart the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation seal on this region of the universe, making use of the chance to rush out of the formation. The reason why he fought against Yan Zhaoge was to find an opportunity to rush out of the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation. Now that he had taken advantage of the situation, it was exactly what he wanted. "Your reaction is fast," Yan Zhaoge praised. However, his actions weren't slow at all. Without any delay, the heaven-opening scripture's concept immediately transformed into the cyclic heavenly scripture. Yan Zhaoge flipped his palm and reversed the universe, blocking the empty spot. In front of Li Xingba was no longer a smooth path. Instead, it was Yan Zhaoge's incoming cyclic heavenly seal. Rumbling air currents intertwined and transformed into a huge vortex, which enveloped Li Xingba within. It didn't give him any chance to change his move and injure both sides. He was forced to receive Yan Zhaoge's attack head-on before facing Yan Zhaoge himself. Li Xingba's red face darkened from anger. However, he could only helplessly receive Yan Zhaoge's palm head-on. One of them trembled, and the other fell back. However, this time, Yan Zhaoge's figure only trembled slightly. His arm trembled slightly before returning to normal. As for Li Xingba, he was sent flying. He couldn't even control his body and was forced to spin. Under the continuous weakening of the Yellow River's 9 bends, Li Xingba's strength plummeted. On the other side, the crane race small saint suffered the same fate. Using the grand commencement divine fingers 1 cheese 3 clears transformation, Yan Zhaoge manifested 3 clones. However, their strengths were clearly weaker than the real person. However, with the 3 of them working together, their movements were smooth and seamless. Their auras were even able to communicate with each other, and they could gather and disperse as they wished. Even the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, who had 2 bodies and 1 soul, couldn't match up to this. When Yan Zhaoge's 3 clones worked together, their strength wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 3. With the profundities of the 3 clear supreme martial arts, the crane race small saint couldn't even take a single step forward. The 3 clones quickly weakened and finally disappeared. However, in such a short period of time, the crane demon also became weaker and weaker under the 9 bends Yellow River Formation's attrition. As time passed, Li Xingba and the crane demon's immortal physique was worn down. Unavoidably, they fell from the 3-cheese fused aura realm to the duo cheese fused aura realm. The chilly winds and black mists constantly blew, causing them to feel dizzy and about to fall asleep. However, when they truly fell into the duo cheese profound immortal realm, both of them were shocked. What made their minds clear was the sudden fear that arose from the bottom of their hearts. Gong Sun Hui, who possessed the duo cheese fused aura, was instantly reduced to the true immortal realm by Yen Zhaoge's sword. At this level, Yen Zhaoge no longer needed to wait for the 9 bends, Yellow River Formation, to slowly wear them down. The profound sword lights appeared once again. Yen Zhaoge's expression was leisurely, as if he was standing above the 9 heavens, overlooking the Li Xingba and the crane race small saint. The sword lights that resembled the Milky Way flowing in reverse seemed even more majestic than the dusky Yellow River's waters. They descended from the sky and descended towards Li Xingba and the crane race small saint. After being slashed by the sword lights, the immortal aura of the duo cheese profound immortal realm became unstable. They instantly dissipated and transformed into intertwining yet distinct immortal cheese. After being struck by Yen Zhaoge's fallen deity sword, the 2 of them were immediately reduced to the true immortal realm. The chilly winds and black mists within the 9 bends Yellow River Formation took advantage of this opportunity and suppressed Li Xingba and the crane race small saint to the true immortal realm. Not only did it stop for an instant, but it even weakened them further. Now, do you still want to continue fighting with the same method? Yen Zhaoge smiled and slammed his palm towards Li Xingba. Li Xingba helplessly raised his palm to block. However, his waist was instantly suppressed by Yen Zhaoge. The seemingly boundless and endless power suppressed Li Xingba's entire immortal cheese to the point of crumbling, and his soul became numb. On the other side, Yen Zhaoge's other palm descended and suppressed the crane demon to his original form. Do the 2 of you still doubt my words? Yen Zhaoge stood above the torrential, turbid waves with a relaxed expression. Chapter 1406. Here, whether or not your lives can be preserved is no longer up to you. Instead, it's up to me. If a true immortal dared to say such words to 2 virtual immortals, others would think that he had lost his mind. In the past, Li Xingba and He Zhaoge believed so as well. However, when they recalled Yen Zhaoge's previous words, boundless coldness surged from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, Li Xingba didn't hate Yen Zhaoge as much anymore. Currently, the people he hated the most were Gao Han and Chen Qianhua. Now that Li Xingba thought about it, Chen Qianhua was even more unreliable. As for Gao Han, he was obviously using Li Xingba as a tool. He used the pill hull as bait to incite Li Xingba to trouble Yen Zhaoge. However, no matter if it was Gao Han or Chen Qianhua, they didn't tell him that Yen Zhaoge possessed the 9 bends Yellow River Formation. Otherwise, how could he have foolishly stepped into such a huge water vein of the Heavenly River tributary and walked right into the trap? Previously, when Chen Qianhua didn't enter with his main body and used the illusory Mirage Pearl as a substitute, Li Xingba thought that a true immortal knew his limits. Now he finally understood that knowing one's limits had nothing to do with a true immortal's cultivation. The crane demon was currently regretting his actions to the point that his intestines were turning green. He wanted nothing more than to smash his head against the ground. Under Yen Zhaoge's palm suppression, their figures were already starting to distort. It was as if 2 opposing forces were acting on their bodies, causing every inch of Li Xingba's skin to be torn apart. Traveling monk Hui and was right about something. Yen Zhaoge looked at Li Xingba and said with a smile, "It wasn't easy for you to leave the investiture of gods. You should be recuperating and keeping a low profile. Yet you insist on causing trouble. Are you tired of living?" "You." Li Xingba straightened his neck and attempted to raise his head to look at Yen Zhaoge. However, he was suppressed to the point that he couldn't move. Yen Zhaoge said calmly, "Back then, it wasn't the era where you could cause trouble. You blindly left the mountain and entered the investiture of gods. Now, it isn't your era anymore. If you seek death again, you'll be dead for sure. Without the investiture of gods, you wouldn't be able to continue living." As he spoke, Yan Zhaoge unceasingly increased the force beneath his feet. Li Xingba let out a painful roar. Under Yan Zhaoge's palm force, his body crumbled apart and shattered into pieces. From his body to his divine soul, he was completely annihilated. This was a bigwig expert who had attained the Tao in the ancient era. He had suffered a tribulation and entered the investiture of the gods. Because of this, he had safely survived 2 changes of epochs and lived until near ancient times. After the great calamity, he had extricated himself from the investiture of the gods. Not only had he not perished in the great calamity, he had even regained his freedom and lived until now. Many experts who were stronger than him had perished due to various reasons. They had passed away for many years, yet he, Li Xingba, was still alive. But today, this ancient almighty had died at the hands of a true immortal. He had died in a place he had never imagined he would fall. The impermanence of life was full of ridicule. As for the crane demon, under the suppression of Yan Zhaoge's palm, he followed Li Xingba's footsteps. A Taoism virtual immortal and a demon race small saint, who was equivalent to a Taoism virtual immortal heavenly monarch, had both perished by his hands. Yan Zhaoge's expression remained calm. He waved his hand, and a pearl surfaced within the dark yellow river. It was the earth-splitting pearl that had been devoured by the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation. Without its owner's control and being suppressed by the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation, the pearl's brilliance dimmed and became quiet. However, it still resisted Yan Zhaoge's touch. However, it wasn't difficult for Yan Zhaoge to collect it now. After quickly cleaning up the battlefield, Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked towards the sky. Currently, outside of the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation, which was the boundless void outside of the Starry River tributary, horrifying devilish chi was rampaging, filling up the entire universe. Fortunately, Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself. Although he was confident in his previous battle, it wasn't without pressure. The pressure didn't originate from Li Xingba and the crane demon. Instead, it originated from Feng Yunqing's battlefield outside of the formation. Yan Zhaoge used his fastest speed to finish off his 2 opponents in order to prevent Feng Yunqing from fighting for too long. The longer the battle dragged on, the more devilish intent would corrode Feng Yunqing, causing her self-control to deteriorate. At the same time, it would easily attract more Devil Tao experts or grand Heavenly Realm experts from other factions. Now, Yan Zhaoge didn't have to spend too much time on Li Xingba and the crane race small saint. As such, Feng Yunqing's pressure wasn't as pressing anymore. Yan Zhaoge changed his hand seals and clasped them together. The immortal bewitching pill and the secluded immortal mantra were attracted by him. Along with his actions, the chilly winds calmed down and the dark fog dissipated. The dark yellow river water became clear once again. The Starry River tributary gradually returned to its original state. The stars floating within the river water also radiated with blazing radiance, illuminating the entire void. The stars surged once again, causing the originally chaotic space to become even more distorted. Within the Starry River, layers of water screens erected once again, separating the space apart. After noticing that the Starry River tributary had returned to its original state, Feng Yunqing immediately swung her saber and parried her opponent's attack. Then she retreated. She went all the way down and returned to the Starry River. Yan Zhaoge had already caught up to her. The 2 supported each other and positioned themselves within the chaotic space. They traversed through layers of water screens and converged together. However, the ferocious ancient devil had already chased after them. His horrifying devilish chi instantly tore apart the Starry River, causing its waters to turn turbid. However, Yan Zhaoge were already prepared for this. Feng Yunqing waved her saber against her opponent, while Yan Zhaoge held onto her other hand and separated a water screen. Then the 2 entered it together. The ancient devil intended to seal the spatial transformations within the Starry River tributary. However, Feng Yunsheng consecutively slashed out 9 times, shattering the myriad of Daos and cleansing the ancient devil's devilish qi. In that instant, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Zhaoge's figures had already disappeared. Within the Starry River tributary, space was in chaos. It could lead to any direction. After entering a spatial passageway, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Zhaoge instantly teleported far away. Feng Yunsheng retaliated with her saber and severed the future passageway, making it hard for the ancient devil to chase after them. After doing all this, the blue-black, devilish flames within her eyes darkened and finally extinguished. She retracted her strength as much as possible. Yan Zhaoge brought her along and rapidly shifted through space, passing through layers of folded boundaries between the voids and leaving the battlefield. It was hard to tell the direction, and they couldn't determine where they were going to land for a moment. But the more they did, the harder it was for the ancient devil to track them. It should be fine for now. Feng Yunsheng heaved a sigh of relief. A grand heavenly-level ancient devil is indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, it's not the wood devil or the heart devil. Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, "If he couldn't take you down quickly, he wouldn't want to continue fighting with you. Otherwise, other grand heavenly immortals would be attracted to him. After all, the 9 underworlds are still public enemies." "The remains of the Bright Connection Empress?" Feng Yunsheng asked. "It's here." Yan Zhaoge opened his palm, jade green light circulating within. He murmured, "Come, let's bring the Bright Connection Empress home." P.S. Add updates. Thanks to Piao Hong from strolling in the courtyard, listening to the Wind and Rain Alliance. Chapter 1407. After escaping from the Starry River tributary and shaking off their pursuers, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng tried to ascertain their location and returned to the awakened sky cosmos. When they returned to the awakened sky cosmos and the sky beyond skies, they arrived at the Broad Creed mountain range. At the north of the mountain range, a jade-green radiance surged to the skies, illuminating half of the sky green. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng walked towards the jade-green radiance. There was a valley there. In the past, Yan Zhaoge had moved the Bright Connection Valley of the Kunlun mountain range along with the Tao Universe's world beyond worlds. Now, it was located within the Broad Creed mountain range. That was the residence of the Bright Connection Emperor, Huyueshin. Currently, a towering divine tree already existed within the valley. Its leaves were lush, and its white flowers were swaying in the wind. Boundless jade-green radiance surged from its branches, which was the source of the jade-green radiance. An even larger Tsanghua divine tree was formed by the exalted wood luminary, Shao Juanhuang's corpse. Other than that, there was also a cenotaph which belonged to Hu Yuexin's disciple, Xue Chuqing's master. Around the divine tree within the Bright Connection Valley, there were people living there. Yan Zhaoge didn't conceal his aura, which was noticed by the people living there. They came out to welcome them. Seeing the two descending from the sky, they smiled and bowed. "Welcome back to the sky beyond skies, young master and young madam." It was the jade crane Su Yin, who lived in the floating life world. Although she hadn't reached the martial saint realm, the Broad Creed Mountain had sufficient treasures to guide a portion of the floating life world's snow crane sex people through the sky's wound, allowing them to ascend to the sky beyond skies and settle there. The environment here was excellent, and the spirit qi was abundant. Naturally, it far surpassed the lower realms like the floating life world. Su Yin and the others cultivated here, and it was also convenient for Xue Chuqing to move around with them. This place could be considered as Xue Chuqing's personal cave manor in the sky beyond skies. She had inherited Shao Junhuang and Hu Yuexin's legacy. When Yan Di wasn't around, although Xue Chuqing had a harmonious relationship with the Broad Creed Mountain, she wasn't a disciple of the Broad Creed Mountain. Most of the time, she would return to the bright Connection Valley and await Yen Di's return. However, as Yen Jiaoge had left the sky beyond skies, Xue Chuqing had to take care of the formation and the hall in his place. Xue Chuqing had to take care of the pill hall. Su Yin was the one who took care of Brightness Valley and the Tsanghua Divine Tree, as well as Xue Chuqing's master cenotaph. To Xue Chuqing, rather than saying that she and Su Yin were master and servant, they were more like sisters or master and disciple. However, Su Yin had always abided by etiquette, addressing Yen Jiaoge and Feng Yunxing as young master and young madam. Aunt Yin, it's been hard on you these days. After the two landed, they greeted Su Yin. Then they looked toward Shenrong and the other Snow Crane sect disciples who had arrived at the sky beyond skies. Thank you for your hard work. Shenrong and the others hurriedly said that they dared not. Su Yin looked at Yen Jiaoge. Since young master is here, does that mean that the bright Connection Emperor? That's right. Yen Jiaoge sighed, lightly opening his palm. His palm also emitted an azure radiance, which complemented the Tsanghua Divine Tree in front of him. Then yet another towering tree that flickered with a jade luster flew out from Yen Jiaoge's palm, growing with the wind as it rapidly grew in size. Yen Jiaoge carefully processed the second Tsanghua Divine Tree. After that, he transplanted the second Tsanghua Divine Tree into the bright Connection Valley. The two towering divine trees stood side by side with a certain distance between them. The Tsanghua Divine Tree formed by Shao Juanhuang Slough was even larger. It was almost twice the size of the second tree, formed by Huyuexin Slough. As the two divine trees stood side by side, they seemed to be resonating with each other. The jade luster on the surface of the tree became even more dazzling, illuminating the vast land around the valley into a shade of green. Facing the taller divine tree, the leaves of the second Tsanghua Divine Tree rustled even though there was no wind. Yen Jiaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Su Yin, and the others stood under the tree in silence. I'm afraid I'll have to leave first today. I sincerely hope that you're still alive. Unfortunately, I can't wait until the day you return. Yen Jiaoge and Feng Yunsheng recalled how Huyuexin prayed for Shao Junhuang to return one day. However, Shao Junhuang had already perished before her. Yen Jiaoge and Feng Yunsheng were filled with sorrow. Looking at the two Tsanghua divine trees in front of him, Yen Jiaoge walked forward silently. As he lifted his hand, a huge black iron wheel appeared. As the iron wheel rotated, the 12 holes on it shone brightly. They were neither bright nor dark and appeared blurry. When the intertwining lights came into contact with the shorter Tsanghua divine tree, there were also countless blue flowers on the divine tree. Without any warning, they bloomed and hung all over the branches. No wind blew within the valley. However, the two Tsanghua divine trees, one white and one blue, swayed at the same time. It was as if a soundless song was being sung. Yen Jiaoge remained silent and bowed towards the two divine trees. Feng Yunsheng and the others behind him did the same. Senior, you're the same as Senior Shao and the dim radiant emperor. You're all dedicated to the revival of our Taoism. Yen Jiaoge looked at the Tsanghua divine tree formed by Huyuexin and said softly, people like you and the dim radiant emperor wouldn't insist on staying together on the surface. Please allow me to hold onto this dim, radiant wheel for a while longer. I'll witness the downfall of the heretics and the revival of orthodox Taoism together with our juniors. One day, I'll use this treasure to finish off the heretics who besieged the dim, radiant emperor. Then, I'll send it back here and let it accompany you. Yen Jiaoge waved his hand. The dim, radiant will trembled and returned to Yen Jiaoge's hand. The Tsanghua divine trees, leaves swayed lightly as if it was sending them off peacefully. Aunt Jin, I'll have to trouble you here. However, Mother will be back soon. I'll go to the broad Creed Mountain to take her place. Yen Jiaoge turned his head and said to Su Yin, Su Yun answered, "Rest assured, young master." Yen Zhaoga nodded. After bidding farewell to the Snow Crane sex people, they left the bright Connection Valley. Looking back, the Tsanghua divine trees in the valley shone upon each other. It was peaceful and harmonious. Mother's master didn't push open the immortal door. After his death, his body wouldn't turn into a Tsanghua divine tree. When he perished in the hands of Taoist One Heaven, he didn't leave behind any remains. Mother could only use the belongings of her master to build a cenotaph. After looking at it for a while, Yen Zhaoga sighed and said, "Otherwise there would be 3 Tsanghua divine trees here. Let's go and report this to Mother." The two returned to the broad Creed Mountain. After Yen Zhaoga returned to the pill hall, Xue Chuqing could move around freely. After talking about the feelings of parting with her son and listening to their experiences, Xue Chuqing's expression turned slightly gloomy. However, her emotions remained calm. Great Grandmaster, and Master all sought for benevolence. That's why I'm able to stay together with my husband and you, Zhaoga. Their sacrifice won't be in vain. The future they yearn for will come true one day. Yen Zhaoga said slowly. Chapter 1408. I've never doubted that such a day will come, although I don't know if I can see it. Xue Chuqing smiled. She stood up and bade farewell to Yen Zhaoga and Xiao Junhuang. "Since you're back, I'll return this place to you. I'll return to the bright Connection Valley and pay my respects to Grand Master." Compared to Xiao Junhuang and Hu Yuexin, Xue Chuqing's master was still the closest to her. Although her expression was gloomy, her emotions were still considered calm. However, Hu Yuexin's slough had returned from the void's outskirts. As her grand disciple, she naturally had to pay her respects and take care of her. Yen Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng sent Xue Chuqing off the mountain. Looking at her disappearing back, Feng Yunsheng sighed. The exalted with luminary's lineage only had one heir, but they still continued to wither. When it came to Grandma's generation, the tragedy didn't happen anymore. This was the result of the previous generations. However, it's still not enough. "This is only the beginning," said Yen Zhaoga slowly. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. "In the past, my mother was also in danger. If not for my father and I being vigilant, as well as the help of Jade, Capital Craig's senior apprentice brother Nya and senior apprentice brother Wang, who knows what would have happened?" Feng Yunsheng had heard about the Earth Exalt Wang Jingqing's plan to capture the crane from Yen Zhaoga. She knew the details. Wang Zhengqing, Taoist One Heaven, black-clothed Brocade Emperor were killed. Chun Qianhua and the Heavenly Emperor were the key figures. She frowned. If not for Chun Qianhua, who possessed the origin heavenly scripture, Wang Zhengqing and the others wouldn't have found Grandma so easily. I still haven't settled the score with him, and he's here to cause trouble again. Yen Zhaoga said coldly, "He better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll let him know what's worse than death." After that day, he disappeared without a trace. He possessed the origin heavenly scripture. It's easy for him to find others, but it's hard for us to find him. When we first entered the pill hall, he tried to take advantage of the situation. Unfortunately, I was busy dealing with the hall's spirit, awakened sky, and he escaped. Otherwise, today's incident wouldn't have happened. Yen Zhaoga curled his lips. This scoundrel is indeed slippery. This time he didn't even enter the Starry River tributary. Otherwise, I would have taken care of him on the spot. You've struck him down from the immortal realm and covered his entire body with Tao injuries. Even if he wants to cultivate again, it would be extremely difficult. There's a high chance that he would die under the mortal tribulation. Feng Yunxing said, "First teach him a lesson and collect some interest." Yen Zhaoga chuckled. Feng Yunsheng pondered for a moment and said, "Although the 9 underworld's ancient devil was summoned by Li Xingba, it might not be unrelated to Qin Qianhua. Just like what you've said, he had once entered the 9 underworlds. Do you think it's possible that he— As Feng Yinqing said this, she looked rather hesitantly at Yan Zhaoge. It's not impossible, but it's not certain. Yan Zhaoge could hear the hidden meaning within her words. He nodded and said, whether he falls to the devil or not, that bastard doesn't care about it. After a slight pause, Yan Zhaoge seemed to have recalled something. When living beings other than the 9 underworlds, evil devils fall to the devil, it's usually due to a certain obsession or evil intent within their heart being too strong. In the end, it would surpass a certain limit and transform into a devilish intent. In the end, the devilish qi of the 9 underworlds intersects with one another, transforming into an evil devil. Rather than saying that Chan Qianhua might fall to the devil, it's more accurate to say that he's a devil amongst humans. Yan Zhaoge squinted his eyes and said, if he doesn't fall to the devil and doesn't mind being associated with devils, even the 9 underworlds wouldn't treat him as a normal person. To him, even if he becomes a devil, it's more of a ritual than a fact. However, the moment he falls to the devil, it might help him heal his injuries. In fact, it might even allow him to challenge the mortal tribulation, said Feng Yinqing. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked towards the sky. Let's find a chance to get rid of him. He looked back at Feng Yinqing. How much longer can you suppress yourself? Under normal circumstances, 1,000 years shouldn't be a problem, said Feng Yinqing, as long as I don't encounter a grand heavenly realm opponent like this time. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. I can foresee it. At the very least, I might encounter it again. Feng Yinqing nodded. The exalted water luminary, Senior Chu, and little June and his mother. Other than this time, the 9 underworlds had been too quiet for the past few years. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. The battle between the heretics and the war between the demon race and the Western Pure Lands gave us an opportunity. At the same time, it loosened the shackles on the 9 underworlds. He turned his head and looked at Feng Yinqing. This time, the ancient devil came to the Starry River tributary to make things difficult for us. Now that I think about it, his goal might not be to achieve something. Instead, he's trying to probe us. Probing. Feng Yinqing muttered to herself. Not only was he trying to probe her, but he was also trying to probe the reactions of the other bigwig experts. The result of the probe might be a retreat, or— Feng Yinqing looked at Yan Zhaoge. A large-scale operation? Yan Zhaoge nodded lightly. From the looks of it, I think the latter is more likely. Feng Yinqing's expression turned solemn. However, she wasn't worried about herself. As for the exalted water luminary, let's wait patiently. Yan Zhaoge said softly, danger, danger. Danger is also an opportunity. This might be our chance to solve our problem. It all depends on whether we can grasp it or not. Feng Yinqing said, unfortunately, Senior Chu's whereabouts are unknown. Otherwise, we could have decided on the location ourselves. That Starry River tributary is a decent location. It'll be beneficial for you to unleash your full potential. Let's do it according to the situation. Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, it's Li Xingba's fault for being unlucky. However, I've benefited from it. As he spoke, Yan Zhaoge took out a dark yellow pearl and held it in his palm. It was Li Xingba's treasure, the earth-splitting pearl. Breaking through earth with earth. True to its name, Yan Zhaoge praised. No wonder he still came looking for trouble after knowing that I have the later earth text. Feng Yinqing was also surprised and asked, did you gain anything else? As if Yan Zhaoge suddenly recalled something, the corner of his mouth curled up. Of course. Not only did I gain something, but it's also an unexpected surprise. After keeping the earth-splitting pearl, he flipped his palm, and numerous crane feathers appeared. That crane demon's feathers are quite valuable. However, Yan Zhaoge's other palm had an additional silk ribbon that was flickering with radiance. However, all of the feathers added together can't compare to this. As he spoke, he squinted his eyes. After feeling the silk ribbon's aura, Feng Yunsheng went into deep thought. Is this the root of its innate divine ability that can dispel its opponent's techniques that you mentioned before? That's right, Yan Zhaoge said slowly. With this, I'll have more confidence in dealing with the 9 underworlds. He stood on the broad Creed Mountains peak and looked at the sky beyond skies, mountains, and rivers. Hopefully, some of the remaining problems can be resolved. Chapter 1409. To Yan Zhaoge and the sky beyond skies, other than the immeasurable heavenly lord illuminating Fu Ting, Mengwan, Hishishing, and the others, the 9 underworlds' threat remained. Not only were the Astro Sovereign, Chun Xuanzong, and Chu Lily being harassed by the Water Devil, there were also the broad Creed Mountains' internal problems, such as Shijun and Inyushin. In the past, their knowledge was limited. However, as Yan Zhaoge and the others' cultivation grew, and as they interacted with more and more experts, they gradually understood Shijun and his mother's situation. Especially after Feng Yunqing's return, it further confirmed Yan Zhaoge and Chun Xuanzong's conjecture. Back in the 8 extremities worlds, even Yan Zhaoge didn't expect the 9 underworlds, evil devils related to Shijun and Inyushin, to have such a huge background. Back then, he only thought that the 2 of them were severely injured and would require a long period of recuperation before they could awaken. He never imagined that they were the reincarnations of a great devil. Furthermore, they were extremely suitable reincarnations. When a great devil reincarnated, choosing a person as a reincarnation wasn't related to the person's cultivation or potential. Instead, it depended on the great devil's compatibility. Shijun was targeted by a great devil that was equivalent to a Taoism grand virtual immortal before he perished. His mother, who was also Shi Songtao's wife, Inyushin, was even more shocking. A great devil that wanted to use Inyushin's reincarnation body was a top-notch evil devil, one of the 12 devilish gods, the Earth Devil, one of the 12 devilish gods. Before he perished, he was equivalent to a Taoism grand heavenly immortal, a top-notch great devil in the 9 underworlds. Such a devil's reincarnation through Inyushin's body was even more troublesome than the Water Devil's reincarnation through Chun Xuanzong. After all, Chun Xuanzong had pushed open the immortal door for thousands of years and was already a profound immortal. He was only a step away from becoming a grand virtual immortal. Even so, he was treading on thin ice. As for Inyushin's cultivation, when compared to great devils like Chun Xuanzong, the Water Devil, and the Earth Devil, her strength was negligible. To a certain extent, Inyushin's injuries were too severe, which caused her reincarnation to be delayed until now. But as time passed, the day of the Earth Devil's reincarnation was getting closer and closer. In recent years, I feel that the Earth Devil has already made his preparations. He could erupt at any time. Feng Yunqing's expression was solemn. She, Chun Xuanzong, and Yan Zhaoge could be considered as the people who were most familiar with the 9 underworlds in the sky beyond skies. Regarding Inyushin and the Earth Devil, the 3 of them came to the same conclusion after carefully observing them. The Earth Devil understands sister-in-law Yushin's situation very well. He also has a rough sense of her surroundings. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. Returning and being reborn is his goal, but he definitely wouldn't want to be slain once more immediately after his rebirth. After all, Inyushin's cultivation was too low. Even with the Earth Devil's reincarnation and the Fiend God's empowerment, he would still be weak in the beginning. Even if one's cultivation realm and power were to advance by leaps and bounds, it would still take time. No matter how short this period of time was, in the end, it was not something that could be achieved in one go. There was a process involved. If this process wasn't handled appropriately, the Earth Devil situation would undoubtedly be perilous. It would be much more dangerous compared to the Water Devil reincarnating through Chu Lily or Chun Xuanzong. As such, the Earth Devil had to grasp the right timing to achieve his goal of reigning supreme under the heavens. He shouldn't die again just to satisfy his craving. He might be waiting for the Water Devil to act together. Feng Yunqing said, "The the great devils of the 9 underworlds should be preparing to receive them as well. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Indeed. After pondering for a moment, he turned to look at Feng Yinxing and asked, "Are you sure that the evil devil using little June as his reincarnation is the Earth Devil's subordinate?" "There shouldn't be any mistake," answered Feng Yinxing. Yan Zhaoge pondered and said, "No wonder he's been quiet until now." Compared to the unconscious Inyushin, Shi Jun had already woken up. His actions were as usual, and he cultivated his martial arts. Currently, he was the leader of the Broad Creed Mountain's 4th-generation disciples. He had ascended to the martial saint realm for many years and had been continuously climbing upwards. As for the unique rune within his body, it remained hidden until now. Normally, it wouldn't affect his movements. However, even Shi Jun himself knew that it was a hidden danger within his body that could erupt at any moment. Yan Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain had always been paying close attention to Shi Jun's condition. After Feng Yinsheng and Chen Xuanzong analyzed Shi Jun's condition, they realized that Shi Jun's condition was unique as well. The great devil that wanted to borrow his body to reincarnate was the Earth Devil's subordinate devil. Only when both of them perished would the Earth Devil be reborn. Only then would the subordinate devil have a chance to reincarnate. Otherwise, even if the Earth Devil found a suitable body, he could only wait. Moreover, its concept was the same as the Earth Devil's reincarnation. For example, if the Earth Devil transformed into a rock devil after his reincarnation, this subordinate devil's nature would be similar as well. Hence, even though Shi Jun's condition had been normal for the past few years, the miniature Earth Devil had never shown any signs of activity. He was waiting for his master. Now, the time was ripe, and he was only waiting for the final moment. Hopefully, this thing can be put to use. Yan Zhaoge kept the ribbon. I'll go visit little June and sister-in-law Yujin. Feng Yunxing nodded. Just now, I heard from the sect's elders that the roving Jade Heaven's senior apprentice sister Yu is here. I'll go accompany her. All right, I'll be there in a while, answered Yan Zhaoge. After the two bid farewell, Yan Zhaoge went to look for Shi Jun. Now that the Broad Creed Mountain was flourishing, its disciples that had attained a certain level of cultivation and status could already set up their own residences within the mountain range. However, Shi Jun's condition was rather unique. As such, he remained within the sect. He was more than happy to accompany his slumbering mother. When Yan Zhaoge arrived at Shi Jun's residence, someone else was there. It was Shi Jun's master, Heavenly Rock Su Fei, senior apprentice brother Su. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands and sighed. Currently, Su Fei was the Broad Creed Mountain's assignment hall's first seat. As the older generations slowly faded away from the sect's management, he became the sect master, Yan Di's #1 assistant. He could even be considered as the first in command under Yan Di. Just like his master, Shi Tai, Su Fei's way of handling matters was won over by everyone within the sect. While Shi Jun was his disciple, Su Fei had always been impartial and strict when it came to official matters. However, Su Fei's concern for Shi Jun had never been cut off. After learning about the Earth Devil situation, Su Fei was filled with worry. Junior apprentice brother Yan. Su Fei smiled and nodded, greeting Yan Zhaoge. On the other side, Shi Jun hurriedly stood up and said happily, "Senior apprentice Uncle Yan, you've returned?" Chapter 1410. While Xue Fei was worried about Shi Jun and Inyushin, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he acted as carefree as usual. Shi Jun even greeted Yan Zhaoge with a joyful expression. "Yes, we're back," Yan Zhaoge said. "We brought back the Bright Connection Emperor's remains." While Xue Fei and Shi Jun weren't aware of the immortal court's existence, they had naturally heard of the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin. Yan Zhaoge had vaguely mentioned about Hu Yuexin and the dim, radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia. As such, Xue Fei and Shi Jun said with a solemn expression, "It's a good thing for the senior's soul to return home." The Exalted with Luminary's lineage is filled with heroes. Other than this small matter, the only thing we can do is to work hard and not disappoint them. Yen Zhaoge smiled at Shi Jun while pretending to be relaxed. Little Jun, you've improved greatly over the years. I've brought you something good again. Shi Jun curiously asked, something good? Yen Zhaoge revealed the silk ribbon he obtained from the crane demon. This treasure can help you and sister-in-law Yuzhen eliminate the devil calamity's latent dangers. After resolving these problems, you'll be able to soar into the skies without any obstructions. After hearing Yen Zhaoge's words, Shi Jun happily said, Thanks to Senior Apprentice Uncle Yan's auspicious words, how would I dare to slack off? However, there's only one silk ribbon. If it's limited, I'll have to take care of my mother first. He said embarrassedly, I believe that Senior Apprentice Uncle Yen, the chief, and my master have already considered everything. There's no need for me to interrupt. However, I'm still worried about her. Yen Zhaoge and Xue Fei both smiled. Yen Zhaoge shook his head. Don't worry. This isn't only for one person. It can take care of you and your mother, and even the Astro Sovereign and the others. Oh, that's good. That's good. Shi Jun instantly smiled. Yen Zhaoge entered the house with the two and arrived at the back hall. An ice coffin was quietly placed there. Within the ice coffin, a woman's eyes were closed, as if she was in deep slumber. She was Shi Jun's mother in Yuzhen. Yen Zhaoge flicked his finger, and streams of lights flickered, releasing the ice coffin's seal. Although he knew that the Earth Devil would be cautious and wouldn't act recklessly, it was still necessary to take precautions. After removing the formation's seal, Yen Zhaoge opened the ice coffin. He extended his hand and placed it on top of Yin Yuzhen's forehead. Following Yen Zhaoge's immortal qi, a seal appeared on Yin Yuzhen's forehead. After this sigil had appeared, Yen Zhaoge instantly felt as though there was a formless pair of eyes staring back at him. This feeling flashed by and disappeared in an instant, causing people to wonder if what they felt just now was an illusion. Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change. With a flick of his fingertip, that silk ribbon instantly broke apart. Then, as if blown by a gentle breeze, it fell accurately onto Yin Yuzhen's forehead, concealing that rune. Then, Yen Zhaoge kept the remaining silk ribbons. He drew with his finger in the air and wrote numerous runes. Then, the runes floated down and landed on the surface of Yin Yuzhen's forehead. A short while later, a pocket-sized but complex and profound glyph formation fused into it. Having done all this, Yen Zhaoge retracted his hand and entered seclusion once more, setting up the seal once more. The woman within the ice coffin did not move at all. She did not have any feelings or changes. She had already fallen into a deep slumber. Let's go. Yen Zhaoge nodded. The three of them came out together. Then Yen Zhaoge turned his head to look at Shi Jun. Shi Jun immediately sat in the meditative position and concealed his qi. He closed his eyes and retracted his aura. Yen Zhaoge did the same thing. He cut off a small piece of the silk ribbon and engraved it on Shi Jun's forehead. Shi Jun sat in silence. Currently, he was exceptionally sensitive towards his own body. He could only feel his mind trembling slightly. It seemed to be clearer and more agile than before, yet also more turbid and sluggish. Two contradictory feelings appeared at the same time. They seemed right yet wrong, mysterious yet mysterious. After hearing Shi Jun's description, Yen Zhaoge nodded. That's right. This means that my previous guess was correct. When Xue Fei and Shi Jun heard this, both of them felt excited. Little Jun, just focus on cultivating. You don't have to worry too much about sister-in-law Yuzhen. Now is still not the time for us to fight against them. Yen Zhaoge stood up and took his leave. They are waiting for an opportunity. However, their opportunity is also our opportunity. When the time comes, let's see whose methods are superior. He looked straight into Shi Jun's eyes. In fighting against devils, external help is ultimately just a supplement. The core still lies in one's own will. Shurjun said solemnly, "This disciple understands. I will follow Senior Apprentice Uncle Yan's teachings. I still have matters to deal with in the clan. I will leave with you, Junior Apprentice Brother Yan." Su Fei looked at Shurjun. "Today's lesson ends here. You just have to carefully ponder over it. Breaking through space and seeing true divinity cannot be rushed. You need to accumulate." Shurjun sent the two out. "Rest easy, Master. This disciple understands." After leaving the residence of Shurjun and his mother, Yen Zhaoge said emotionally, "So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Yeah, it's been decades." Su Fei was slightly out of sorts. "Senior Apprentice Brother Su, it's been hard on you these years," Yen Zhaoge said. "I can't be bothered with the clan's matters. It's all up to you to help my father take care of it." Cultivating in the Tao required time. Dealing with the clan's daily affairs similarly required time, even if it was not that he had to personally handle everything. Instead, choosing people properly, many things still required a leader to make the decisions. If not for the fact that the younger generation could already shoulder such great responsibilities, Broad Creed Mountain's older generation would not have been able to relax either. Meanwhile, Su Fei himself was truly a genius in the martial Tao as he cultivated diligently. While he usually seemed inconspicuous, every step he took forward was extremely stable as there were rarely any bottlenecks that he encountered. Along the way, while helping Yan Di, Yuan Zhengfeng, Feng Zhuan, and the others in handling the clan's affairs, his cultivation base had not fallen behind either, as he had already attained the 6th level of the martial saint realm, the late-seeing divinity stage. In terms of cultivation base alone, Su Fei was currently only behind Yen Zhaoge, Feng Yinsheng, Yan Di, Yuan Zhengfeng, and Feng Zhuan. His martial potential and strength were outstanding as he handled the clan's daily affairs in an orderly manner, impartial and strict. Aside from Yen Zhaoge, whose situation was unique, he was believed to be the one most likely to succeed Broad Creed Mountain. Regaining his wits, Su Fei laughed straightforwardly. "What are you talking about? As a disciple of our clan, I am duty-bound. Moreover, speaking of which, you have done so many major things all these years in the outside world, which of them were not heaven-shocking and earth-shattering, being much more difficult than the daily, trifling matters of the clan? Yet you have managed to accomplish them all. That is what true ability is. Be it big or small, people still have to do it. Those who can actually do it are all impressive." Yen Zhaoge chuckled. Su Fei could not help but laugh. "Indeed, I don't need to praise you. You have already done it all yourself." After laughing, his expression turned solemn as he asked softly, "Zhaoge, is this tribulation of our clan's conflict with the 9 underworlds already imminent?" Chapter 1411. As for when exactly, I can't be sure. Although it's a little frustrating, the other party did have the upper hand. Yen Zhaoge's expression also turned solemn. "However, it's indeed getting closer and closer. No matter if it's me, Yun Sheng, or the Astro Sovereign, we all have the same opinion." Xue Fei nodded silently. He untied a leather pouch from his waist and pulled out the stopper. The fragrance of wine wafted out from the pouch. After raising his head and gulping down a few mouthfuls, he casually passed it to Yen Zhaoge beside him. Yen Zhaoge received it out of habit, gulping it down before handing it back to Su Fei. Xue Fei took back the wineskin and gulped down the rest of the wine in one gulp. Then he let out a long sigh. The depressed look on his face disappeared, and he said with a carefree smile, "Originally, we were like fish on the chopping block. Now the other party is only leading by half a point. We have already caught up a lot. It's not like we don't have a chance. Right now we have a 50-50 chance. However, the other party has the upper hand. We need to strike later to gain the upper hand." After walking a few steps, Yen Zhaoge's footsteps gradually slowed, finally coming to a halt. Standing where he was, he pondered for a moment before saying, "Actually, it might not be impossible for us to make the first move." Shuefei also stopped and looked at Yan Zhaoge. Then we need to find Senior Chu, the disciple of the Astro Sovereign first, right? Yes, that's right, Yan Zhaoge nodded. The reason why I say that I'm half a step behind is precisely this. If we can find Senior Chu's whereabouts before the other party makes a move, we'll be able to snatch the last half step back. The one who makes the first move will no longer be decided by 9 Nether alone. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his palms, sighing. Senior Chu, could it be that the water demon has already fallen into the hands of the 9 underworlds? The reason why the water demon hasn't made a move yet is because he covets the Astro Sovereign's reincarnation body. On the other hand, he's waiting for the earth demon to finish his preparations before making his move. Yan Zhaoge answered slowly, it is not impossible. Yan Di had gone out with Chen Xuanzong. Although he hadn't returned, he hadn't completely lost contact with him. Of course, for the sake of keeping the awakened sky cosmos location a secret, even if there was a connection, it would be done in a simple and secretive manner. They were still trying to find Chu Lily and Jiaming Kong. Currently, there was no good news, but it was worth mentioning that it wasn't completely without results. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited. But at the same time, when the final grudge between the two sides was about to be settled, the news that spread made people secretly vigilant. They were on guard against any traps and fell into the enemy's trap. The other side is also planning to expand their advantage, succeeding in a single blow. Yan Zhaoge let out a ha. In this tribulation, even if Yan Zhaoge and the others could seize the initiative, the final outcome would still be 50-50. Still, whether it was Yan Zhaoge or Su Fei, they were both people with a heroic spirit. While they were worried, their fighting spirits were even higher. Just like Grandmaster's teachings in the past, do your best to fulfill the will of heaven, and do your best to fulfill the will of heaven. Su Fei's eyes shone brightly. Yan Zhaoge smiled as well. Only by doing our utmost would we be able to calmly face fate. Let us first do our best to battle against those great devils of the 9 underworlds who have existed since time immemorial. The 2 brothers looked at each other and smiled. They stretched out their fists and bumped fists together. Then they started walking again. Su Fei had said to Shi Jun earlier that he still had clan matters to deal with. On one hand, it was because he had things to discuss with Yan Zhaoge in detail, not in front of Shi Jun. On the other hand, it was also because he was indeed tied up with official matters. Amongst us fellow disciples, there are few who can help you share your burdens. Senior Apprentice Brother Su. There are many things that you still have to do personally. Yan Zhaoge sighed. Su Fei smiled. I am not someone who has to do everything personally. If there are fellow disciples who are able to handle things independently, I will never be stingy with delegating authority, letting them do as they please. The most outstanding figure of Broad Creed Mountain's 3rd generation could be ignored due to Yan Zhaoge's unique circumstances. Of the others, Feng Yunxing could also be considered a special person. Still, even without having entered the 9 underworlds that year, she was also not proficient in handling clan affairs, nor was she passionate about them. While Sikong Qing was currently in charge of the Martial Inheritance Hall, that was all there was to it. She was passionate about the martial Dao in the first place and could not be bothered with other matters. Being in charge of the Martial Inheritance Hall was already the greatest use of her talents. It was impossible to expect her to take charge of things independently or replace Su Fei in charge of the assignment hall. After passing the trial, Xiaoguang was about to become the first seat elder of the disciplinary hall. While he was no longer as irritable as he had been in his youth, his fierceness and straightforwardness had not changed. While it was not a problem for him to oversee the disciplinary hall, it would be a major flaw for him to oversee the overall situation. This was especially so when his popularity within the clan was far inferior to that of Feng Zhuan and Su Fei. Of course, as time passed and he gradually grew older, it was still uncertain whether Xiaoguang's views would change further in the future. Still, for now, he had already become Su Fei's right-hand man amongst those of the same generation. It would not be a problem for him to sit over the clan or take charge of things independently. Fairly speaking, the disciplinary hall and the martial inheritance hall might be necessary. Still, in the assignment hall, when it came to the management of the clan's internal affairs, it did not necessarily have to be completely linked to a martial practitioner's cultivation base. At the end of the day, people like Yan Di, Fang Juan, and Su Fei who were well-versed in both the pen and the sword were few and far between. Still, this involved one's lifespan as well as one's ability to respond to emergencies. Thus, the balance had to be considered. While the middle and lower level deacons could be dealt with flexibly, the highest level, especially the first seat elder of the assignment hall, still had to be considered carefully. There were two things junior apprentice brother Xia could never forget in the past. One was revenge, and the other was searching for his kin. Yan Zhaoge said, 3-Foot Mountain has long since been destroyed. Sadly, his kin has never been found. Su Fei nodded. While we moved away from the world beyond worlds, we also secretly communicated with some sects and powers that remained in the world beyond worlds, asking them to search for them on our behalf. Still, we did not find anything. From the looks of it now, while he had not finished speaking, Yan Zhaoge could naturally understand what he was implying. Thus he could only sigh. While junior apprentice brother Xia has never given up all these years, he is probably already mentally prepared for this, as his mental state is much more stable now. Su Fei no longer mentioned this depressing matter as he changed the topic. He possesses the thunderbolt blood, being tough and fierce to the extreme. If he tries to advance rashly, he will instead easily fall into a bottleneck. If he can stabilize his mind, he will be able to improve by leaps and bounds in a single day. He had originally already been surpassed by junior apprentice brothering, falling behind him. Still, he has caught up again in recent years. The junior apprentice brothering that Su Fei spoke of was naturally Hanlong, Longtu. Hanlong, Er's mind could already be considered mature, as he was no longer as naive and foolish as he had been in his childhood. Still, his personality was still simple and honest, as simple as a newborn baby's. Hanlong, Ai's Big Dipper body, does not cultivate one acupoint at a time like most people when he attempts to see divinity. Instead, he sees true divinity through 36 acupoints at once. As soon as the first acupoint achieves divinity, the first acupoint will immediately be connected, and all 36 acupoints will be connected. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Bystanders can only be envious of this. Chapter 1412. Ing Longtu's Big Dipper body was also known as the 36 acupoints True Dragon body, or the Big Dipper dragon body. As the saying goes, one's muscles and bones are like dragons and elephants, and one's mind is as clear as the gods. Not only is one's physical body strong and vigorous, but one's mind is also extraordinarily sensitive. It is one of the rare innate physiques that are extraordinary in both body and soul, and it is even reflected in the power of comprehension. Although Ing Longtu was a bit slow and foolish in his youth, that was only in his daily life. When it came to learning martial arts, his comprehension ability was extremely outstanding. Body-refining martial artists and grandmaster-level martial artists placed great importance on tempering their qi and blood during the inner and outer invulnerability realms. Therefore, at this stage, Ing Longtu's rate of improvement was so fast that it could be said that no one could compare to him. His innate advantage allowed him to continuously break through bottlenecks. What others needed time to accumulate, he accomplished in a single step. After that, Hanlong also had a unique advantage in his cultivation. He was much faster than most people, but he wasn't as fast as before. However, after this, he would usher in another growth spurt. That was the moment when he broke through the void and saw the true God. To Ing Longtu and Broad Creed Mountain, who had just entered the clan and were still struggling in the 8 Extremities world that year, this seemed like something incomparably distant. After all, there had never been anyone in the 8 Extremities world who had attained the seeing divinity martial saint realm and ascended to the world beyond worlds previously. The only suspect was the former chief of the Sacred Sun clan, Zhang Chao. It was later proven that the Radiant Light sect had still been half a step away from descending into the Eight Extremities world. Of course, with the passage of time and the vicissitudes of time, the current Ainlongtu and Broad Creed Mountain were no longer comparable to the past. Han Long had already reached the martial sage realm and successfully broke through the void to see the true gods. When his first acupoint experienced seeing divinity, due to his Big Dipper body, all 36 acupoints experienced seeing divinity at the same time. Having stabilized his foundation slightly, his foundation was already extremely robust. It was far easier for him to light up Starfire and attempt to break through to the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. Because of this, Ainlongtu had even surpassed Xiaoguang and Xikongqing in terms of cultivation base. After this upgrade, Ainlongtu's rate of improvement returned to normal. While he was still faster than others, he no longer had any advantage over Xiaoguang, Xikongqing, and the others. In the cultivation of the martial Dao, the higher one's cultivation base was, the longer the time required for a breakthrough would generally be. Therefore, Xiaoguang and Xikongqing had gradually managed to catch up once more. In terms of martial attainments, other than Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, who had unique circumstances, Hanlong, Su Fei, Xikongqing, and Xiaoguang were the leaders of the Broad Creed Mountain's 3rd-generation disciples. They were known as the East Mountain's 4 heroes by the sky beyond skies. According to their current ages, in comparison to their cultivation realms and lifespans, they could all be said to be extremely young. They had great potential and great futures ahead of them. Of course, compared to Feng Yunsheng and Xikongqing, Hanlong was even worse at managing internal affairs. There are some good seedlings among the 4th-generation disciples. Senior brother Su, why don't you train them as soon as possible? Yan Zhaoge smiled. Jun Er's temperament is more like junior apprentice brother Xia's. Now he is also much steadier, and it is enough for him to take care of himself. However, if he wants to shoulder the heavy responsibility of the clan, he still needs more tempering. Xue Fei also laughed. Yes, there are many outstanding young people. Back when they had still been in the world beyond worlds, Broad Creed Mountain had already been sufficiently attractive to attract heroes of the world to join them. Now that they had established themselves in the sky beyond skies, they didn't have to worry about the source of talents anymore. Instead, they had to choose more carefully. As the two walked, they met Xue Fei's disciple along the way. He came to inform their master that his wife had come to the mountain. Xue Fei's wife was the 8 Extremities World's Turbid Wave Pavilion successor, Xie Yuchan. In the past, Yan Zhaoge was also acquainted with her. Xie Yuchan had an independent personality. She was gentle on the outside but tough on the inside. In the past, after Broad Creed Mountain had stabilized themselves in the world beyond worlds, southeastern Yang, Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea, they had started to lead their descendants to the world beyond worlds in batches. Compared to the 8 Extremities World, Vast Ocean World, and other lower realms, martial art practitioners cultivating in the world beyond worlds were undoubtedly much more beneficial. Xue Fei and Shi Jun had also gone to the world beyond worlds from the Vast Ocean World. After Broad Creed Mountain's situation in the world beyond worlds had stabilized, Xue Fei had returned to the 8 Extremities World to meet Xie Yuchan. However, at that time, Xie Yuchan had hoped that she could break through to the Seeing Divinity realm and ascend to the world beyond worlds, instead of being brought along by Xue Fei. Afterwards, when the world beyond worlds had been separated and relocated, the 8 Extremities World and other lower realms had been brought along with it. At this time, Broad Creed Mountain's significance to the entire 8 Extremities World was already completely different. Even though the 8 Extremities World still retained Broad Creed Mountain's ancestral territory and allowed the other sects and powers of the 8 Extremities World to coexist, in the eyes of Turbid Wave Pavilion, Jade Sea City, Infinite Boundless Mountain, and other powers, this former neighbor was completely different. That was when Broad Creed Mountain had established itself in the world beyond worlds, and even occupied the eastern vast heaven territory to confront Kunlun Mountain. The impact it had on the Eight Extremities world was far less intense. From a certain perspective, the current turbid wave pavilion and the other sects already had the feeling of looking up to the nine heavens immortal realm when they looked at Broad Creed Mountain again. With this, the mentality of turbid wave pavilion and its descendants had naturally changed as well. The two were on completely different levels. The way they considered things would naturally change as well. Xia Yu-chan similarly did not need to persist. She did not intend to obtain anything from Xue Fei, nor did she need to act as a middleman for turbid wave pavilion. When the disparity in background and status had reached a certain extent, everything instead became indifferent. This was because it was only related to herself and not her background. At this time, it was instead more important for the two to understand and stay together. A warm smile appeared on Xue Fei's face. You've come out of seclusion? Looking at the date, it should be within these few days. With his current cultivation and status, he could already establish his own Dao arena and cave manor. However, because he was responsible for the sex matters, Xue Fei basically stayed on the Broad Creed Mountain. Naturally, his original residence had always been maintained. Just like Xue Chuqing, Xie Yu-chan was not a descendant of Broad Creed Mountain. She usually stayed in Xue Fei's Dao arena and cultivated peacefully. After coming out of seclusion, she would stay on the mountain for a few days and reunite with Xue Fei. Senior apprentice brother Su, there's no need to rush things. Let's have a good chat with senior apprentice sister Xia first. Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, I won't disturb you. I'll visit you another day. Xue Fei laughed and shook his head. We're already an old couple. It's not as exaggerated as you said. The two continued forward and went their separate ways. Yan Zhaoge went to greet Yu Yi, who came from the roving Jade Heavens, while Xue Fei went to the assignment hall. After settling some matters, he immediately returned to his residence. Within the house, a woman was leisurely sitting there, drinking tea by herself. The woman had a tall figure. Her facial features were only above average. However, she had a straightforward demeanor. She was Xie Yu-chan. It seems like the results of your seclusion aren't bad. Xue Fei smiled and walked to her side. Xie Yu-chan had already prepared a teacup and poured tea for him. Just as she was about to reply, Xie Yu-chan was slightly startled. She stared at Xue Fei. Is something the matter? Xue Fei's expression was calm. It's nothing much. No matter what the outcome is, the boulder in my heart has finally been lifted. Chapter 1413. A huge burden. After hearing Xue Fei's words, Xie Yu-chan seemed to have understood something. Is it about Shi Jun and sister-in-law Yujin? Yes, it's imminent. Xue Fei sat upright and nodded lightly. Xie Yu-chan extended her hand and held onto his broad palm. Everyone has been preparing for so many years. We'll definitely be able to overcome this calamity. Xue Fei held onto his wife's slender palm. The 9 underworld's infernal devils have been preparing for so many years as well. The odds are only 50-50. Yu-chan, I'm not a narrow-minded person. However, I'm quite concerned about it now. The mountain-like man's gaze was like water. I mind my own insignificance. Xie Yu-chan held onto her husband's hand. As a married couple, she naturally wished for Xue Fei to be safe. However, she understood her husband and knew what he was thinking. Xie Yu-chan was also a straightforward person. In life, there are things that we should do and things that we shouldn't do. There are some things that we shouldn't force ourselves to do, but there are some things that we should at least try to force ourselves to do a little better than the best situation that we can imagine. I'll just force myself. Xue Fei smiled. Don't force yourself. Xie Yu-chan tilted her head slightly. Based on what you said, if the opponent is so strong, there's no point in me forcing myself. I can only try my best not to drag you down. Xue Fei hugged his wife. Yes, the opponent is very strong. Not only you, but even I can't interfere." His gaze was calm yet resolute. "However, as long as Xue Fei can do his best, no matter what method I use, I'll do my best." On the other side, after Yan Zhaoge bade farewell to Xue Fei, he strolled around and went to the courtyard that was used to receive guests. When he arrived, he saw two ladies chatting within the pavilion from afar. One of them wore white clothes, which was naturally Feng Yunsheng, while the other wore green clothes, which was Yi. "Senior apprentice sister Yu, how have you been?" Yan Zhaoge greeted her with a smile. Yu Yi turned around. "Junior apprentice brother Yan, long time no see. I haven't congratulated you for pushing open the immortal door and ascending to the immortal realm. You've returned to the 9 heavens. You're too polite, senior apprentice sister Yu." Yan Zhaoge sat down and looked at Yu Yi. "Senior apprentice sister Yu, you've also decided to sheath edge and nurturing sword?" Yu Yi nodded. "That's right. Grandfather, grandmother, and uncle all suggested this." The Yu Yi before him was still a 10th level martial saint, a human exalt. Previously in the pill hall, the fake body created by the hall spirit, awakened sky using pills and treasures, was torn apart. It transformed into pill chi essences and was divided among Yan Zhaoge and the others. One of them was Yu Yi. With her talent, even though it would be difficult for her to improve as a sword cultivator with the boundless core chi essence as a foundation, she could save a lot of time and effort to push open the gate of immortality, transcend the mortal tribulation, and become a leakless true immortal. For example, Nie Jingxin had pushed open the immortal door and achieved the true immortal realm after Yan Di. In fact, he had even achieved it earlier than Yan Zhaoge. It was just that he had spent most of his time cultivating after ascending to immortality. Back then, although the pill chi essence was split among everyone, when it landed on everyone, it was still a vast amount. Martial sages could not refine it all. After Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, Nie Jingxin, and Yu Yi ascended to the immortal realm, they would also benefit from it for a long period of time. Similarly, it would be beneficial to their future cultivation. For a considerable period of time, the few of them did not need to waste time on accumulating vitality. Just this point alone was enough for them to improve faster than others under the same conditions. The reason why Yu Yi remained in the human immortal realm wasn't because she couldn't push open the immortal door. Instead, it was because she used the prime clear sword cultivator's sheath edge and nurture sword secret art to temporarily suppress her cultivation progress. Her current temporary stop was for her future path to be smoother, and faster. However, this method could not be used by everyone. On one hand, one's talent had to be sufficiently high, otherwise it might backfire. On the other hand, it was related to the different martial wills of sword cultivators. Although they were all outstanding geniuses, some weren't suited for the sheath edge and nurture sword. For example, Yu Ye's uncle, Long Xueji, or the Cloud Conquest Emperor's disciple, Himian, who is known as the roving Jade Heaven's twin prodigies alongside Yi. Although most sword cultivators were fierce and prideful, they were all different. Gao Xuebo and Long Xueji were siblings, and their sword arts were taught by their parents. However, Gao Xuebo could use the sheath edge and nurture sword, while Long Xueji couldn't. If Long Xueji were to nurture his sword, it would only result in him losing his sharpness and vanishing into the masses. By the same logic, if Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di relied on the prime clear sword arts as their foundation, Yan Zhaoge would be fine with cultivating the sheath edge and nurture sword, while Yan Di might be harmed. However, with senior apprentice sister Yu's accumulations, you should be able to unsheath your edge in no time, said Yan Zhaoge. Although the sheath edge and nurture sword technique sounded mystical, it was still a support technique. No matter how talented a martial saint was in nurturing his sword, he wouldn't be able to pass the immortal mortal tribulation and true profound tribulation the moment he unsheathed his edge and ascend to the profound immortal realm. However, the sheath edge and nurture sword technique wasn't something that could only be used once in one's lifetime. As such, one could hide his edge again after unsealing the tribulation. After the second nurture, he would unsheath his edge again and soar to the skies. "Let's nurture it first," said Yi curiously. "I heard from Yunxing that something might happen in the 9 underworlds. Is it related to the Astro, Sovereign, and Senior Chu?" Yan Zhaoga nodded. "Not just the Water Devil. The Earth Devil might be involved as well. 2 extinct devils seeking for a chance at rebirth. It's no small matter." Yi was in a daze. The Water Devil, the Earth Devil! Seeing the green-clothed woman in front of them spacing out again, Yan Zhaoga and Feng Yunxing looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Feng Yunxing secretly sent a voice transmission to Yan Zhaoga. "Zhaoga, would all those who possess the heaven-containing purified soul be like this?" "Something like that." Yan Zhaoga replied, "Those who possess the heaven-containing purified soul would be extremely compatible with the heavens and earth. As such, when one's concentration isn't focused, they would unknowingly enter a thoughtless state and automatically receive the laws of the heavens and earth." When Yan Zhaoga first met Yi, he already knew that her soul was different from others. It was the rarely seen heaven-containing purified soul. Those who possessed such a soul would be closer to the profundities of the great Tao, allowing them to comprehend the various laws much easier than others. Externally, it would be manifested in the cultivation of martial arts. Their comprehension would be insanely high. This was also considered a type of talent. Its rarity and heaven-defying degree were on par with Nie Jingxin's earlier heaven nascent form. One was manifested in the soul, while the other manifested in the body. In history, the most recent and famous example of the earlier heaven nascent form was the head of Taoism's 4 imperials, the heaven-reigning Purple Tenuity Polaris Grand Sovereign Emperor. As for the most recent example of the heaven-containing purified soul, Yan Zhaoga was extremely familiar with it. His grandfather, Yan Xintong. Chapter 1414. But it's not entirely because of the heaven-containing, purifying soul. As Yan Zhaoga said this, he pulled back the corners of his mouth. According to Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao's words, Senior Apprentice Sister Yu herself was originally a martial fanatic. They are similar to the Exalted Fire Luminary and Junior Sister Sikong. They are fond of martial arts and often immerse themselves in the boundless sea of Tao. Yan Zhaoga didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "If she possesses the heaven-containing purified soul, she would be able to comprehend the Tao without any thoughts at any time. She would be able to enjoy herself within, which is exactly what she wants. As a result, the combination of the two is extremely obvious. This is also a kind of happiness," Feng Yunxing said with some yearning. The state of thoughtless and thoughtless was a state that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. It was like returning to the primordial world of the mother's womb. It was the closest to the Tao. Practicing martial arts in this state was the most efficient, far surpassing the usual days when he had to think hard. But for the vast majority of martial artists, this was a state that could only be encountered by chance. In fact, most people would not even encounter it once in their entire lives. This was a rare experience, even for experts who had ascended to the immortal realm. Only when one's realm reached a certain level would they be able to enter this state more easily. Feng Yunxing herself, after having a trip to the 9 underworlds, had entered the state of no thoughts and thoughts in martial arts cultivation. Only then did she have a knack for it. However, she wasn't completely confident that she could enter it as she wished. Apart from a few exceptions like Chen Qianhua, most martial artists who could reach a certain level would be filled with yearning and curiosity towards the mysteries of heaven and earth. The higher the realm, the more one wanted to explore further. Feng Yunxing was no exception. Naturally, she was envious of Ye's current state. "The benefits don't stop there." Yan Zhaoga smiled. Senior Apprentice Sister Yu is innately immune to the sonorous voice of the great Tao. Feng Yunxing thought for a moment. That's right. Although she often involuntarily enters a state of no thoughts and no thoughts, it's very easy for her to withdraw from the state. When others use the sonorous voice of the great Tao to suppress her, it's no longer effective. A grand virtual immortal was accompanied by the sonorous voice of the great Tao. Those who hadn't reached the profound immortal realm and hadn't cultivated the immortal astral continent would be suppressed. Their minds would go blank as if they had fallen into a thoughtless state. Strictly speaking, there was still a difference between it and the true state of no thoughts and no thoughts. One was on his own, the other was being suppressed by an external force. But comparatively speaking, there were similarities. This kind of situation was naturally the dream of martial artists. Thus, in ancient times, there were virtual immortals who used the sonorous voice of the great Tao to suppress their own disciples, forcing them to enter a state of no thoughts and thoughts so that they could comprehend the Tao. However, if he did this for too long, it would be detrimental to the person being suppressed. Secondly, if he did this, comprehending the principles of heaven and earth might not be in line with the profound mysteries of his martial arts. Therefore, this method was only done by a few people by chance. Most of the time, the sonorous voice of the great Tao was a symbol of a virtual immortal's identity and a sharp weapon to defeat enemies below the mysterious immortal realm. Yen Zhaoge possessed the peerless heavenly scripture as a foundation, simultaneously wielding the grand, clear Tai fist and the prime, clear, immortal, exterminating sword. Moreover, he simultaneously cultivated in the three purities, having mastered many supreme martial arts as he wished. Only then could he resist the suppression of the sonorous voice of the great Tao at the true immortal realm. However, this was also related to the level of his cultivation. If Yen Zhaoge's cultivation base was too low, he would still be suppressed by the sonorous voice of the great Tao, his mind unable to move. On the other hand, Yu Yi, who possessed the heaven-containing purified soul, had an innate resistance towards the sonorous voice of the great Tao. Then, should we not disturb her for now? Feng Yunshan glanced at Yu Yi. Yen Zhaoge smiled and nodded. However, they didn't have to wait for long. Yu Yi quickly regained her senses. This matter involves existences like the 12 devilish gods. I'll have to report this to my grandparents. I'm afraid that the incongruent's divine mother would be alerted. You don't have to worry about that. When we return to the sky beyond skies, we'll also send a message to the roving jade heavens to inform Senior Gao, Senior Apprentice Uncle Long, and the others. Yen Zhaoge said, Senior Apprentice Sister you might have already left the roving jade heavens and headed towards us. That's why you don't know about it. Yu Yi came to a realization. Oh, that's good. Senior Gao and the others would probably contact the incongruent's divine mother as soon as possible. Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, We've also contacted the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and Exalted Fire during our return. We naturally have to consider everything thoroughly in the battle with the 9 underworlds this time. After all, they have more than one expert of the devil path that's equivalent to a golden immortal realm, heavenly exalt of our Tao sect. Even if the 9 underworlds are hated by everyone, we have to be cautious. Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips. The evil devils are the common enemy of all living beings. As a result, when the Taoism grows and the devils vanish, they hide in the 9 underworlds and only dare to act in the dark. However, the 9 underworld strength is still extremely formidable. Even if they've been jointly attacked for many years, they still shouldn't be underestimated. Of course, Yu Yi said, if we're talking about individual forces, the immortal court heretics and the blessed lands of the White Lotus might even be inferior to the 9 underworlds. Feng Yunxing nodded. The righteous and the demonic stand opposite each other, like 2 extremes. Although they might not be equal, the evil of the demonic demons can be foreseen. Before the heavens were split open, when creation had just begun, within the primordial chaos, the 3 clear grand masters established Taoism. The 3 ancient sovereigns were still alive, and the Western sect's second patriarch started his own business. However, when the devil Tao rose, Everyone could be considered to be on the same side from a certain perspective. As for the devil Tao, among the 12 devilish gods, the 6 peerless ancestral devils appeared one after another. Under normal circumstances, even if the last doomsday heavenly devil didn't appear, the devil Tao would have a total of 5 Tao ancestors, regardless of whether there was a difference in strength between them. Just looking at the numbers, the devil path would shockingly be the path with the most Tao ancestors in a single orthodoxy. In the end, because the ancestral devils didn't appear at the same time, they appeared one after another. The Taoism's grand clear lord of Tao and virtue transformed into the grand heavenly devil and occupied the 3rd ancestral devil. As for the Western sect's sect master, the guide Taoist, also known as the Amitabha Buddha, transformed into the faceless heavenly devil and occupied the 4th ancestral devil. With that, the devil Tao's fate was severed. Moreover, the various sects worked together to suppress the devil Tao. The 1st ancestral devil, the ancestor of all devils, the primordial heavenly devil, was suppressed. The 2nd ancestral devil, the creation heavenly devil, was slain, and his remains transformed into the 9 underworlds. With that, the trend of Taoism growing and the devil's vanishing was set in stone. The devil Tao became the target of everyone's scorn. Although they had the 9 underworlds as their shelter and had been plotting in the dark, they were never able to make a comeback. However, even so, the 9 underworlds' strength wasn't to be underestimated. This time, it wasn't a normal reincarnation. Instead, 2 of the 12 devilish gods and devils of the 6 extinct devils were seeking for reincarnation. The 9 underworlds would definitely be extremely concerned about it. Even existences like the vast freedom heavenly devil, the heart devil, and the shadow devil would be restrained in fear of the other major forces' reactions. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly. There are other powerful devils in the 9 underworlds as well, said Yen, Zhaoge softly. Feng Yunsheng and you, ye nodded in agreement.